And good morning, I'm Dan DeRose with 19 News, coming to you from our digital desk. We are going to start our third day of gavel-to-gavel coverage of the I Promise School down in Akron, the death that happened back in June of 2022. This is a case that has caught some national headlines, basically because it all occurred at the LeBron James I Promise School. It didn't really have anything to do with the school other than there were three young men playing basketball on the basketball courts when four young men showed up in a car and were using splatterball guns to shoot at those three on the basketball court. That then started a fight that ended up taking the life of Ethan Liming. These are the splatterball type guns. In fact, yesterday in court, not only did we see the actual gun that Ethan was using, but the defense actually pulled the trigger and made the noise for the jury and the rest of the gallery to hear what it sounds like when these splatterball guns go off. We also got the surveillance video from the I Promise School. The unfortunate part is it does not show a lot of clarity. You can see the young men playing basketball. This is sped up. You'll see in just a second the car that Ethan Liming and his three friends were in. They will pull up. You will see a couple of the individuals get out, run up to the basketball court here, fire that splatterball gun, and then retreat back to the car. It is the two Stafford brothers. We're talking Deshaun and Tyler. There you see the retreating members that have the splatter gun. Here, if you watch the bottom of that clip, that bottom of that screen, now you see there is Deshaun Stafford. He will be followed by Tyler Stafford. You're going to see him move towards the car. Ethan Liming is out of the car now towards the back. He fires the splatterball gun at the young man. Here comes the second Stafford brother, Tyler Stafford. The fight then begins. That third man running towards them is Donovan Jones. Donovan Jones has already pleaded no contest and given a 180-day suspended sentence for 2 assault charges. The problem with the surveillance is the fight that takes Ethan's life is occurring right now in the darkness. That fight lasts about 1 minute and 15 seconds. We heard from the witnesses, the young man standing in front of the car there that you see. He described it as well as one of the other young men that was in the car, describing the stomping and what was called in court by one of the witnesses, the ground and pound. When they got on top of Ethan Liming, even though he was knocked out, hit his head on the cement and was dead or dying, that they proceeded to kick, stomp, and punch him. They even referred to Donovan Jones, who will go back down. They pull the car down to where Ethan Liming's body is. You see a figure on the right-hand side of those taillights. That's Donovan Jones. It was described in court that he was trying to keep the three young men from getting help to their friend Ethan Liming. They tried to get his body into the car. The one young man described it in his words, not mine. His words said it was dead weight and they could not move. They could not get Ethan into the car. Described his face as extremely beaten. He had blood coming from his mouth. He said even at one point he thought Ethan was still alive because he coughed and spit out blood all over his T-shirt. The defense said that was in fact not him coughing. He even accused the young man, Lamar. He said, "Are you a doctor? Do you know what happens when you have a severe brain injury?" The reason that is important for the defense is there is a question of intent. There is the question of the kicking and the stomping and the quote-unquote ground and pound. Was it excessive, and was that what took the life of Ethan Liming? It's the defense's contention that when you see the 2-on-1, it was an unlucky punch that knocked Ethan out, and Ethan hit his head on the cement, and that's what killed him, not all of what the defense calls the extra that happened after. You can see the live picture into court. We have not gotten close to starting, so what we're going to do is we have some of the testimony from yesterday. The two young men that were in the car with Ethan that got out and fired. First, we hear from Ephraim, and I want to make sure I get his last name here, Ephraim Stefanko. He was in the passenger seat, and he describes the 2-on-1, then the 3-on-1 fight that took Ethan's life. Take a look.
Like what you see going on with the fight?
So it's just like, it's kind of like, from where I was standing, it's just like a ball of people, and then Ethan gets like knocked out, and then he's on the ground, and then they're like stomping and kicking.
So you say Ethan gets knocked out or to the ground?
Yes.
Did you see him fall to the ground?
Yes.
Did he move or get back up after that?
No.
And you said we're still talking 2 or 3 people?
3.
3. And as Ethan's passed out on the ground, describe what they're doing.
Like kicking him, stomping him.
Anybody punching him at that point?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. And obviously he's not getting back up and...
Yeah, no.
Okay. How does that kicking him when he's on the ground or stomping him when he's on the ground, how does that end?
I mean, like after, like, obviously you can tell like he's unconscious, so after a while they stop and then walk away.
Okay, where do they walk to?
Like back over towards the back half of like the parking lot near the basketball court.
Akron 911, what's the location of your emergency?
Oh, we're at King School, or no, we're at the I Promise School in Akron, Ohio.
Okay.
Our friend just got knocked out.
Okay.
We don't know what to do.
What is your name?
My name is Ephraim Stefanko.
Okay, is there a fight happening there now?
Hey, man. We're sorry, man. We didn't mean it. Sorry, what was that?
Is there a fight going on?
There was.
Okay, are the other people still there?
Yeah, it's all good. It's okay, though. It's cool now. It's cool now.
Okay, is your friend unconscious?
Yeah.
Is he breathing?
Is he breathing? Yeah, he's breathing. He's breathing.
Okay. Are you with him now?
Yeah.
How old is he?
I'm not trying to fight, though.
How old is
What was
he?
that?
I can't fight.
I can't.
How old is he? Hello?
He's 15.
He's 17? Hello, are you still here?
At what point did you learn that Ethan had actually died?
Sorry. My dad called my mom and said that Ethan died, and I just knew from my mom's reaction what happened. I kind of just dropped to the floor and I didn't know what to do.
When you last saw Ethan, he was on the ground, right? Did you see what he looked like, what his face looked like, or anything like that?
No.
You never got that close to see that?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Are you saying that you had no knowledge that he was selling marijuana that night?
I didn't know.
Okay.
I knew that we were gonna go smoke with them, but it's not like the dealing part. I didn't know that.
How did you know you guys were going to go smoke?
He told me.
Okay. So he said, we're going to go smoke with these 2 guys.
Yeah.
And you know these guys, but they're not guys that you run with on a regular basis. Is that accurate?
I mean, yeah, not often, no.
Okay. Ethan picks you up and you're just going to ride sidekick for the night, basically?
Basically, yeah. You put gel balls in a gun and you shoot them.
Now there's a battery, right?
Yes.
Can you tell by looking whether this one's yours or somebody else's?
We had the same one.
Did you charge your battery up before you went out that night?
I think I just like had it on the charger before. Like I kind of just always do. Yeah, I guess so.
All right. Now, theoretically, this thing hasn't been fired in over a year, right?
Right.
Okay, but it's either yours or Ethan. Did you guys do a lot of shooting with it before that night?
Like we just shot each other with it.
Okay. And you jumped out and you shot the other two boys when you got there, right?
Yes.
All right. So, what's this thing do? You put this magazine in it,
Yeah.
and the magazine holds like 20,000 pellets?
Something, yeah.
Do you know if this battery's charged?
I don't know.
So is that the combination?
Yes.
Okay. So this is what you guys have when you're going to go do this thing.
The defense firing off that gun multiple times yesterday afternoon. That is the splatterball gun. The defense contends that the four young men, including Ethan, that they're the ones who started all this. The three men on the basketball court were just there minding their own business. As we heard in opening arguments, they weren't looking for trouble. Trouble came looking for them. The defense contending that it has been self-defense the entire time, and that, again, any of the extra stuff that happened while Ethan was on the ground did not cause the death, that it was when Ethan fell and hit his head on the cement that caused the death. But remember, this is not a murder trial. This is an involuntary manslaughter trial. Did those moves, did the punch lead to the death of Ethan? That is why this is not a murder charge, and it is an involuntary manslaughter charge. We're getting set, watching the jury be led into the courtroom, and we are about to get underway. So let's take you back to day 3 of our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the I Promise School death. We are live in Akron.
Up late watching a bad game, you know, what are you going to do? At this time, the state is prepared to proceed with its next witness. I believe that is the medical examiner. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge. With the court's permission, the state will have a like to call our next witness, Dr. Robert Schott, to the stand.
Very good.
Thank you.
Raise your right hand, doctor. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please take the witness stand.
Good morning, sir. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Dr. Robert Schott, S-H-O-T-T.
And how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fine, thank you.
Good. Doctor, where do you work?
I'm a forensic pathologist and the chief deputy medical examiner for the Summit County Medical Examiner's Office here in Akron, Ohio.
And can you tell the jury what exactly that means?
As a forensic pathologist, my job is to perform medical investigations into deaths that are typically unexpected or unnatural.
Okay, and how long have you been a pathologist?
I've been practicing as a forensic pathologist for 14 years.
Okay, and has that 14 years been entirely with Summit County?
No, the first 10 years of my employment were with the Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, Ohio, doing the same job.
Okay, and do you happen to teach or present information on forensic pathology?
I've had opportunities to teach medical students, pathology residents, and even some prosecutors at the Clark County Prosecutor's Office in Springfield, Ohio before.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what sort of education you obtained to enable you to become a pathologist with the Summit County ME's office?
Yes, after high school, I went to Columbus and spent 12 years at Ohio State. During the first 4 years, I obtained my Bachelor of Science degree in biology. The middle 4 years were at the OSU College of Medicine, where I obtained my medical degree. The final 4 years were at the OSU Medical Center, where I completed a 4-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology. Following that, I went to the coroner's office in Dayton, Ohio, where I completed a 1-year fellowship, which is specialized training in forensic pathology. And I have maintained my certification in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Okay, and can you explain to the jury, if you're able to do so, what the Summit County Medical Examiner's Office does or what services they provide?
So at the medical examiner's office, we are tasked with investigating deaths that appear to be non-natural or unexpected. We start by, the process starts when somebody dies in the community. They're pronounced dead by EMS or hospital staff. If the death meets certain criteria, they will report the death to our office. We have independent investigators associated with our office that will collect the background information about the circumstances of the case, any known medical history affecting the decedent, things like that. They triage the information for us, the pathologists. At that point, a decision is made whether or not to bring the body to our office to perform an autopsy, again, with the end goal of trying to determine why this person died.
Okay, and is an autopsy conducted, in relation to every death?
Not necessarily. It depends on the circumstances.
Okay. And did you indicate that you are a licensed physician?
I did not indicate that, but I am licensed in the state of Ohio.
Okay, and do you have any other licensure?
No, I do not.
Okay, are you board certified?
Yes, I am board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Can you tell the jury what that means?
Board certification just means that after you've gone through your education, you jump through a few extra hoops. You take, lengthy exams. You get people to co-sign for you that are also licensed and board certified physicians. Just as extra steps to confirm that you are dedicated to doing the job as best as you can.
Okay, and do you have any idea how many autopsies you've performed?
Yes, I've performed about 3,600 forensic autopsies in my career.
3,600?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what you do when you conduct an autopsy?
So an autopsy is a medical procedure. Like other doctors, it starts with the history followed by the physical exam. The history involves me reviewing the information that my investigators collected relating to the circumstances surrounding the death. I review that information prior to doing the autopsy itself, which involves an external examination, photographs, collection of evidence, collection of body fluids for toxicology testing, all that sort of stuff before we proceed to the internal exam itself, looking at the bones, the organs, the systems to try to figure out what exactly was the cause of death, what killed this person.
Okay, great, thank you. And so you indicated that there is a report of investigation that's provided to you.
Yes.
Can you explain what is entailed, or if there's staff that collects information to create that report for you?
Can you repeat or rephrase that?
Yes, I'm sorry, that was a confusing wording there. Can you tell the jury how that information is collected or provided to you?
Okay, so we have investigators that staff the office 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They take the phone call from the medics or law enforcement or hospital staff. They get the background information. They may go to the scene and take their own photographs depending on where the death occurs. They collect information about the circumstances, the address, who's involved, who's the next of kin, family members, things like that, so we can get additional information as the process continues. They put that into a preliminary report, which is what I review prior to doing the autopsy, and then over the subsequent days and weeks, they will prepare a final report of investigation that details, just kind of crystallizes all that information into a narrative form.
Okay, and I want to direct your attention to June 3rd of 2022. Do you recall doing any work on or around that date?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall performing an autopsy for Ethan Liming?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and in anticipation of performing that, do you know if a report of investigation was conducted by your office?
Yes, our investigators did collect information. The final report was written afterwards, but the original information was there before I performed the autopsy.
Okay, and so just so we're clear, a report of investigation was ultimately prepared?
Yes.
Relative to this autopsy?
Yes, it was.
And you did have the opportunity to see it previously?
Yes.
If you were to see it today, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness.
You may.
This is previously been marked State's Exhibit 38. It's been provided to defense counsel, Your Honor. Doctor, if you could take a quick look at that and let me know if you do in fact recognize it.
Yes, I do recognize this.
Okay, and is that the report of investigation relative to the Ethan Liming investigation?
Yes, it is.
And so, if I'm understanding correctly, that document was maybe not available to you at the time of autopsy?
Correct.
Okay, but it was put together around that same time?
Yes, the information in this report was collected the night of June 2nd, 2022, overnight into June 3rd, with some follow-up information possibly included into this report as it became available to us.
Okay. And so around June 3rd, were you working in your capacity as a pathologist for Summit County, for the Summit County Medical Examiner?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you perform the autopsy on Ethan Liming?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How did you become aware that needed to be done?
Usually before, if I'm on autopsy duty, I will call in from home in the morning and talk to the overnight investigators to see if there were any cases that came in overnight and to get some background information prior to even reviewing what they've put in the preliminary investigative report. And at that point, I was made aware that there was a death, a 17-year-old who was deceased after an altercation. That was when I first heard of it, and then I came into the office and read additional information in their preliminary report, getting that background information.
Okay, great. And did you then generate your own report of autopsy?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and in anticipation of testimony today, did you have a chance to review that document?
Yes.
If you were to see it today, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to approach the witness. This has previously been marked State's Exhibit 39. It's been provided to defense counsel as well. You could take a look at that, sir, and identify it for the court if you are able to do so.
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay, can you tell the jury what it is, please?
State's Exhibit 39 is a copy of my final report of autopsy that I prepared relating to the death of Ethan Liming.
Great, thank you. Okay, and is that report that I've just provided to you a fair and accurate copy of the original report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and does your signature appear on that report?
Yes.
Are the documents that I've just provided you kept in the ordinary course of business at your office?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And are they conducted at or soon after the time of autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And is it a regular practice for the pathologist at your office to make such reports?
Yes.
Okay. Doctor, if you could please let the jury know how it is that you identify the deceased when you're performing an autopsy.
We use a variety of mechanisms to identify decedents when they come to our office. Sometimes it's based on family or friends that are there at the time of the death or at the time the decedent is pronounced when our investigators go there. Sometimes hospitals do the identification process. Sometimes we'll use fingerprints or dental records or DNA if we have to. But commonly it's we identify them based on family or friends that are at the scene.
Okay. And in this case, do you know how that was done?
Yeah, it was based on law enforcement and people at the scene of the death relayed the information to our investigators, and it was confirmed with by next of kin conversations.
Okay, and who did you identify as being the deceased?
The deceased was identified as Ethan David Liming.
Okay, and were you able to determine an age for Ethan?
He was reported to us as being 17 years old.
Okay, and at some point in this process, do you make any efforts to determine things like height or weight?
Yes.
Okay, and was that done in this case?
Yes.
Okay, did you determine how tall Ethan was?
Yes, he was measured as being 5 feet 9 inches tall at our facility.
5 feet 9 inches tall?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jury how it is that you measure someone in the course of an autopsy?
Usually it's either a tape measure or we also have something made out of, it's basically a measuring tool made out of PVC that's got a tape measure attached to it that allows us to put one end at the feet, one end at the top of the head to get a measurement that I would say is accurate to within an inch, if not narrower.
Okay, great. And were you able to determine how much Ethan weighed?
Yes, we weighed him at 172 pounds.
Okay, and can you tell the jury how it is that you take someone's weight in the course of an autopsy?
We have a scale in our office that is certified on an annual basis that the body is weighed on.
I'm sorry, you said 172 pounds?
Yes.
Okay, and then as part of the process, do you perform any sort of toxicology screens?
Yes.
Okay, do you know what the findings were in this case?
In this case, the only drug of abuse or alcohol, the only thing that was found was a metabolite of marijuana, THC, the active component in marijuana. We do not quantify the amount of it, nor do we know when he was exposed to it or how much or how he was exposed. We just found a metabolite of THC in his, it was his blood or his urine. It was in a urine drug screen.
Okay, thank you. And in the course of an autopsy, are photographs taken?
Yes.
Do you personally take those or does somebody else?
I take those photographs.
And if you were to see them, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would like to introduce State's Exhibit number 40. It is the ME's PowerPoint. It's been provided to defense counsel, Your Honor.
No objection? No objection. You may proceed.
Okay, Doctor, if I could call your attention to the screen there. Do you recognize that image?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you let the jury know how it is that you create these PowerPoints?
I open a blank PowerPoint presentation. I pull photographs from our case file over into it. I add text features explaining what's on the photographs or some of the background information from the course. The information I pull from my report, so it's all directly from the report, just distilled into the PowerPoint. I only use a small subset, 25% or fewer photos that were taken at the autopsy. Only a small portion of them actually make it into the PowerPoint, just documenting the most significant findings from the autopsy.
Okay, great. And do you do that same process every time, or do you change it up sometimes?
That's the general process I use for every court PowerPoint I prepare.
Great, thank you. Can you explain to the jury what's contained on slide number 1 and why you include that information?
The first slide is an overview slide. It's the name of the decedent. It's our medical examiner's case number in our file system is in the year 2022 is the 1,908th case that was reported to our office that year. The date of death, June 2, 2022. The logos at the bottom corners are for the medical examiner's office itself, and then the overall county logo under whom we operate. We're a county level office. The photograph at the top is a cleaned up photograph. This is after we've taken our initial photographs, after we've taken our evidence, collected clothing, any property, washed the body, washed the dried blood off. And so this is the identification photograph of Ethan Liming that I took on the morning of June 3rd, 2022.
Okay, and Doctor, if you could let the jury know the significance of slide number 2, please.
Slide number 2 is a summary of the findings, specifically the traumatic injuries that I identified during the autopsy of Ethan. Multiple blunt injuries. So on the head, he had some abrasions, which are scrapes. Contusions are bruises. Lacerations are cuts. So he's got those primarily around the left eye and then around the mouth and the lips. He's got an abraded laceration, so it's a cut on the back of his head that's surrounded by a round scraped area right on the bony prominence on the back of the head. I identified during the internal examination a couple hairline fractures extending down the back of the skull towards the neck, towards the base of the skull. He had a small amount of subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage that's bleeding inside the skull around the brain. There was an abrasion or a scrape on the left temple region. And then on the left forehead, I noticed in the photographs and during my examination a couple small abrasions that looked sort of curved, sort of patterned, very superficial, very faint, but they looked like they had some linear pattern to them that I tried to capture in photographs as well.
Thank you. If you could let the jury know, please, the significance of, I think we're on slide number 3 now.
Slide 3 has the additional injuries that I documented during the course of the autopsy. On the torso, there's bruising on the right chest wall, some patterned bruises over there as well, some superficial scratches or scrapes on the lower back as well. The upper extremities, the arms, we've got a faint bruise on the left shoulder. On the right shoulder, there's a curved linear abrasion or scratch basically on the right shoulder. On the left, second and third, so MCP, and the one below that where it's PIP on the knuckles of the hand. So on the left hand, the second and third fingers, the knuckles where the hand connects to the fingers themselves, that's the MCP or the metacarpophalangeal joint. There's bruising on those two knuckles. And then on the third through fifth, the proximal interphalangeal, so the next knuckle up on the third, fourth, and fifth fingers, there were some scrapes on these fingers on the left hand. The lower extremities on the legs, he's got scattered abrasions on the knees and the feet, just some superficial scratches and scrapes on the knees and feet as well.
Can you explain to the jury what's going on in the next slide, please?
All right, this slide is the first photograph. We take these in every case. First thing I do when I go back to examine the body, we open the body bag and I take a series of first photographs before we've made any changes whatsoever. So we have not removed clothing, we've not drawn any fluids for toxicology, we haven't washed the body or done anything. This is just open the body bag and take some photographs, document what we see. So the text at the bottom explains there's extensive blood on the face. That's from wounds that are on the left eyebrow and around the lips, the mouth, those lacerations that I described. Paper bags were placed on the hands at the scene to collect any evidence, any kind of traumatic death that appears to be related to possible, like a fight or possibly homicide. We will preserve evidence at the scene by putting bags over the hands, and then at the autopsy we can take fingernail scrapings or clippings to check for DNA if the law enforcement agency desires to do that. We just do that to preserve evidence at the scene. So we haven't even cut the bags off the hands for this set of photographs. And then that yellow band around the right wrist is the identification band placed there at the scene by my investigator.
Great, thank you. Can you please tell us about the next slide?
Okay, so this slide, this is after we've collected all that evidence, removed clothing, and washed away the dried blood. So we're looking at the injuries surrounding the left eye and the left temple in these two photographs. So there are scrapes, there's bruising and swelling around that left eye. There's two small cuts over the eyebrow or just below the eyebrow above the left eye. That's very commonly seen in blunt force injuries to the face where the skin gets pushed up against the bone of that orbital ridge. It's a little sharper bone. You get cuts up there pretty easily with a head injury, pretty commonly. So we do have some bruising, a little scrape below the eye on that left side. And then on the left temple, you have that kind of non-pattern. You can't really see any pattern to it, just that dark reddish purple abrasion or scraping of the skin. Again, that mottled abrasion as I describe it. The left forehead I can't really see in here. It was a very faint pattern impression. Yeah, I can't see it at all here. It's two faint sort of curved lines. There's no real bruising or pattern to them on the skin or even under the surface of it when we reflect the scalp forward. And I did not identify any fractures in the nose, the facial bones, the skull, the front part of the skull, or around the eye. There were no fractures on the face.
Great, thank you. Can you please explain to the jury the significance of this slide?
Okay, this is back to one of the first photographs from earlier on in the autopsy. You can see some of the blood trickling towards the right side of the screen from those lacerations by the left eyebrow. So we're looking at kind of the left forehead here. And you can kind of see these little curved patterns right in the middle of the screen, maybe 3 lines, 2 of them on the outside sort of curving away as you get up closer to the hairline with a faint, short one in the middle. I can't say exactly what that is or what it's from. It's a very faint pattern. It's not associated with bruising or fracture of the underlying skull, but it could be associated with an object that was in contact with the skin sometime around the time of death or afterwards. I can't say much beyond that.
Great, thank you. Your Honor, I'm sorry, are you able to turn on the marking tool for this witness?
I am.
There you go. And Doctor, if you could please maybe hit the clear button if you are able to do so. And then if you could touch the screen and mark the pattern injuries that you were referring to, just in case maybe it's not clear to the jury here.
All right. So these 2 green lines are just on the outside of the faint purple lines that you can see right between them. And then I'll try to circle the shorter one in the middle. So there's faint but linear. I mean, they're continuous with themselves. This could be a pattern from something that was in contact with the skin. I don't have much to say beyond that.
Okay. So you can't say for sure what would have caused that pattern?
Correct.
Great, thank you. Could you please explain to the jury the significance of this slide here and why you included this information?
All right, this slide shows the injuries of the mouth and the nose and the lips that I identified during the autopsy. These are also blunt force injuries caused by something hard striking the face, striking the mouth region, the nose. There's blood in the nose, there's blood in the mouth, and it's coming from mostly these cuts on the lips, on the outside on the left side, but also on the inside of the lips across the front where the teeth are. Pretty commonly seen in blunt force injuries of the face when the lips are pushed up against the sharp edges of the teeth. So we've got some lacerations, there's some swelling, some bruising associated with that. There's blood in the nose, but again, the nose is not broken, the jaw is not broken, the mandible, the upper jaw is not fractured. The teeth all felt like they were intact at the time. So we've got some ugly looking cuts and bruises, but no deep or bony injury associated with them.
And Doctor, if you could please, just so we're clear, can you mark where you believe the cuts are?
Yes. So on the left lower lip, there's a pretty good cut, and then on the inside of the lower lip, all across the just kind of the tooth line there, we've got cuts on that lower lip. There's also some superficial abrasions and bruising on the upper lip right in the middle.
Great, thank you. So those dark spots there, that's not simply just dried blood or something on there?
No, there's dried blood in the right nostril and within the mouth itself, but the dark purple stuff within the skin, that's actually bruising, like internal bleeding in the lips due to, again, a blunt force injury.
Okay, could you explain the significance of this information, please?
All right, on the back of the head, as I had said before, over the bony prominence, the occiput of the head, there's about a 1.5 inch abrasion or scrape. Towards the bottom of that, towards the neck side of that, there's a 1/2 inch laceration through the scalp. Again, this is a blunt force injury. This is caused by something striking the head or the head striking something hard enough to scrape the skin and also cut it by virtue of the skin being kind of crushed up between whatever object it was and the back of the skull itself. This is a pretty common injury when somebody falls backwards, striking their head on the ground.
Okay. And so you say that there is a laceration in there?
Yes.
Could you mark that, please, for the jury?
Yes, and the difference between the left picture and the right picture is, photographed before I've shaved the hair around it to better identify and document the injury. The one on the right is after I've shaved the hair away. But right towards the bottom part of that abrasion, that big scrape on the back of his head, there is one cut that's a 1/2 inch or so in length.
And the reddish area surrounding that cut, is that an injury as well?
Yes, that is scraping of the skin or abrasion.
Okay. Is that different from a bruise?
Yes.
And if that injury were not there, would that skin color normally be kind of the whitish color in the outer edges of the shaved area?
Yes, the whiter edges are what normal scalp skin looks like.
Okay, so that entire area there that is red is an injury?
Yes.
And when you see something like that, Doc, are you able to tell if that's from striking something one time or multiple times?
I can't really tell if it's one or multiple strikes.
Okay. Could you please explain this slide for us?
All right. On the right side of the chest wall over the rib cage, there was a sort of V-shaped or sort of oval-shaped patterned bruise. It was noted at the scene. We also noted it at the autopsy. I can't tell exactly what it is. The outside margins, and I'm going to draw on them, they do appear sort of like they're coming together towards the lower parts. On the right of the screen is his hips, and his legs would be at the right. His head is up at the top at the left side of these pictures. But there does appear to be a somewhat oval but pinched at the end area that contains these just scattered kind of mottled small bruises. I don't see a clear pattern in them. Sometimes we can see patterns like from tires if somebody gets run over, things like that. We look for bruises that have patterns that may give me a clue as to what caused the bruises. The bruises themselves on this do not have any clear pattern to them, but the overall shape, could it be the sole or the toe of a shoe? It's possible. Could be something else. It's hard to say. The edge of the rib cage is rounded, and that changes how striking objects make an appearance on the skin.
And did you indicate that you looked for broken bones within Ethan's chest area there?
Yes, during the internal examination, we do check for rib fractures. We check for injuries of the underlying, the lungs, the liver, the spleen, the heart, anything contained within the chest and abdominal cavities. And the only injury I found was some bruising of the muscle between the bones of the ribs on the right side. The ribs themselves were not fractured. The underlying organs were all intact and normal appearing.
Okay. Could you explain this slide to the jury, please?
Yes, we're looking at the back of the left hand here. There are some injuries. There's some faint bruises. Again, those metacarpophalangeal joints where it goes between the bones of the hand and the fingers. Over those knuckles, there's faint bruises on the second and third fingers, the MCPs, and then over the middle it's called the PIP, the proximal interphalangeal joint over the knuckles of the third, fourth, and fifth fingers. We've got abrasion, so scraping of the skin on the 3 fingers, and then bruising over the knuckles on 2 other fingers.
And again, that's Ethan's left hand?
Correct.
Okay. Did you find similar injuries to his right hand?
No, we photographed the right hand as well. I did not include the photograph in the presentation. There were no injuries, though, on that right hand.
And do you have the ability to know how he would have gotten these injuries?
No, these are, again, blunt force injuries. It's caused by, the hand hitting something or being hit by something that's hard enough to, crush some of the small blood vessels over the 2 knuckles and scrape the skin on 3 of the knuckles. But I can't say what exactly caused that injury. There's no pattern to them, nothing that tells me what caused these injuries.
And in this next slide here, can you please explain to the jury why you included that information?
Okay. As I detailed earlier, there are several other superficial injuries on the arms, the legs, the back that were noted. I don't know exactly when they happened or exactly how they happened, but these are just things that I noted and documented during the course of the autopsy. The top left photograph, there's a kind of curved scratch on the outside of the right shoulder. The top right photo shows a faint bruise on the outside of the left shoulder. The bottom left picture shows 2 sort of parallel curved abrasions on the right lower back, as well as some irregular abrasions over the central lower back and maybe a small bruise on the right hip. The bottom right picture shows some abrasions or scrapes, superficial scrapes on the top of the right foot and in the area where the foot bones get close to the toes, just superficial scrapes on that foot. So these are all superficial scrapes and bruises, but there's no deeper injury to the underlying bones or ribs or organs associated with any of these.
Great, thank you, Doctor. And just so the jury is aware, can you explain the darker coloration in bottom left and what the meaning of that is?
Yes, the skin of the lower back and on the side, kind of you can see on this picture on the bottom left corner, that's not traumatic injury. That's just how the blood settles due to gravity after somebody has died. The blood settles towards the dependent part. So if he's laying on his back after he's deceased, that blood will settle towards his back. It's pale over the shoulders and over the buttocks because those are pressure points that keep the blood from settling in those areas. But that's normal finding that we would see after death. It has nothing to do with the injuries or the cause of death.
Thank you. And can you explain to the jury why you included this slide in the presentation?
Yes, this slide is the summary of findings. Basically, it's going over everything I found and kind of the interpretation or what I made out of them, how I determined the cause of death. So the main ones were blunt force injuries of the face and the back of the head that resulted in what was likely a rapid arrhythmia of the heart due to trauma of the brain and the brain stem. This kind of pattern where you have an abrasion with a cut on the back of the head, we do see, it's in the textbooks, it's consistent with an unprotected fall from standing height. You can see it with older folks that fall on a concrete floor in their basement. Could be somebody who is knocked out in a fight and falls and hits their head on the pavement. Could be other causes as well. Possible pattern injuries on the left forehead and the right chest. They could be associated with a shoe or some other object, but I could not say for sure what caused those pattern injuries, but there were no underlying injuries of the ribs or the skull or the forehead deeper than just what was on the skin. The toxicology findings was just, again, that THC metabolite indicating that at some point Ethan had been exposed to marijuana. I don't know when or how that happened.
Okay. And can you please explain, just so the jury's aware, how the arrhythmia would be caused from the brainstem trauma?
So the brainstem is sort of the most basic part of the brain. It really controls our consciousness. It also sends through nerves that connect to the rest of the body. It does help control your heart rate, your rhythm, to make sure that your heart is beating in time with sufficient rhythm to supply oxygen to the brain itself. The brainstem controls all that. So if you have an injury of the brainstem, that's the most vulnerable part of the brain and the one that's most likely to result in death if it's injured. I don't have direct injury to the rest of the brain. There's a little bit of bleeding around the brain, but not sufficient to cause death. The fractures on the back of the skull are they're linear. They're not depressed. They did not hit the brain itself. They did not fracture inward. They're just linear cracks basically in the skull. So the only mechanism of injury that I could find based on my education and experience that would explain why Ethan died was that the fall caused his head to hit the ground, leading to jarring of the brain and the brainstem, which led to an arrhythmia, which ultimately resulted in his death.
Okay. And do you have any idea how long it would take for someone to die once they suffer that sort of an injury?
It could be seconds to minutes. It's very variable.
Was there any reason to believe that brain matter had somehow leaked out at the scene?
No, I don't have any explanation for that. I don't think that's possible in this case.
Okay. Doctor, were you aware if there was any vomit or other bodily fluids found on Ethan when you examined him?
I think that was reported. I don't recall noting it in my report. It may show up in the photographs, but I did not. Sometimes we do see stomach contents that do come out during or after death, just as a result of pressure building up. After you've died, and you do have pressure build up in the abdomen sometimes, and the sphincter that prevents food from coming up loosens at the time of death. So it's not something that I typically would note as an extraordinary finding. So it may have been there. I don't recall.
Okay. And do you know if there was blood or vomit found, if that would be a voluntary or an involuntary thing?
Typically, it's involuntary. In my experience with the cases I see, it's typically an involuntary, just something that happens sometimes after death or at the time of death.
Okay. And were Ethan's injuries consistent with having been in some kind of a physical altercation?
Yes.
When someone falls down, do they have any sort of mechanism to protect themselves ordinarily?
Commonly, yes. People will sort of flex forward. If they're falling backwards, they'll flex forward. Sometimes they'll try to twist. Some of those are more voluntary movements. But if somebody is basically unconscious, they may not be able to make those movements. And they may just fall flat back.
Okay, and so were the injuries that you found consistent with someone who was not doing these voluntary movements to protect themselves?
Yes, they are consistent with an unprotected fall.
And Doctor, if you could please explain the difference between cause of death and manner of death for the jury.
Yes, the cause of death is the injury or the disease process that sets off the cascade of events within the body that ultimately result in death. It could be trauma, it could be cancer, it could be heart disease, liver disease, things like that. Those are all different causes of death. The manner of death is how we classify those causes as far as are they, is this an accidental death? Is this a homicidal death? Is this a natural death? Is this a suicidal death where somebody injured themselves with the end goal of death? Or if we can't determine based on all the other investigation, the autopsy, the other testing, if we can't determine what the cause was or which category it fits into, we can also call them undetermined.
Okay, and in this case, what was the cause of Ethan's death?
The cause of death I determined for Ethan Liming was blunt force head injury.
And what was the manner of his death?
Based on the information from the investigation, I determined the manner of death to be homicide.
And the conclusions that you reached in this case, were they made with any reasonable degree of medical and scientific certainty?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have, sir. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here, sir.
Welcome.
My name's John Sin, and I'm an attorney in this case. I'm going to ask you some questions, and if I ask anything that doesn't make sense to you, just let me know, okay?
Okay.
I apologize in advance. I don't have medical training, but I'm going to ask you some questions to try and clear some things up for myself, okay?
Sure.
You used some terms I want to define. One of the terms you use is blunt force. What does blunt force mean?
So blunt force, in terms of a blunt force injury, it's not something that's sharp or cuts cuts through the skin. It's not like a blade. It's just something that's hard or heavy enough to cause injury to the skin when it impacts. So typically we classify them as 3 different kinds of blunt force injuries: scrapes, cuts, or bruises. Or in our terms, abrasions are scrapes, lacerations are cuts, and contusions are the bruises.
So, from my understanding, let's say that I have beams on my ceiling and they're low beams. I stand up and I crack my head on one and I just hit my head on the beam and it hurts. Would that be a blunt force injury?
Yes.
Okay. And you use some other terms, contusion and abrasions and lacerations, so I want to talk about those. If I stand up and I hit my head on the beam and I get a goose egg on my head, is there a term for that goose egg?
Goose egg, like a swelling caused by bruising, we would call that a hematoma.
Okay, a hematoma, all right. Let's say that I hit my head and I reach up there and I've got just a little bit of sticky stuff on my hand and a little bit of blood from hitting my head. What do we call that?
Well, the injury that bleeds is typically a laceration or a cut. You can bleed a little from a scrape or an abrasion as well.
Okay. So there would be an abrasion or a scrape caused by blunt force trauma?
Yes.
Is there a way to signify a degree of seriousness with blunt force trauma? Do you say something like super heavy blunt force trauma versus light blunt force trauma? Or is it all about the causation and what it causes?
It's more about the downstream effects of what happens as a result of that cut or abrasion. We measure them to see their size, but that doesn't necessarily indicate the depth or the severity of the underlying injury.
Okay. You use words like superficial. What does superficial mean?
Usually means like shallow, just on the surface of the skin, typically in my usage.
Is there an opposite word for superficial that is in your vernacular?
I could use deep for a deeper cut or deeper scratch that may be more likely to bleed.
So when you're talking about superficial, you're talking specifically kind of in a medical term about the depth or the significance of a scratch and abrasion or laceration, right?
Yes.
You don't use it like some of us do, like, oh, that person's so superficial or something like that. It's talking about a cut.
Correct.
Some of the other terms you used specific to Ethan, what's rigor mortis and what's livor mortis?
So rigor mortis or rigor mortis is the stiffening of the muscles and the joints following death. It takes some time to set in after you die, and then it sticks around for a couple days, and then eventually that stiffness goes away and we become loose again. That's rigor mortis. Livor mortis or liver mortis is the settling of the blood due to gravity, like we saw in that one picture on the bottom left in the PowerPoint. That's just settling of blood due to gravity. That starts immediately as soon as the heart stops beating and gets darker over time, and eventually it will fix. So you can get a rough estimate of the time of death based on looking at the stiffness of the body and the settling of the blood.
You said that rigor mortis was absent, so he didn't have rigor mortis, the stiffening yet. But liver mortis was present in a posterior distribution and was blanching with light pressure. And I think that's the big purple bruise-looking thing you see, right?
Just to clarify, what you're referring to is the report of investigation.
Oh, sorry. That's not yours, that's your investigator.
That's my investigator at the scene, which was shortly after the time of death. My assessment is on page 4 of my report the following day.
So shortly, based on, you reviewed this report of investigation, right?
Yes.
So what I'm looking at, though, is your investigator saying that when he was out there, even on the scene, Ethan's blood is already pooling to the posterior distribution, which means it's starting to go towards gravity, right?
Yeah.
There's no other pumping, gravity's pulling it, and that causes blanching.
That causes the blood to pool, but early on you can, basically like pinching your own finger, it will turn white. You can blanch, you can push the blood out of that, and then the blood will flow back into those vessels due to gravity. After a period of time, 6-12 hours, the red blood cells in those vessels start to die because they're not getting oxygen. And at that point, the hemoglobin comes out of the red blood cells and chemically binds to the surrounding tissue, and you can no longer blanch it. So you can push as hard as you want, and it will stay that darker red-purple color. So at the scene, it was still blanching when our investigator pushed at it.
So, from my position as a layman, your blood carries oxygen, and your heart pumps it, and there's a pressure that pushes it through your circulatory system, and that's just carrying all this oxygen that's trying to keep us, alive, and it keeps our skin looking one way. In my case, it's peachy and red type thing. But when that blood pressure is no longer there, and the heart's no longer pumping that blood, all that fluid starts to settle, and folks start discoloring to some degree.
Yes.
Okay. Ethan's listed in your report as being 5'9", 172, and that's from a medical professional. But we've got him as 6'1" on his driver's license and 6'1" on his football stats. Is there a medical explanation for that? As in, maybe people are taller when they're in control of their bodies and standing in a certain posture? Or is he just 5'9" and it was wrong on his license?
We tend to measure you may have a little more height if you're standing as upright as possible. I would not expect a 4-inch discrepancy between our measurement and actual standing height. I would tend to trust ours, again, within an inch or so. So possibly it was 5'10", but we tend to stretch out the legs and try and get as accurate as we can with our measurements.
Okay. There were injuries documented on Ethan's body, correct?
Yes.
And I guess I want to go over those injuries because I think the jury's going to want to know not only what killed Ethan, but what hit Ethan, how many times Ethan was struck, where he was struck, what you can say medically and what you can't. Did you count, well, let me take you through your report if I could, okay? I'm going to try and see if I can get it up on the board for you. Go back to the original. Sorry. Okay. So, that's the summary. 1 second, doctor. Can you see what I'm doing here? How am I getting over here? Okay, I'll start here, I guess. Okay, I got it. Thank you very much, Mr. Prosecutor. So, 17-year-old man with multiple blunt injuries. And now we're talking about his head. Ethan's got abrasions, contusions, and lacerations around his left eye and mouth and lips. Can you tell how many different strikes, or I don't want to say blunt force instances he has, because I'm not sure if that's what you're saying. Did it have to be blunt force that caused abrasions, contusions, and lacerations?
Yes, those are blunt force injuries.
Can you tell how many different blunt force impacts Ethan had on his head?
I can't say the exact number. There's at least one significant one to the region of the left eye and at least one significant one to the mouth and possibly the nose as well. There could be more, but I can't say that for sure.
Okay. So he's got a significant injury to his eye in the sense that it looks like a punch in the eye. It
Yes.
also looks like a punch in the mouth, right?
That could explain, yes.
But then you've got abrasion, laceration. We'll talk about lacerations and stuff. But the two significant injuries look like two punches, one in the mouth and one in the eye. I'm just going to cut to I want to talk more about those, but can we assume that one of those is the cause of is the punch that put Ethan down? I mean, if the evidence kind of says Ethan locked up after being struck and fell back and hit his head, can you tell whether it was the punch in the eye or the punch in the mouth that got him?
No, I cannot.
Okay. Neither one of those punches neither one of them caused any type of fracturing, right?
Correct. Not directly, correct.
Okay. So Ethan doesn't have a broken eye socket.
Correct.
He doesn't have some of the injuries that you see when someone gets punched in the eye. A lot of things can happen. It can just swell up and bruise, or you can break bones.
You can possibly get orbital fractures from being struck in the eye.
Right. And that would probably be consistent with either how hard someone got hit or how delicate their structure is.
That can offer clues, yes.
Ethan didn't have any damage to his eye or his eye socket, no fractures to his eye or eye socket. He had bruising and injury that way.
Correct.
Okay. Same with his mouth. His lip was busted. Is that accurate?
Yeah, it was lacerated, yes.
But his teeth aren't knocked out or loose. His jaw's not fractured or anything like that.
Correct.
An abrasion on his left temple. Abrasion, what does that mean to you?
An abrasion is a scraping of the skin caused by contact with something that's hard, not sharp, enough to scrape off some of the outer layer of the skin.
So if you're looking at what I'm looking at abrasions, contusions, the first thing you wrote. I'm going to skip 2 and 3, abraded laceration of the back of the head, hairline fracture. Oh no, I'm going to go to those. Abrasion, contusion, laceration on left eye, mouth, and lips. Did those cause Ethan's death?
Directly, no. Those would be unlikely to cause death.
Okay. All the way to the bottom, a possible pattern impression on left forehead. Did that cause his death?
Not directly, no.
Okay. And an abrasion on left temple, did that cause his death?
No.
What caused his death, now we're going to have to move to the back of the head, I'm assuming. And those 3 in the middle where you say abraded laceration on the back of his head, what does that mean?
It's a scrape with a cut in the middle of it, so it's got a cut and a scrape, 2 different types of blunt force injury, possibly from the same impact on the back of the head.
And that's probably the first area that hit the cement the hardest and split his head right there?
Yes.
Hairline fractures through posterior skull base. Is that spreading out from the laceration and just kind of like an egg gets cracked type thing?
Yeah, I'd say they would radiate from that same impact point, radiating downward.
And a subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage, what does that mean?
No, that's some bleeding around the brain, usually associated with a sudden jarring of the head or an impact to the head.
Now your brain is encased in fluid, is that right?
There's a thin layer of cerebrospinal fluid between the brain and the skull.
And is it supposed to have? Is your brain supposed to move it all in your head?
When you're younger, there's a little bit of shifting room for it. The older you get, your brain does shrink a little and you have more room for it to move around. But in a 17-year-old, there's not a whole lot of space between the brain and the skull.
So you fall down, you hit your head on the back, and you split the bone right there. But that in and of itself doesn't cause your death. The hairline fractures don't cause your death. What's the mechanism of death regarding the subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage? It sounds like the brain hit the back of the head and broke.
So there's not significant bleeding internally. There wasn't enough bleeding around the brain to explain his death. And same with the skull fractures. They were narrow. They were not, displaced significantly into the brain. So the injuries themselves are not fatal, but they indicate a rapid, significant change in force to the brain itself and to the brain stem as the head moves around and on the neck due to the forces that were hard enough to fracture the skull and cause some bleeding around the brain. So I have clues to the brain injury that ultimately resulted in his death, but I don't have direct evidence of the axons or the neurons themselves that were stretched or damaged due to that force that caused the death.
Based on your training in the forensic sciences, you folks you're an investigator. I mean, you investigate the cause of death, right?
Yes.
So when you put science behind it, you'd be able to tell the difference between someone who died, say, from standing up too fast and hitting their head on something, as opposed to, well, somebody probably wouldn't die from that, would they? Stand up and hit their head on something. You have to hit it off the arm.
That would not be a common cause of death, no.
Okay. This injury is textbook for falling from several feet straight back, right?
Yes, something like this would be reported, and yes, it is consistent with that.
And the amount of height that you fall is consequential. That you don't have the same injuries when your head's 6 inches off the ground as opposed to 6 feet.
Correct.
Just like anything else, you drop it and okay. Can you explain? Well, I'll just tell you. We had some testimony that Ethan just kind of locked up before this. What would cause someone just to lock up? And I know boxers talking about punching the chin or punch him on the button or whatever boxers say, but what happened here if someone just locks up after getting hit?
The locking up can be sign of a brain injury. Different levels of the brain, depending on how they're injured, can result in different kind of posturing or defensing response or different kind of posing, depending on the level of brain injury. But if somebody locks up while they're still on their feet, that would indicate they've had a pretty significant jarring of the brain while they're still on their feet.
But those in themselves can be recoverable, right?
Yes.
I mean, anytime we see a boxing match where someone gets knocked out cold and they just fall back like that, and then they take some 20 seconds to get up, that's the kind of injury you're talking about. They locked up and hit the mat.
Yes.
So that in and of itself doesn't cause death. It's the fact that you lock up. You better hope you're on something soft and not something hard.
Yes, that would be better. Yes.
Okay. Ethan got worked on by some medical personnel and moved around a little bit by his friends. So we're not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure.
I'd object to the form of the question, Judge.
Can you tell if he hit like a post or a pole or like a light pole? Can you tell if he hit like a baseball light pole or the edge of something like this, or whether he hit flat on the concrete?
I can't say for certain. I did not see a pattern in the abrasions or the cut on the back of his head, the laceration. I did not see a pattern that tells me he hit something other than a flat surface. It would be consistent with a flat surface. It's possible he could have hit the edge of something hard as well.
And as we talk about Ethan's head, and we rule out the damage caused by the concrete in the back of the head, we've got 2 significant injuries that both could have been caused by a fight, correct? These are like punch injuries, possibly?
Are you referring to the punch, or the injuries around the eye and around the mouth?
Yeah. And obviously you weren't there, I wasn't there, but piecing it together, looks like he got in a fight, got punched in the eye and the mouth.
Yes, it does appear like that, yes.
But not hard enough to cause fractures, but hard enough to freeze him up and put him backwards.
Yes, that would make sense, yes.
And none of those other injuries on his head, the scrapes and the bruises, the scrapes and the cuts, those didn't play a part in his death.
They did not play any physiologic role in his death, no.
But I still think the jury's kind of want to piece together
I
what
would
happened
object to the
here.
form of the question, Judge.
Sustained.
Torso, he's got a chest wall contusions and abrasions on lower back, okay? Abrasions on lower back, those are just scrapes again, right?
Yes,
And that could be consistent with a lot of things, one of which is maybe getting dragged.
it's possible, yes.
Someone tries to help you and drags you across concrete. What is a chest wall contusion? What does contusion mean?
It's bruising.
Okay. And he's got one of those.
He's got an area of modeled contusion. They're not all connected, so it's either multiple strikes or something, could it be knuckles or something? It could be one strike with an unusually shaped object or an irregular shaped object causing multiple, bruises that aren't quite connected to each other.
Okay. So he's got a bruise on the side, and it could be from a punch, it could be from a kick, it could be from anything like that. But it's.
I would object to the form of the question, Judge.
He's got a chest wall contusion. Can you point to what a chest wall is?
The chest wall is anywhere covered by the ribs, so in this case it's below the armpit on the right side.
Okay. Did that chest wall contusion play any part in his death?
No, it did not directly physiologically contribute, no.
Okay. Is that me? I'm sorry if it is.
The deputy's going to confiscate that.
I wish you would. Give me a break. Now, you probably get used to graphic pictures, but I don't know if the rest of us do. Abrasions with bruising, swelling around the left eye. Is that the punch we're talking about, the whole thing? This whole area here, is that from one blunt force trauma?
That could all be caused by one blunt force injury. The scrape on the side of the temple, the abrasion over here on the temple, that's on a little bit of a different plane. So we have everything here is kind of like in this plane, but then you have the temple is a little different side. So it'd be kind of hard to punch somebody and have the impact wrap around to the temple.
So those could be separate things. Theoretically, would a punch in the eye and then maybe scraping your head on the ground and dragging across the ground, would that be consistent with those two injuries?
It's possible. I'm not sure what caused the injury on the temple, but all the injuries around the eye itself and on the eyebrow are consistent with a single punch to the face.
But nothing's broken in there, no broken bones, no fractures, nothing like that.
Correct.
So other than the fact that that could have been the knockout punch that caused him to freeze up, that injury in of itself is not a life-threatening injury.
Correct.
That's also not the faint possible contusion underlying scalp. Are we in the front? I guess I can't really tell where we're at now. Are we back in the back where the okay.
This is the left forehead above that left eye laceration.
So that's not a life-threatening injury.
Correct.
Now this looks like he got punched in the, well, what does this look like to you?
I mean, it's a blunt force injury of the mouth region, the nose, possibly more than one, possibly just one, causing the bruising and the cuts on the lips and bleeding within the nose there in the right nostril.
So this, I noticed Ethan's lips that it has some discoloration on the lips. Are those abrasions or scrapes caused by the lip hitting the teeth? Are those not abrasions or scrape at all? Are those discolorations? Are those, what are we looking at there?
The sequence of questions.
I apologize.
The purple discolorations on the lips are bruising, so that's bleeding within the tissue caused by it being, again, by blunt force injury, crushing the tissue up against, the bone of the jaws and the teeth themselves, leading to some bleeding within the tissue. We also have cuts or lacerations on the lips themselves, again, from an outside blunt force hitting the lips up against the sharp teeth. And then the splitting of the lip on the left photograph here on the left lower lip, that's more likely not directly against the teeth, but that's caused by the tissue itself kind of tearing sideways when it's struck.
And that's consistent with getting punched in the mouth?
Yes.
Is there anything about that that just screams multiple punches to the mouth, or are those injuries consistent with one punch to the mouth?
This could all be from one punch.
His nose is bleeding. Is that a separate injury, or could that be a related injury?
It could be related to the punch, depending on how the impact hit. It could be from one impact to the mouth and nose, or it could be a second impact.
Would you agree with me that the nose has some fine, delicate bones in it?
Yes.
And a lot of times people get punched and break their nose?
Yes, it happens, yes.
All right. There's no indication that any of Ethan's nasal bones were damaged or broken in this case?
Correct.
So this punch in the mouth injury also is not a cause of death?
Correct.
This is the cause of death, right?
This is the injury that most likely explains why Mr. Liming is dead.
Textbook, fall back, hit his head. How quickly, after an injury like this, would the brain, what do we call them, hemorrhages?
The subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage.
Is that an instant thing?
They're going to develop over time. You have, on that impact, the brain does get jarred around, and some of the vessels that connect the brain to the blood supply do tear, leading to that bleeding around the brain. So it's going to start basically immediately on impact, but it's going to take a few seconds or minutes to reach its peak.
So the cut and the bruise in itself isn't what stopped Ethan's life. It's that brain hemorrhage, right?
It's not even the hemorrhage. This is just a marker of the significance of the head impact that jarred the brain. It's actually internal. It's not even the bleeding in the brain that killed him. It's the jarring of the brain itself and the neurons and the cells within the brain.
That's a pretty significant injury.
Which one?
Yeah, this one right here, the hit in the back of the head, that's significant. Is it recoverable?
By itself, yes.
Okay. But that in itself is recoverable, but when it gets in there and it causes this bleed, that's not recoverable.
In this case, it was not.
Is there any reason to believe that this bleed occurred at a later time, or that there could have been an intervention that could have caught it or anything like that?
No, I don't believe so.
Ethan was gone the minute it hit. There was no hope after his head hit that paper. Is that safe to say?
No, I would say it does not appear this was recoverable based on the circumstances as reported.
Okay. And nothing that happened afterwards contributed to what already happened, which is his brain's dying.
Not sure what events you're talking about after.
Like if he got kicked in the side after this by somebody, did that have anything to do with his death?
No.
Okay. If he got punched after this, he's already gone.
Most likely, yes.
Oh, now, these injuries to Ethan's knuckles, why do you document those?
Any case we have that looks suspicious, death during an altercation with somebody else, we take photographs of the hands to document injuries that may explain whether somebody was actively involved in the altercation, whether they're trying to defend themselves, just to collect any evidence that may be there to see if it make sense given the circumstances as they reported. So we took photographs of the hands regardless, including the right hand that was uninjured. But in this case, I specifically wanted to document the bruises on the 2 knuckles and the scrapes on the other 3.
Okay, so these injuries are consistent with Ethan striking something with his hand?
Yes, it would be consistent with that.
Okay. And you document them. You're not trying to say that somebody stepped on his hand or somebody attacked his hand. You document this because it shows that Ethan was punching something.
I would object to that, Your Honor.
Yeah. Overruled, if that.
I don't know how these injuries, these are blunt force injuries on the knuckles, could certainly be caused by somebody punching somebody else. Could it be caused by the hand backhanding something else or striking another object? It's possible as well. I don't know for sure whether this was during the act of punching or some other injury of the hand.
But you choose to include that because it has potential evidentiary value for the police and for the people who report down the road, because it may be consistent with mutual combat.
Yes.
Sir, thank you for your time today.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Donald Gallagher, I represent Tyler Stafford. I just have a few questions. One thing you were asked about during your direct examination is how this was ruled, and you said it was a homicide. You classified it as a homicide.
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to make a distinction. You don't make a legal opinion that it's homicide.
Correct.
Okay. You're making a medical decision that it's homicide.
Yes.
Okay. And I think that you said that you have performed, what, 3,600 autopsies, somewhere around like that?
Yes, forensic autopsies, yes.
This is not the first autopsy where you concluded it was a homicide?
Correct.
Okay, I mean, hundreds, thousands?
About 400 at least.
400 homicides. So there have been, I'm guessing, many cases that you've ruled as a homicide, and then down the road legally, it's not a homicide.
I do not tend to follow what the court's adjudication or whatever. I don't follow the results of the trials typically now.
Okay. But if you found out that you ruled something a homicide...
I would object, Your Honor.
It finished the question.
Is it? If you found something to be a homicide and then legally you found out, oh no, there was no criminal occurrence, that wouldn't surprise you.
No, that would not.
I mean, I'm guessing you're highly educated, right?
I've spent a lot of time at school, yes.
But not in law school.
Mr. Gallagher, I think the operable thing here is his definition of homicide. I don't know that he has defined homicide from his standpoint.
Tell us what you think homicide is.
In the medical legal world, in the coroner's system world or medical examiner system, homicide is death that results from the willful act by somebody else with the knowledge that they could be causing injury to the other person or possibly death. It's not a statement at all on whether it was self-defense, justifiable, non-justifiable. It is not anything about those circumstances, just somebody else caused an injury to someone else that ultimately resulted in their death.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Now, when you, and I'm bouncing around a bit, during the beginning of your PowerPoint, you talked about receiving the body and what you go through when you have a body to review, right?
Yes.
Okay. Are you given any information along with that body? And what I mean is, do they bring someone in and say, hey, this is John Smith, figure out what happened? Or do they say, this is John Smith, he's got 2 wounds, he got stabbed with a butcher knife, do your autopsy?
We do collect information. Our investigators will go to the scene, they will talk to the medics, police, or if it goes to the ER, they'll talk to those doctors. So they will collect some of that, the circumstances, the information about the circumstances that will get reported to me, but it does not ultimately affect. It helps maybe, I will take more pictures of the hands if this sounds like a death during a homicide or during a fight, but it doesn't change my actual interpretation of my findings.
Now, if you recall, when you received this autopsy, were you told this person was killed in a fight, or they were killed in a fall, or they're killed, or what were you told, if you remember?
It was told that he was found deceased after an altercation in the parking lot. I don't remember the specifics of what else was reported, though.
And the facts of, well, the altercation started this way or this person started it, that's outside your purview.
Yeah, I don't take that into account when documenting my findings.
Okay. Now, you were asked questions by two other lawyers about, a prosecutor and Mr. Sin, about these wounds on the decedent's left hand, and you said it could be consistent with him punching someone.
Yes.
I mean, you can't say 100%.
Right.
Okay. Now, you didn't see similar wounds on the right hand.
Correct.
Okay. But you don't know if the right hand was used to punch someone or not.
That is correct.
But it means that if he had been punching someone with his right hand, it had not done the damage that his left hand had done.
Correct. There's no evidence of injury of the right hand, but that doesn't mean nothing happened with that hand.
It's possible he hit someone with his right hand and it didn't cause a lot of impact.
That's possible, yes.
Okay. I appreciate that. You also said that there were some wounds on the top of one of his feet?
Yes.
I mean, is that possible? Is that he was kicking someone?
It's possible, yes.
Okay. I think Mr. Sin asked you about the wound on the back of his head, the impact of him hitting the back of his head. That's really what we're talking about here as far as causation.
Yes.
Okay. I think you were asked if is that injury recoverable, and you said it could have been.
By itself, yes, an abrasion and a cut on the back of the head could be recoverable, yes.
And to try and just translate this into common language, that means it's possible someone to have an injury from that kind of fall and recover their health.
Yes.
Okay. But now you also said, I think it was during your direct, that this injury could have caused death in seconds or minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if this fall hits the back of his head, starting this chain of events, right? And that chain of events is leading to death. We don't know if that chain of events was seconds or minutes, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's just say it was seconds. I mean, you're saying it could have been recoverable had there been like EMS right there on the scene the moment he fell.
I don't know. In this case, I doubt it. I think the injuries were so significant internally that for Ethan Liming, this was not a recoverable injury. For somebody else that falls and hits their head, they may be able to recover. And it's not a very scientific thing. It's not something you can study with, a whole number of people with impacts on their head and see who lives, who doesn't. I don't know the circumstances why it had the downstream effects here that it did.
Okay. In this particular case, you don't think it would have mattered if emergency personnel had shown up 10 seconds later?
I don't think so.
Okay. Thank you very much for everything. Thank you.
Thank you. Very briefly, thank you for your patience, Doctor. Following up on Attorney Gallups' questioning about the seconds versus the minutes, if someone were to live and survive that fall for minutes, would they be moving or doing anything to demonstrate that they are alive?
They certainly could still be breathing. You have reflexive breathing. You don't do that consciously. You also have reflexes that could still, cause the arms to move a little or the chest to rise and fall, called agonal breathing. You have some just reflexive movements that are not conscious. So it's possible, certainly, that there was a couple minutes of movement or shifting around of Ethan as his brain is going through its injuries.
Okay. And you mentioned that certain information is provided to you in that investigation report. Did you get information from eyewitnesses that Ethan never moved or made an audible sound after falling?
I don't recall if I got that information or not. It did not affect my findings as to the cause of death.
Okay. If you received information that he never moved after falling, would that lead you to believe that death was instantaneous or if it dragged out for a couple of minutes?
It's hard to say. I mean, if there's purposeful movement, then he's clearly alive. If it's just that reflexive stuff, he may be essentially brain dead with a heart that's not beating right, but the brain may still be causing the muscles to move, or the reflexes, just the nerves themselves. Time of death is kind of a sticky definition in itself.
Okay, thank you. You talked quite a bit about the injuries on the left hand. Are you able to know if those injuries were from this incident, or if they were possibly from something that had happened earlier that day, completely unrelated?
No, I can't tell the timing on these injuries. I can't say within minutes or hours. I don't know when these occurred.
Okay, and related to that, the timeline of the injuries, do you know if some of these injuries could have possibly occurred or been caused on Ethan after his actual death?
Generally unlikely. After you die and your heart stops beating, we talked about the blood settling due to gravity. What that also means is you don't have blood pressure pushing blood into injured skin or tissue. So if you have somebody who's dead and you scratch their skin, they're not going to bleed into it. They're not going to get a red mark or anything like that. It's just going to look like a scratch on basically like a car seat or something. It's not going to change color very much because you don't have blood pressure bleeding into areas that are basically where the body's already dead.
Okay, and you were asked about the bloody nose that we saw in the photograph there of Ethan. Can you tell the jury what causes a bloody nose?
Bloody noses are usually caused by some sort of trauma, breaking the blood vessels right under the skin on the inside of the nose. Could be external trauma, could be internal trauma. Sometimes people just get bloody noses because the blood vessels are pretty big and right under the skin, a very thin layer up in the nose. So it's fairly easy to rupture them and cause bleeding in the nose.
Okay, and so when someone gets a bloody nose, is there actually a tear in the skin within the nostril?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to determine where that tear was within Ethan's nostril?
No.
And you indicated, I think in response to Attorney Sid's question, that it's possible that the mouth injuries and the bloody nose could have been from one strike to the face?
Yes.
But it's possible that it could be multiple strikes, right?
Correct.
And he asked you some questions about the eye injury and whether that could be one strike. If I understood correctly, you seem to believe that it was at least multiple strikes.
I think the ones around the eye could have been one, or it could have been more. The one on the temple indicates a separate injury, but it's a scrape. It's not necessarily a direct impact to the temple. It could be a scraping against it as well.
Okay, and the two lacerations on Ethan's eyelid, eyebrow area there, is that a common thing to see the two lacerations like that?
We do see multiple lacerations over the eyelids in other cases with blunt force facial injuries, things like car accidents where somebody's not wearing their seatbelt. Sometimes you can see multiple lacerations near each other. It could be one incident, it could be multiple impacts.
Okay, and then there's some questions about the causation, and Attorney Sid asked you if the punches caused the death, and I think you said not directly and not active and not physiologically. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But that's not a complete answer. It means it did play a role in it. Is that right?
I think given the entirety of the scenario, it makes sense that one of the punches, or possibly both of the punches to the head, led to the upright unconsciousness, which led to the unprotected fall, which led to the head strike and the brain injury.
Do you know, is there a way to sort of quantify for the jury the amount of force that would be necessary to cause this sort of an injury?
I don't know. I think it's going to depend a lot on the circumstances and the individual. I don't think it's going to be the same from person to person, the same amount of force or acceleration that leads to unconsciousness from a head strike. I don't know that.
Did anything in your autopsy lead you to believe that Ethan was perhaps not in good health?
No, I did not see any other evidence of medical disease, nothing wrong with the heart, the lungs. No, there's no indication that he was not healthy.
And you said he was 17 years old?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Doctor, the prosecutor was talking about, and I was talking about the bloody nose and that type of stuff, and the picture we saw of Ethan's bloody nose, that was after he was cleaned up, correct?
The one close-up showing the lip injuries, yes, that was after the body had been washed, yes.
In evidence, there's a picture from the scene, and it's an awful picture because it's basically Ethan with blood. It looks like it's coming out of both his eyes and his nose, and it looks like he's thrown up blood. Are those injuries, where's all that blood coming from? Is there something significant about
I object to the form of this series of questions, Judge.
Does blood tend to leak out of different orifices upon death or upon a traumatic brain injury like this?
Blood leaks from injured tissue, so if you have cuts and lacerations, blood will flow through that as long as there's blood pressure or gravity helping it move that direction, but it doesn't just come out of the eyes or the mouth, typically right after death.
Okay. So what we see on Ethan's shirt is that vomit or blood? Someone said he vomited, someone said he threw up blood. Would that be consistent with the internal findings?
He did not have blood in the stomach, so I don't think that is consistent. I think any blood on the shirt would have had to have come from the facial injuries themselves, the cuts over the left eyebrow, and then the lips and the nose.
Okay. And those areas can bleed significantly and still not be life-threatening.
Correct.
And in this case, Ethan didn't die from blood loss or from trauma to the front of his face. He died from...
I would object. I think this has already been asked and answered about 5 times, Judge.
Okay, I'll withdraw that. The prosecutor talked about, and co-counsel talked about whether Ethan died instantaneously, or he died minutes, or he died seconds later. He was dying no matter what we do for the minute his head hit the
I would
ground.
object again. This has been asked and answered.
And I'm going somewhere with it. Can we at least say that Ethan would have been unconscious from that point on, whether he's involuntarily, unconsciously breathing or respirating or anything that you do upon death? Can we say that we know that he would at least been, he wouldn't have been there for any of this, he'd been unconscious and then his head hit the ground?
Yes, that is my impression, yes, or my opinion, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Gallup? Anything further?
No, thank you, Judge.
Doctor, thank you very much. You may step down. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we will take our morning break, just a 10 to 15 minute break if you would remain in the jury room, and we'll reconvene in just a few minutes.
Dan DeRosa with 19 News. We will continue our coverage through this break, talk about some of the testimony as we get a look there at Tyler Stafford, the younger brother, and Deshaun Stafford, both of whom face involuntary manslaughter charges as well as aggravated assault and assault charges. This all comes down to use of force, and that's what a lot of the testimony from the medical examiner's office focused on today. The impact, the punches thrown to the face, the cuts, the eyes. It got very clinical, very medical, very scientific. But ultimately, as we take one more look into court, there is Deshaun Stafford. He faces 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter. The jury will have to decide on that as we get closer. This is still the prosecution's case. This case still belongs to the state. We've yet to get to the defense taking over. Of course, there are 2 defense attorneys. So this trial is nowhere near over. We will see if the prosecution, if the state has some sort of expert witness that they're going to bring in to talk about various things, whether it's the gun, the pellet gun, the blaster gun, or the the fight itself, or you saw a lot of questions focused on the timing. How soon after Ethan hit the ground with the back of his head would he have been alive? And the doctor saying it would be seconds to just minutes. The reason that's important to the defense is they are trying to get away from all the other injuries on Ethan's body, the bruising to the side that were consistent with either being punched or kicked. Remember, we heard from witnesses, friends of Ethan's who saw the fight, say that they stomped him, they kicked him, and the term that was used in court by one of the witnesses was ground and pound. Once they had him down to the ground, they continued to punch and kick and stomp him. The question from the defense is, well, wasn't he basically dead already? And did any of those, the bruising, the cut to the face, the multiple cuts to the eyes, did those cause the death? And the answer was no, according to the medical examiner. Speaking of that testimony, while we take this quick 10-minute break, here is the testimony from Lamar Dancy. He was in the back seat of the car when they showed up to the I Promise school. It was not Dancy who got out and shot the paintball gun. That was Mackay and Ephraim. We heard testimony from Ephraim. We have not heard from Mackay. We will see if the prosecution is going to call him. You would think they would. I'm not sure why you would call two of the witnesses who were in the car and not call the third. So we will wait on that. But let's take a look at just a couple of minutes of the testimony from yesterday of Lamar Dancy describing the 2-on-1, then the 3-on-1, the fight that was Ethan versus the Stafford brothers, then Donovan Jones. And again, that punch that knocked him out, that led to him, and we heard this, the unprotected fall, according to the medical examiner, of which he fell and hit the back of his head, the damage to the brainstem that set off the collision, the trauma to the brain. I want to make sure I get that exactly right. It was the jarring of the brain itself that caused Ethan to ultimately pass away. Take a look at some of the testimony from yesterday describing the actual fight.
At this point, where is Ethan?
On the ground.
Okay. Did you see Ethan get knocked to the ground?
Yeah.
Can you please describe to the jury how that came about?
He hit him and it's like his whole body just locked up and froze and he just hit the ground and I'm sorry.
Okay, so, and I'm sorry this is difficult, sir, but we kind of have to get into the specifics of it. At the time that you saw that happen, what was the number of the fight? Was it a one-on-one fight, a two-on-one fight? What was going on?
2-on-1.
Okay, and do you know which two it was?
I believe the brothers.
Okay. And you indicated that you did not know their names at that time.
No. I still don't really know.
Okay. If you were to see them, would you recognize them?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see them in the courtroom here today?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you please point them out by an article of clothing and where they're seated, please, for the court?
In front of me with a white button-up shirt.
Okay. The two gentlemen with black ties on right here?
Yeah.
Thank you. So you indicated that it was a 2-on-1 fight at the time that Ethan got knocked out?
Yeah.
Do you know which brother threw the knockout punch?
I want to say the one with the color in his hair, I believe.
Okay. Do you know which one of these defendants that is right here today?
Like name?
Do you know which one it is?
Nah.
So you saw the knockout punch get thrown. Can you describe what Ethan was doing when that happened?
He was throwing punches back, trying to defend himself.
Okay, and which, was he throwing punches at both guys when it happened?
Just throwing punches. Just throwing punches.
And did Ethan see the punch coming that knocked him out?
No.
Could you tell where, if you know and can tell from your vantage point, can you answer that question?
Could I see what he was punching?
Ask your question.
Could Ethan see that punch coming? Did he know it was coming?
I don't know. I mean, probably I wouldn't know. I could see that the punch was coming, but I don't know if he saw it was coming.
Right. So did it sort of blindside him?
Yeah.
Okay. And you indicated that he locked up and fell down, is that right?
Yeah.
Were you able to see Ethan from basically the start of the fight through the end of it?
Yeah.
How many times did you see Ethan fall down?
Once.
Okay. There was no second fall down where he got back up or anything?
No.
Okay. After Ethan went down, did you see him move on his own ever again?
No.
Did you hear him say any words on his own ever again after that?
No.
Once he went down, what happened?
They started stomping him, punching him on the ground, ground and pound. Just they ain't stopped.
Okay. You used a term there, ground and pound, and the jury might have some guesses as to what that means, but can you please explain?
When you get on top of somebody and they're already on the ground and it's just a rapid of punches still coming.
Okay. And did you see who was doing that, or was it everybody?
Give me a sec. It was one doing the ground and pound, but they all like played a part in the stomping and kicking.
You know, the prosecutor talks a lot about when you guys were assaulted and you guys were attacked, but you guys started this, did you not?
Yeah.
Okay. There were 4 of you, right?
Yeah.
And four men, 4 boys.
Mm-hmm.
And on the other side, there were 3 men, 3 boys.
Yep.
And a girl.
Mm-hmm.
And these guys were minding their own business playing basketball.
Yep.
When you guys decided to pull this prank.
Yeah.
So you 4 boys are much bigger than the 3 boys on the basketball court. These guys are 5'5", 5'6", 135.
Are they?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't think you're much bigger than him?
I didn't say that.
Okay. So, do you disagree with me that you guys are picking on smaller guys? Do you disagree with me that you 4 boys were bigger than the 3 guys you were picking on?
Yeah.
Okay. You were bigger, right?
I guess.
You got eyes.
I mean, I guess.
Okay.
Again, that was testimony from yesterday afternoon. That was Lamar Dancy. He was in the car with Ethan when they pulled into the I Promise School. He witnessed the beating of Ethan, the knockout blow, as you heard him described, and then what he called the ground and pound. That was the defense there at the end. And you can tell the young man was not pleased with the questions coming from the defense. He did admit, yes, they started this by pulling in to the I Promise and shooting the young man on the basketball court with the splatterball gun. But when the defense has tried this a number of times throughout this trial, he is focused on this issue of size. Who was bigger? Was it the young men in the car? Was it his clients? He keeps saying his clients are about 5'5". And we saw a little bit of a hiccup in that defense, the defense's argument today. in the medical examiner's report, saying that Ethan measured out at about 5'9". Well, this entire trial, we have heard the defense say, well, Ethan was 6'1". He was so much bigger than everybody else. He even had to ask the medical examiner, well, how do you know he was 5'9"? On his license, on his he was an athlete, on his athletic page it said he was 6'1". The medical examiner said we stretch out the legs, make sure that they're representative of how tall they are when they use the measuring tape. Or he described a piece of PVC pipe that they have a piece of measuring tape attached to it. And he said that they are pretty accurate within an inch. He said maybe even less. He said he would find it hard to believe that there was a 4-inch discrepancy compared to what they measured and how tall Ethan actually was. As you can see, we're looking live into the courtroom. The argument the defense is trying to make is that it was that one knockout punch that sent Ethan to the ground, hitting his head. And you saw him yet again today trying to maybe impact the jury to say, look, all that other stuff, the ground and pound, the kicking, the stomping, the one individual yesterday, the one witness said it was like he was kicking a field goal when he kicked Ethan in the side. And I think we saw some of the evidence of that, talking about the bruising in the torso, in the side. You even heard early on the medical examiner talking about some sort of print, something that was inconsistent with just a foot or with a fist near Ethan's hip and side and ribs. I think he said it could be consistent with a shoe print that was on his side, and we've heard that referenced several times. We heard the officer on the first day of testimony talk about seeing a footprint on Ethan's chest. And then this idea of exactly when did Ethan die. The defense really wants to hammer that home because he thinks that if he can convince the jury that Ethan died within seconds of hitting the ground, that all of the extra stuff, all the kicking and stomping and punching, that did not lead to the death. That did not implicate or have further issues for that. We are continuing our gavel-to-gavel coverage for the I Promise School. You see the splatter ball gun. The defense had that gun in court yesterday, used it several times to simulate or at least show the jury what it sounded like when you fire it. It does make a fairly loud sound, and that was even a point of contention yesterday, saying, do you think that's loud? He was, again, talking to Lamar. The defense was talking to Lamar. He said, don't you think this is loud? And Lamar really was sort of a combative witness when the defense took over and started grilling him about that they were the aggressors and they started this all. So we're waiting for the jury to come back for their break. We will see who the state calls next. It could be anyone. It could be an expert. I will be surprised if we don't hear from the third young man who was in the car that day, Mackay. We'll see if we hear from him, maybe this next witness. Not exactly sure who else the state intends to call. And then it will hand over to the prosecution. I could see, or they'll hand it over to the defense. I could see the state, the prosecution, perhaps concluding today by the end of the day, depending on how many more witnesses. We know there will be court on Wednesday. This court is not in session on Thursdays, so there will not be court on Thursday, and then they will be back on Friday. And again, is going to depend. You have to remember you have two defense attorneys, one for Deshaun and one for Tyler Stafford. And so they will be able to either work in conjunction or have their own attorneys. Remember, the allegation is that Deshaun started the fight, that Deshaun got knocked to the ground. That's when Tyler came in, his brother, and started fighting, and the defense even admitted this. Okay, then Deshaun gets up and lands that blind side punch that is supposedly the punch that knocked out Ethan. So if you are a jury, you're going to have to decide Is Tyler culpable because he was engaging in the fight when his brother knocked out Ethan, that then caused Ethan to fall, the unprotected fall, hitting his skull, and then the jarring of the brain, which is ultimately what caused the death of Ethan. So we will wait to see. We should be back any minute. The judge always says 10 to 15 minutes, but somehow the jury seems to stretch that into 20, 25 minutes worth. The judge may also be talking to the attorneys to see what the rest of the day will look like, what the schedule will look like for the rest of the week. So we will wait for them to come back from break to continue day 3 of the testimony. It has been an interesting morning, a little bit clinical. We, of course, heard from Dr. Robert Schott. He is the, I believe he's an assistant medical examiner for Summit County. He was in charge of the autopsy for Ethan Liming. We get a little movement of the camera. We might be getting close as we will wait for the jury to come back in. Just taking a quick listen in a court. Haven't heard any instructions at this point. At some point, assuredly, when the defense takes over, they will almost more than likely bring in some sort of expert on the toy gun, on the splatter gun, to be able to, it has been a point of contention for the defense of how many pellets that gun can shoot every second. He's been saying something like 7 every second, and he can't seem to get an agreement on that. So he wants that to be really what caused the self-defense claim. When Deshaun comes over to confront the car, that's when Ethan got out of the car for the first time. He took the gun that Mackay was using. Mackay had gotten back in the car. Ethan gets out and fires at Deshaun as he comes over to confront them. And the defense has said that it was that motion, that idea of getting hit in the face that caused Deshaun to want to act in self-defense. And that is a big issue here. Was this justifiable self-defense, or according to the prosecution, was this way above and beyond the use of force and claiming self-defense? We can show you some of that video from yesterday. This is the surveillance video that unfortunately doesn't show the whole picture. And the rest of that picture had to be filled in by the young men who were there. And you're going to see here in the picture, this will be the car that Ethan Liming is driving. We know it is Mackay and Ephraim that get out of the car with the splatter guns. Ephraim is in the front seat, who gets out there. Mackay was in the back seat. They go up to the basketball courts. They're shooting their splatter guns. And the individuals, the 3 young men who were on the basketball court, retreat. Now you see Ephraim and Mackay go back to the car to get in. And it is some point here, you'll see in the bottom of the screen, here comes Deshaun Stafford, and he's going to approach the car. He still has the basketball in his hand. And right there you see Ethan get out towards the back of the vehicle. That's when he was supposedly shooting at Deshaun. This is the fight that starts. You see Tyler run up to the fight, and out of the car are Ethan's friends. And you'll even see Donovan Jones now come join in the fight as it moves a little bit further down into the parking lot. So the idea of the fact that Ethan is already probably on the ground, already hit his head. They timed this out yesterday. The fight itself took all of about 1 minute and 15 seconds. You'll see there is Ephraim coming back to the car, and then you'll see Deshaun, Tyler, and Donovan. They come into the picture now as they're going to head back to the basketball courts. Now, what you don't see, and actually there's a fourth, that's because the girlfriend of Tyler was there, but Deshaun never completely goes back. You see him start to go back towards the car there in the top of that picture. Donovan never goes back to the basketball courts. There's Donovan in the picture. You can kind of see to the right of the red taillights. Donovan is now going to try and keep Lamar and Makai from getting Ethan's body into the car. Lamar said Ethan's body was rigid and that he was heavy. They couldn't get him into the car. Lamar said he heard a noise come from Ethan and a cough, and he spit up blood all over his shirt. We heard a little bit of that discussion, people saying it looked like he had vomited blood. The medical examiner said there was no blood in his stomach, so that would not have been what happened. But then, so you see Donovan Jones still down there, and he's going to try and fight both Makai and Lamar. We heard in testimony, according to Lamar yesterday, that Donovan Jones said it wasn't good enough that Ethan was on the ground, that one of them now needed to fight Donovan. Donovan was the oldest person in this group. You had Ethan Liming was 17, so were all of his friends, but Donovan Jones was 21 years old and apparently quite a bit bigger than the rest of the group. That's why he was saying, one of you all have to fight me. And when we heard the 911 call yesterday that Ephraim made from inside the car, you heard several times different individuals saying, it's cool, we don't want to fight you, it's over, we're sorry. But Donovan wanted to continue the fight. Now you're going to see in the upper picture, that is Deshaun and Tyler, who went back to their SUV. Now they're going to join into what we call round two. They come back and start to punch, and that's why Ephraim's 911 call goes silent, is because he said he was on the phone talking to the dispatcher, and then he was hit in the head. That's how he was bleeding when he got home. So, you know, this will be up to the jury. Put yourself in the jury's shoes right now. You hear all of this, you see all of this, and you see them trying to kick the window in. You see the individual on the right side of the car going back and forth. They were trying to kick in the passenger window to get at Ephraim and the rest of the individuals. Now you're going to see them exit out of the driver's side and they take off running. This video is going to even show the McDonald's parking lot. You will see both Makai and Lamar running first. Right here, take a look at the right side of your screen. There go Makai and Lamar. And in a second, running through the middle of the screen, you're going to see Ephraim. There he goes, and that's Donovan Jones giving chase. He eventually gives up here in the parking lot and goes back to where Deshaun and Tyler are. That's Ephraim further running across the street from the McDonald's. You're going to see here in a second, Tyler gets into the car. You see the taillights come on. He's going to put it in reverse, or actually he's going to put it in drive. You'll see him swerve to the right a little bit, presumably to get to stop, to keep from running over Ethan, who's laying in front of the car right here. But Tyler gets in Ethan's car. One of the defendants, he'll move it here in just a second. He's going to put it in drive. I think they had paused this video when they were in court yesterday. We'll see if they get this going. There, he's going to put it in drive. He has to swerve to the right to then go left to get around Ethan's body. He's just going to drive the car up not that far into the middle of the parking lot, and you'll see him get out. You'll see this really quick flash. He is grabbing cell phones from the young men who were in that car, and he's going to get out. You'll see a white and then sort of a flash right there. Almost looked like maybe throwing a firework or something. That was Tyler smashing a phone, and I believe that phone belonged to Ephraim. That was the phone that they were making the 911 call from, and he smashed it on the ground and broke it. We are looking live inside the courtroom now here. Now we are very delayed, so I'm curious.
No, I'm executive, ma'am. So you're discriminating against our side. You don't have enough chairs.
listening into the court. I'm very curious as to why we now have a lengthy delay. What was supposed to be just a 10-minute break, I think we're now into about 20-25 minutes. So I'm not exactly sure it's possible. The next witness was not here, was not in the courtroom, or was not outside the courtroom. That's one of the issues with trials is at the beginning of the day, if you're the prosecutor, you say, okay, in the morning we're going to have the medical examiner for Summit County, and then after that it will be our next witness, but they may have told that witness, oh, the medical examiner is going to take all day or all morning, so don't even come to the courthouse until after lunch or at noon. And that doesn't seem to be the case. We get a little movement here. There we see Tyler, and there's his brother Deshaun. And we do get the all rise. I believe this is going to be the jury coming in, just to make sure that we don't show any jury members walking past the camera. We're going to go to just this live coverage here as we are about to continue day 3 of testimony from the Summit County Courthouse in Akron. Again, on the line, 2 young men, Deshaun and Tyler, are facing Deshaun facing 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter and aggravated assault. His brother there, Tyler, facing 1 count of involuntary manslaughter and assault. Let's go back live into the courtroom.
Mr. Kuhn, I assume that Ms. Schucke is getting your next witness?
I believe so, Your Honor. With the court's permission, we would like to call our next witness, Mr. Makai Shady.
Sir, if you come over here, and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And take the witness stand behind you.
Good morning. Can you give us your name and spell your first and last name for the court reporter, please?
Makai Shady, MYCHAI SHADIE.
All right. And Makai, how old are you?
18.
Okay. Did you graduate high school this year?
Not yet.
Okay. Where are you going to school?
Akron Alternative.
Okay. Before going to that school, did you go to Firestone?
Yes.
And what years would that have been? Or ages?
2021 and 2022. Oh, freshman through junior year.
Freshman through junior. Okay. You live in the Akron area?
Yes.
And right now, besides going to school, are you working?
Yes.
Where are you working?
I do landscaping.
Okay. You work with your friend Lamarian?
Yes.
Okay. So we heard from Lamarian yesterday. How long have you known him?
Since 6th grade.
Been friends that whole time?
No.
No. Tell us about that.
Well, I've known him since 6th grade, but we didn't become friends till like our freshman year.
Okay, in high school. All right. And how do you know Ethan Liming?
I met Ethan in 4th grade.
4th grade?
Yes.
How would you describe your acquaintanceship or friendship with Ethan?
Good associates.
Sorry, say it again?
Good associates.
Okay. Describe that. Did you guys hang out or you just knew each other?
We knew each other and we talked when we seen each other, but we didn't really hang out outside of school.
Okay. How about inside school?
Not really. We just talked when we seen each other.
All right. Ever play any sports or anything with Ethan?
Pick up basketball.
And where would you guys play that?
I Promise in the school around the corner from Firestone.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about what happened, of course, on June 2nd of 2022, okay? At that time, on that day, it's our understanding that was the first day of summer break, is that right?
Yes.
And what were your plans that day?
We were going to get some weed or some marijuana and hang out.
Okay, and who's we?
Me and Lamarian.
Okay. And have you speak up a little bit.
Me and Lamarion.
Okay, you can, I don't know if you could scoot that forward, the microphone a little bit, just so we want to hear you well. Okay. So you and Lamarion were going to hang out, and you said smoke some weed?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Where was that going to happen?
At his house, at Lamarion's house.
All right. Did you go to his house?
Yes.
And what time of day is this?
I went to his house in the, like, 5-ish, like around 5 o'clock.
PM?
Yes.
All right. At some point, Ethan Liming and Ephraim Stefanko come over to Lamarion's house, right?
Yes.
About what time of day was that?
Around, like, maybe, I don't remember.
Was it still daylight out or night out?
No, it was nighttime.
Nighttime?
Yes.
And did you expect them to come over? Were you expecting them?
Yes.
Okay. When they got there, what was the plan, I guess? Why were they coming over?
We were getting marijuana off Ethan.
Okay. Had you smoked some marijuana earlier in the day too, or is this the first time?
This will be the first time.
Okay. All right. So they come over and tell us what happens when Ethan and Ephraim get there.
Me and Lamarion walk outside, and they shoot us with the splat guns. And then we get in the car, and we park somewhere, and start rolling up the weed.
Okay. Let me stop you there real quick. So they get out of the car, and Ephraim and Ethan both have the splat guns?
Yes.
And had you seen those before?
Yes.
Did you ever have one?
No.
Was this something that, like, kids do to each other at that time in your high school? Shoot each other with these splat guns?
Yes.
So that wasn't the first time you had been shot by them?
No.
And what did it feel like?
Getting popped by a rubber band.
Right. So you drive a little bit away from the Marion's house, and you said you parked the car?
Yes.
Okay. About how far from his house?
Like, up the street and around the corner.
Okay, so close to his house.
Yes.
All right. What happens after that? You guys are in the car. You said that you're rolling up the marijuana.
We smoke one blunt, and we start the second one. And then Ethan gets a text from somebody else that he was going to go serve to.
All right.
And we said we were going to go with him. And then he was driving down the street. We seen the people at I Promise playing basketball, and he asked if we wanted to go shoot them. And we said yes.
Okay. And when you say you saw people at the I Promise school, where at the I Promise school?
On the basketball court.
Okay. Is that something anybody in your group there had ever done before, like shot at people at the basketball court?
No.
Had you ever been shot at the basketball court?
No.
Okay. All right. So tell us what happens then. You say, yeah, we're going to go do that. And what happens?
I get the gun from, no, at this point I have already had this flat gun in the back seat from Ethan. And then he drives up, he parks it, and we hop out and we start shooting him. And then.
Okay, who's we?
Me and Ephraim.
Okay, so you're the ones who get out and run with the two splat guns and shoot into the basketball court.
Yes.
Okay. I guess what was the intention there? Why do that?
Something to do as a kid, a teenager. I don't know.
Okay. We can agree, not a smart idea.
Yes.
So you shoot into the basketball court?
Yes.
And then what happens?
The people we shooting at, they react, they start running, then one guy realizes it's not a real gun. He's just standing there, and then me and Ephraim run back to the car.
Okay. You get back to the car, what do you do?
I get in the car, and I hand Ethan the splat gun. Ephraim gets in the car, and then Ethan gets out the car because somebody had walked up to the car.
Somebody had what?
Somebody had came up to the car.
Okay, somebody from the basketball court?
Yes.
And what, if you remember, what side of the car did that person walk up to?
The driver's side.
And Ethan is out of the car?
Yes, he had got out the car.
So you can't really say why he got out of the car, right? But what was his demeanor when he was getting out of the car? How was he acting?
He had a smile on his face.
Okay.
He was laughing.
Laughing?
Yes.
when the person came up to the car to where Ethan was,
Yes.
did you see that person?
Yes.
Were you able to, at the time, describe his appearance?
He didn't have a shirt on. He was like big and had short hair.
Okay. And what occurs next?
He has him and Ethan are talking. I can't hear what they're saying because my door is shut. They're talking, and then he throws the basketball at Ethan, and then Ethan starts shooting him somewhere in the upper torso face area, and then he punches Ethan, and then they start fighting.
Okay. And you are where in the car again? You're behind the driver's seat?
Yes.
Okay. So they're on your side, like right next to the car?
Yes.
So they start fighting. What happens to the splat gun?
He took it.
Took it from Ethan?
Yes.
Okay, and does what with it?
I don't know.
Okay. And so what do you see happening? They start fighting one-on-one?
Yes.
And when you say fighting, what do you mean?
Throwing punches at each other.
Okay. Anybody, being more of the, I guess, winner in that at that point? Or is it just one-on-one?
It was one-on-one, and then two other people, the two other guys on the court ran up, and they started jumping Ethan.
You said they start what?
Jumping Ethan.
Okay, so you use the word jumping. What do you mean by that?
It's 3-on-1.
Okay. So you said the first guy's throwing punches and Ethan's throwing them back, and then two other ones come over. And are they also throwing punches? Or
Yes.
Physically throwing punches?
Yes.
Okay. So you said it's 3-on-1 at that point?
Yes.
And are they still next to the vehicle, or do they move in
They
anywhere else?
move more like in front of the car, like they start moving down the parking lot.
Okay. Is anybody, when you say moving, is anybody backing away or backing up as they're moving, or is it just everybody's moving together?
It's like a crowd just moving that way.
Okay. And so these are it's Ethan and the three people that were over in the basketball court?
Yes.
Was there a fourth person at all?
Yeah.
And did that person come over? Who was that?
She stayed on the basketball court.
Okay, you didn't see her being involved in the fight?
No.
So the fight's kind of moving, or the four of them are now moving away from the car.
Yes.
What do you see then?
Lamarion gets out the car, and then we hear Ethan get knocked out, and then he's like right next to Ethan. And
Lamarion is?
Yes. And then I get in the driver's seat of the car, of Ethan's car, and pull it up next to Ethan.
And where are the guys who were in the fight with Ethan? Where are they now?
They had walked away.
Okay. And you said you heard Ethan go down, or did you
Yes.
see it? You didn't.
I heard it and seen it. Like, you heard the punch that knocked him out.
You actually heard the punch?
Yes.
And you're still at the vehicle, and they're how many feet away from you now when that punch is thrown?
Maybe like 15 feet.
Okay. And you actually hear that?
Yes.
And you see Ethan go down?
Yes.
After he goes down, what do the three people there in the fight with him do?
One of them kicks him. I seen one of them kicks him, and then they just walk away.
Okay. So those three together start walking back over to the basketball court?
Yes.
And you said that Lamarion's already over there, and why do you do what you do in getting in the car? Or I'm sorry, getting in the driver's seat?
Because we were gonna get Ethan in the car and drive him to the hospital.
Okay. So you pull the car up to where Lamarion and Ethan are?
Yes.
And what do you do then?
I get out the car and I grab Ethan's legs, and Lamarion has his arms, but we trying to lift him up, but we can't lift him up. And then one guy comes back. After we can't get him in, he comes back to us, and like he's talking to us like he said he wants to fight us, and like we don't want to fight you. Yeah.
And what's Efren doing?
Ephraim's in the passenger seat calling the police at this point.
Okay. So someone is saying, is it you or Lamarion?
I told him to call the police.
Okay. So you can't get Ethan in the car. Are you able to do you move his body at all?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. And how does he appear to you at that point when how does Ethan appear to you when you're trying to move him?
Right before we moved him, right before we picked him up, he had just coughed up blood. And then after we picked him up, he was just unconscious. Like, he wasn't moving.
Did you see, could you tell when you're trying to move him, you said he coughed up blood, could you tell if he was breathing at all?
It looked like it.
So one of the guys comes back and wants to fight you guys one-on-one.
Yes.
You know, at this point, what's happening with Ethan? You couldn't move him and now you're dealing with this other guy?
Yes.
Tell us what happens after that.
I'm in the car. I'm back in the car. I tried to shut the door. He wouldn't let me shut the door. Me and him are tussling over the door. And then he opens the door and he starts kicking inside the door at me and Ephraim. And then the other two people, they run the Ephraim side and they start trying to get into the door.
I'll stop you there really quick. So the other two that started going back to the court come back to where you guys are?
Yes.
Did you see how they got back to where you were?
No.
All right. So you're in the driver's side?
Yes.
And Ephraim's in the passenger front seat?
Yes.
And you have one of the guys opening the door and hitting you guys while you're seated there?
Yeah.
Is that is that during the time period that Ephraim's calling 911?
Yes.
So the 911, sorry, rephrase that. Ephraim's, you can see him actually on the phone. You can hear him talking to 911.
Yes.
And what happens as he's doing that?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you just kind of focused or dealing with the guy trying to hit you?
Yes.
Does he hit you?
Yes.
And you said the other two come back from the court and they're on the passenger side door?
Yes.
Ephraim's side?
Yes.
And what are those two doing?
They trying to get into the car. They
How?
telling Ephraim open the door, hitting the window, and kicking the door in the window, trying to get inside.
Are they saying anything at that point?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. So basically your car's kind of, surrounded on both sides of the doors.
Yes.
What happens after that?
The guy that was on my side, the driver's side, he moves to maybe the back of the car or the other side. So I get out the car and I tell Lamarion, we gotta run. So I start running and Lamarion follows me. And then we run down the street to our friend's house.
To a friend's house?
Yes.
And that's close to the I Promise school?
Yes.
What do you do at the friend's house?
We bang on the door,
And what is your purpose?
trying to get inside so we can get some help.
Okay. What happened to you had a phone with you that day?
Yes.
That night? What happened to your phone?
I left it in the car.
Why did you feel you had to run?
They were talking about getting real guns and I wasn't staying. They get shot, so I ran.
Did you see where Ephraim went or what happened with him?
No, I didn't.
You go to the friend's home, you're trying to get help, you're knocking on the door, what happens?
Nobody answered, so we ran to Lamarion's house.
And what do you do when you get there?
We tell his mom what happened, and we use her phone to call a friend.
To call
A friend.
and why were you calling a friend?
To come help us, come to the house, and so we could go back to the scene.
You wanted to go back to the scene?
Yeah,
Why were you going to do that?
we wanted to make sure Ethan was okay.
So, did you go back to the scene?
No, his mom told us to stay at his house.
Lamarion's mom said to stay at the house?
Yes.
Okay, and does she go somewhere then?
Yes.
Okay. So Lamarion's mom, do you know where she went?
She went to the I Promise school.
Okay. What's sort of the next thing that happens with you and Lamarion at his house?
The police come, and they pick us up, and we go down to the station and tell them what happened.
Okay. Did you give descriptions of the three individuals involved to the police during your interview with them?
Yes.
Did you ever see the three individuals before?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
I've seen them at I Promise before playing basketball.
All three of them?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know their names or anything?
No.
Did you ever play basketball with them?
No.
All right, you just saw them there before.
Yes.
Was there any way for you to distinguish the three men on the basketball court that night, like in terms of their height, their build, what they were wearing, what their hair was, anything like that?
I don't remember.
Okay. At the time that you were interviewed by police, would you have been able to give them a description then?
Of one of them, yes.
Okay. When was it that you learned that Ethan had died?
Before the police came and got us, Lamarion's mom came back, and a friend we called that she was with, he came in our house and told us that he died.
Were you injured at all in the fight that was going on?
No major injuries.
Sorry?
No major injuries.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I wasn't bleeding anywhere. I had got kicked in a private area.
The video in this case of the I Promise School, have you seen that video since this occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And we've seen it a number of times, but I just want to at least play a little bit of it so you can identify the people you're talking about.
Okay.
This is it 33? Yes. Okay, I'm starting at about 149 on the counter. This is you guys pulling up in Ethan's car?
Yes.
And which one of these two are you?
The one that just stopped running.
The one who's
Just
going
went
back to the car now?
Yep.
So Ephraim's the one who goes further than you?
Yes.
So as you're coming back, you said you get into the car, and does Ethan immediately get out when you come back?
No.
So you get in the car and you have the splat gun,
Yes.
and what do you do with it?
I handed it to Ethan.
Okay. And it appears, let me back it up a little bit, that, and then one person runs over it right away from the court, back it up to about 2:08. So I'm sorry, this is you guys shooting again, and you go back. So now you two are back, and there's somebody running over. Does it appear that they were carrying anything?
Yes. Yes.
Is that the basketball you were talking about?
Yes.
Now we see the second person come over. And now a third person, correct?
Yes.
And are you still inside the car at this point?
Yes.
I'm going to stop it at 2:53. So it looks like Ephraim's out, but you're still in the car?
Yes.
And is Lamarian still in the car?
No.
He actually gets out then pretty quickly after Ethan, after
Yes.
the fight starts?
Yes.
Okay. We saw a second person run over. Does that person just immediately jump into the fight with Ethan?
Yes.
So they're fighting one-on-one, and the second person comes over and jumps in right away.
Yes.
And how about when the third person comes over?
Right away.
Sorry?
Right away.
Like the third person jumps in right away.
Yes.
So it's pretty much, in this couple seconds we've been watching, an immediate 3-on-1 fight.
Yes.
So playing it again, I'm sorry, at about 2:58. Does it appear that, are you getting out of the car there?
Yes, I just got into the driver's seat.
Okay. And we see the three walking back to the court. Is that fair?
Yes.
And this is where you said, you know, Ethan's down and you're going to drive over to him.
Yes.
And you said Lamarian's already over there with Ethan, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now we see a figure kind of around your car. Is that the one that starts kind of going at you guys in the car? I think he just walked away though, sorry. Okay, we see, is that like a door opening? Are you guys actively trying to get Ethan in the car?
Yes.
Okay. What are you guys doing here? Let me stop it there for a second. There was some movement kind of outside the car door there. What were you guys doing?
I think we just put Ethan down.
Okay, so you took like hands or feet and
Yes.
Lamarian did the same and you were trying to carry him?
Yes.
All right, and we just saw like one of the other people from the basketball court walking back to the car. Are you guys still outside the car when that person comes over?
Yes.
Play it again.
I just got back in the car.
Okay.
And you need to put more timestamps on.
Yes.
No one knows where you're
So,
sitting.
so at about 4:30, let me back it up a tiny bit. 4:29, play it from there. You said you were right about now getting back in the car.
Yep. I just...
What's happening now at about 4:43?
He's trying to get the door open from me.
Who is?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
The guy's trying to open the door for me. That's when me and him are fighting for the door.
Okay.
Okay.
So all three of you are back in the car, or is Lamarian still out?
Lamarian is still out.
With Ethan?
Yes.
So what is that person outside the car doing? Still trying to get in?
Not at this point, I
Okay.
don't know.
What's happening now? We stop it at about 5:22. What was happening? You tried to get Ethan in, you couldn't get him in. That guy comes over from the basketball court, he's trying to get in your door. What happens?
I don't remember.
Okay? It's all right, I'm going to play it from here. This is 5:22. Do you see another like a silver or white car coming over?
Right here, yeah.
Do you see that?
I didn't see it when this was happening, though.
Okay. So what do you recall about what's happening now?
They just got my door open. He got my door open.
And what's going on?
He's kicking.
This is the same first guy that was there first?
Yes.
And now I'm going to stop it at 5:50. You see a figure on the now passenger side of the car?
Yes.
And what's happening with that person?
He's trying to get Ephraim to open the door.
So you guys got in and locked the doors?
My door wasn't locked. No, I don't know if Ephraim's door was locked.
Okay. And what do we see there? It looks like maybe a door open or?
Yes. I think that's the back passenger door that got open.
Okay. And the two people at the side there, what are they doing to the passenger side?
They're trying to kick the window out. On Ephraim's door.
So I'm going to go back just a little bit there. I'm going to go to 6:20 on the counter. Tell us when you see or if you see yourself leaving, running away.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that at all?
Yes.
Okay. And who's now do we see running by the McDonald's here at 6:30?
Me and Lamarion.
And you didn't see that before, but was that Ephraim?
Yes.
After you and Lamarion run, I'm gonna stop it at 6:50. After you and Lamarion are running away, you never saw, like we did in the video, the vehicle, the silver or white vehicle come and park near where you guys were? Did you
No.
not see that happening? So, you described Ethan's demeanor when he got out of the car as what?
He was laughing.
When you say laughing, what type of laughing? Tell us. Can you describe that?
A joking, like chuckle, like he was laughing.
All right. So think of this flat gun thing as a funny thing.
Yes.
When the first individual approaches Ethan, what was his demeanor?
He had a grin on his face too.
Okay. How did it get from a grin on both their faces to this fight?
I don't know.
Okay. And I think you stated this, I just want to be clear. After Ethan is knocked out, you hear the punch, he's knocked to the ground. Is it one, two, or all three of them who are still attacking him?
All three.
All three?
Yes.
And how is that happening? With kicks, punches, what?
Punches. And then one guy kicks him after he's knocked out.
I want to clarify. So, did you, Lamarion, or Ephraim ever get involved in this fight that Ethan was in, the 3-on-1 fight?
No.
That was just Ethan and the three guys from the court?
Yes.
And from where you could see the fight, I know it moved away from you some. How many times did you see Ethan go to the ground
Once.
from that punch that you heard?
Yes.
And when you guys were shooting into the court, when you and Ephraim were running over there and shooting into the court, where were the people on the basketball court?
In the middle of the court.
Okay, so there's one sort of door to get in, right?
Yes.
And they were in the middle of between both sides, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know when you were shooting at them whether your splat gel things were hitting them?
I don't know. Maybe.
All right. All right, thank you, Mackay. These gentlemen are going to have some questions for you.
Good morning, young man. How are you today?
Good.
Your name's Mackay?
Yes.
Okay, Mackay. My name is John Sin, and I'm going to ask you some questions, okay? If I ask anything that isn't clear, you can just ask me to try and make myself clearer. Fair?
Yes.
You've seen these boys before, the boys on the basketball court.
Yes.
And over the course of the year that this has been going on, have you come to learn who's who?
No.
Do you know who the Stafford brothers are?
The two right here.
Right. And you know there's another dude,
Yes.
Donovan Jones?
Yes.
Right. Was it Donovan Jones that we just saw in the video chasing you guys?
Yes.
Right. Who walked up to the vehicle right after you guys did the stunt on the basketball court? who walked up with the vehicle with the basketball in his hand?
Pretty sure it was Donovan.
Okay. So if Ephraim testified that it was Donovan that walked up, he'd be telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But if Lamarian testified that it was Deshaun that walked up, he'd be wrong?
I would believe so.
Okay. In all fairness, you guys have been smoking a little bit.
Yes.
And you smoked a blunt and a half?
Yes.
And I take it the purpose of smoking weed, and I don't take it, I know it. The purpose of smoking weed is to get high.
Yes.
Is a blunt enough for 4 people to get high?
Yes.
Okay. So, Donovan walks up, and Ethan gets out, and he is shooting Donovan with his shotgun.
Yes.
And you testified at the grand jury, and the grand jury prosecutor asked you where he was shooting them, and you said in the face. You stand by that?
The upper torso face area.
All right. And I get upper torso face area. You said face, so face is included?
Yes.
And then those two are fighting, Donovan and Ethan are fighting, and then other dudes jump in, right?
Yes.
And you, I think, said that they were just throwing punches at each other.
Yes.
Okay. So, you don't see the punch that knocks Ethan down. Is that accurate?
I seen it and heard it.
Okay. So who threw the punch that knocked Ethan down?
I don't know.
Okay. Is there a reason? You can say distance, you can say my vision was blurred, you can say people are blocking me.
It was a lot of punches being thrown.
Okay, there was a lot being thrown.
Yeah.
So you couldn't tell which one knocked him out.
Yes.
Was Ethan backing up or going forward?
He was backing up.
Was he in the area where all those potholes are? I don't know if you saw it in the videos. You never went to I Promise, huh?
I've been there.
Okay. But you probably don't know what the condition of the parking lot was back then as opposed to today.
No.
Okay, I understand. So Ethan's backing up. You don't see him go down. You don't see exactly who knocked him down, but he goes down. Do you think you hear the punch, or do you think you hear the hit on the ground?
The punch.
Okay. And Ethan just kind of freezes up?
Yes.
And Ethan goes down, and everybody assumes he's knocked out, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you've now got eyes on this thing.
Yes.
And you now know who the 3 boys are. I mean, you got eyes on the 3 boys.
Yes.
And one of them goes up after Ethan's down and kicks him in the side.
Yes.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it one kick that you saw?
I seen one kick, yes.
Okay. And you didn't see any stomping or pounding, grounding, pounding?
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Good morning. Can I call you Ron?
Yes.
Donald Gallup. I represent Tyler Stafford. Just a few questions here. I mean, I want to go back to the beginning on this. We've heard that there was talk of just when the night started of sort of like simulating a drive-by shooting.
Yes.
Just as a joke, right? And in your mind, was that driving by somewhere and maybe like rolling down the windows and shooting at somebody out the windows of the car? Something
Yes.
But that's not how the plan went, right? And at some point, Ethan gives you his splatter gun.
Yes.
And he tells you and your friend to get out and start shooting these guys.
Yes.
I mean, you could have told him no, right?
Yeah.
But you said, okay, well, and you go out and we saw you in the video running with the other young man doing those shootings. And so you come back, and as you heard, there's only one way in and out of this basketball court. right? There's fence all around it.
Yes.
And one gate that's open. So really, the basketball players are, except for that one entrance, they're trapped in there.
Yes.
Right? I mean, they're not in a cage and you're shooting at them. So they run out, and I think you said you think the first guy to run out was Donovan Jones.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked a question, I think on direct examination. The question was, well, first you said that Ethan had a smile on his face, and Donovan Jones looked like he had a smile on his face.
Yes.
Right? And then the question you were asked was, well, how did it get from, both of them having smiles on their faces to it turning into a fight? And you said, I don't know.
Yes.
Right. I mean, is it possible that what turned from two guys smiling at each other to a fight is when Ethan pulled the gun out and shot the guy in the face?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, there was no apology like, oh, sorry, we scared you. You didn't hear anything like that. And you're saying Donovan Jones, you think it was Donovan Jones coming out there like basically saying, hey, what's going on? Could you hear what he was saying?
No.
Okay. But apparently it wasn't very long they were standing face to face before someone gets shot in the face with one of these guns. Now you're saying tough upper torso or face.
Yes.
Okay. And now it's a fight.
Yes.
It's a fist fight. Mutual fist fight.
Yes.
And then, and I know you said you're not 100% sure on identities, but you think that's when the Stafford brothers run up and join in.
Yes.
Now, you said you saw someone kick Ethan when he was laying down. You said you saw one kick of that.
I seen one kick, yes.
Did you see anybody else kicking anyone before that?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you know if Ethan kicked anybody during this fight?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. I heard you say that you heard someone when they were running towards the car, someone said, hey, it's not a real gun, or hey, I don't think it's a real gun. Did you say something like that?
No.
You didn't say that today? Okay. And when this fight was going on, you said it was about 15 feet away?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked a little bit about this, but you couldn't see the pavement. You don't know if the pavement had potholes or near a sewer grating. Did you know one way or the other?
No.
Okay. And if we said this whole fight, this whole fist fight, the whole thing lasted about 1 minute and 15 seconds. Is that possible? Does that sound about right?
Yes.
And when Ethan was down, you said you tried to pick him up and move him, like get him into the car maybe.
Yes.
And is it possible Donovan Jones came in and interfered on that?
Yes.
Okay. Was someone on a phone call with 911?
Yes.
All right, who was that?
Akron.
Did you see who you think is Donovan Jones attack him? He was on the phone?
No, he was on my side.
He was on your side?
Yeah.
Okay. So how did Donovan Jones stop you guys from getting Ethan into the car?
He was telling us we wanted to fight him, and we're like, we don't want to fight you right now. We're trying to get our friend some help.
So you're trying to help somebody, a friend that you believe is seriously injured.
Yes.
And Donovan Jones is saying, hey, let's have some more.
Yes.
Let's have some more fist fights.
Yes.
And you weren't interested in any of that. Okay. All right. And then basically at that point, are you taking off running and then Donovan Jones is chasing you?
Not yet, no.
What's that?
Not yet. I had got back in the car first.
Oh, okay. And then was it later that
Yes.
that you ran out?
Yes.
Okay. And then is Donovan Jones the guy he's not wearing a shirt?
Yes.
And he's chasing you, we saw you in that video?
Yes.
Right. Thank you very much for your help.
Kai, after you saw Ethan go down, was it clear to you that he was not getting back up, that he was knocked out?
Yes.
And the
defendants are still around him when he's knocked out,
Yes.
right? Okay. And I just want to clarify, because it was a little confusing. So you definitely saw one of the three of the defendants kick him when he's unconscious,
Yes.
and it's clear to you that he's unconscious.
Yes.
And you said in your initial testimony that punches continued to be thrown on, punching Ethan when he was down as well. Is that what you said?
I believe so.
Okay. So just describe that for us. So he's on the ground, passed out, and how is someone punching him? Are they getting on the ground with him? How is that?
I don't remember.
Okay, but you do remember he was also getting punched as well as kicked.
I just remember seeing somebody kick him.
Okay, that's what I want to clarify, because I think you said punches earlier and then it was kicks. Did you see anybody punching him when he was on the ground from where you were?
No.
Okay. All right. And when you were trying to help Ethan, get him into the car, did you see the injuries to his face at that time?
No.
Okay. Were you by his feet then?
I was by his feet. Yes.
And the Marion was by his face?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think you said on cross-examination, as the fight is moving away, it's 3-on-1 at that point, right?
Yes.
And I think you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Ethan was the one sort of backing away from where you guys were.
Yes.
The three around him are coming at him, and he's backing away.
Yes.
Matt, do you have anything? So just to clarify too, you didn't know the names of the three people there in the scene, Donovan Jones or Deshaun or Tyler Stafford at the time?
No.
And you're using the names now, where did you learn them or how?
After the incident.
Okay, so after the investigation or on the news or
Yes.
what? Yes.
On the news.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Kai. You may step down. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is almost noon. Let's take our lunch break at this time. It's about 10 to 12. If you would return to the jury room in about an hour at 10 to 1, and we will get started as soon as we can after lunch. Once again, don't talk to anyone about this case, and I will see you after lunch. All rise.
Dan DeRose with 19 News as we hear and see the testimony of the third and final witness that was in the car. Again, we're just going to say that the prosecution isn't done with their witnesses. We haven't heard them say they rest their case, so they have more to come this afternoon. But in just watching the testimony, and I know several of you have been watching this entire case, the prosecution has a severe problem on their hands, and we're going to get our legal analyst. We're looking into court here at both Deshaun and Tyler having a conversation as we break for lunch. But if you are at home and you are saying, wait, I'm confused on who the person was that first approached the car, and we'll show you that video. We're just waiting to get the courtroom to clear and officially go to lunch. But we have now heard from the three witnesses who were with Ethan that night. The three that showed up, Ethan was driving, the three passengers in the car. Two of those have said, and it's Makai and Ephraim that were in the car, have said it was Donovan Jones that ran up to the car first and confronted Ethan. Yesterday, we heard from Lamar say that it was Deshaun that ran up to the car and confronted Ethan. That is a large problem for the prosecution. If you are on that jury, remember, the phrase is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you're on that jury, can you say for sure who the first two that were attacking Ethan, because as we heard in opening arguments, even the defense attorney for Deshaun said that Deshaun got knocked to the ground, gets back up, and delivers the unlucky punch that knocks out Ethan. The defense said that, and the jury heard that. Well, now we're hearing, and in fact, the defense said that Deshaun was the first one who runs up. He said, you can see my client running with the basketball. You can't see me, I'm holding the basketball at my hip. My client runs up, and he's not sprinting. He's just jogging up to the car to confront the Ethan or the car with the individuals with the splatter guns. So then you bring in these eyewitnesses, and you can always say, look, it was dark, and the three witnesses, Mackay, Ephraim, and Lamar, it was dark. They don't know these kids. These aren't kids that they went to school with. And it's possible they just don't know who Deshaun is, who Tyler is, and who Donovan Jones is. But the prosecution is not doing a very good job of pointing it out. She did come back up there at the end and say, you didn't know the names. How do you know the names now? Did you see them on the news or something or whatever? And he said, yes, I saw them on the news. So you have three young men who don't agree on who the first person was to get into, to approach them. And I believe we're getting Tara Coleman. I think she's with us now. I'm going to make one little adjustment here so that we can get Tara. She's the expert. You don't want to hear this from me. You want to hear from noted defense attorney Tara Coleman. Tara, how are you this afternoon? Thanks for joining us.
Woo. Dan.
Are you confused? Because I know some of our viewers are confused. I know that myself and Caitlin McCarthy, my coworker, we're a little confused. We were just discussing this mistaken, or I don't know if you call this mistaken identity or what you call it. We have now heard from the three witnesses, the three most important people in this case, the eyewitnesses, because the surveillance video isn't great. We can't make out faces and exactly who. We've now heard from three eyewitnesses. Two of them say it's Donovan Jones, the cousin, who approached the car first. Yesterday, Lamar said no, it was Deshaun that approached the car first. Tara, you're the defense attorney. You're the expert here. Why is this a colossal problem for the prosecution?
Colossal problem. Mackay Shady today has really turned this entire trial around, because up until today's testimony, it was kind of confusing because maybe Ephraim's memory wasn't as clear. But Mackay Shady was very spot on that it was Donovan. And I think what's confusing us so much here is the defense's opening argument. And I think the defense, I'm starting to think that might have just been a fumble on their part. I don't think they should have gone that route in the opening, because we went into this trial thinking Deshaun approaches that car first. Deshaun gets shot in the face with the splatter ball gun, and that ensues. And like you said, we've got two witnesses against one eyewitness saying that's Donovan Jones, who has already pled out of this case. The reason that's colossal is because you can't honestly fathom a more reasonable doubt. And the defense has got to hit that home in the closing arguments. The closing arguments are going to be key in this case, because they're going to have to wrap all this up together. And I would hit home, if you don't know whether Donovan or Deshaun, started this fight, if you don't know who threw the unlucky punch, if you don't know, you know what I mean? That is reasonable doubt. So this was a game changer witness today.
Yeah, it was sort of confusing. Yesterday, you had two witnesses on the stand. One said it was Donovan Jones. And let's remind people of who Donovan Jones is. He was the oldest of the three men who were shooting baskets. You had Deshaun and Tyler Stafford, their brothers. Donovan is their cousin. The brothers, Deshaun 20, Tyler 19. Donovan Jones was 21 and quite a bit bigger than the two brothers. And so the fact that Donovan, by the prosecution in the state, they charged Donovan Jones with 2 counts of assault. In October of 2022, he pleaded no contest, basically saying, I agree to the facts, I am guilty, but I don't want to go to trial. And so the judge finds him guilty, gives him a 180 days suspended sentence. His case is over. He can't be charged again, even though as we sit through this trial, it sure looks like Donovan Jones played a much larger role in this than just 2 counts of assault. Agreed?
It certainly does, Dan. It certainly does. And it starts you thinking about other things, right? Is that why Donovan pled out so early? This is huge. I mean, it really is essentially creating a whole other person that could be thrown under the bus here for this. So yeah, I mean, just imagine if you're on that jury, the roller coaster you have gone on, right? These past days, like even from, so in opening statements, we think it's, Deshaun approaching the car first. We find out maybe not. We think it's a TikTok prank they're doing. I think prosecution and the defense said that. Then we have the witnesses. I mean, we were doing this. We weren't going to film it. We weren't doing a TikTok prank. We think Ethan Liming's 6'1" this whole time. We hear from the medical examiner. He's 5'9". It's just been an up and down, back and forth roller coaster that this jury has been on, if you put yourselves in those shoes, and that never plays out well for the prosecution.
And Tara, when we hear the judge give, when we take a break or when we go to lunch, we always hear you are not to discuss the case. Can you imagine the jurors wanting to go back in that jury room and say, what the heck is going on? Is it Donovan or is it Deshaun? And they're not supposed to discuss it. Do they? I mean, you're the expert here. You're the noted defense attorney. Do jurors always adhere to that rule? And when they go back in their jury room, they keep their mouths quiet and they simply eat their ham sandwich and that's it?
From what I witnessed, I do see them abiding by the rules. But again, when they're in that jury deliberation room, not all the time monitored, so you don't really know what's going on. But I do think that the average citizen does take their role on a jury pretty seriously, and they want to abide by that. But this one, you're right to point out, would be very hard not to discuss at this moment. I mean, this is got to be a mind-boggling lunch break that they're on right now.
Yeah, looking at each other, saying, and again, we go back to the base of law. It has to be guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And if you at home are watching this and you have doubt in your mind, put yourself in the shoes of the jurors. All the graphic pictures they've been looking at, the medical testimony that we heard this morning, none of that can get out of their head except for the fact that they have to think about, how do I find 2 young men, innocent or guilty, if even the eyewitnesses can't seem to get it straight? Now, shouldn't the prosecution be doing more? I mean, she came back in the redirect to say, well, how do you know Donovan's name? Is it from coverage? Is it from the news? And he said, yeah, it's from the news. And then she just left it at that. She did the same thing yesterday when I believe she asked Ephraim, because he's the one who also said it was Donovan. She asked Ephraim, do you really know? And he said, yeah, I guess I don't really know. Shouldn't she be hammering that harder, or
Absolutely.
Or
So
are you
when
putting more doubt into their mind?
When a witness gets on the stand and they say something unexpected that's contrary to what they have said before, you're in a situation where you can either impeach that witness or refresh their recollection. So yesterday, I was very surprised that the prosecution did not attempt to refresh Ephraim's recollection as to who approached the car first. And the only reason I can think they did not do that is if they either did not have him stating that in the grand jury testimony or in a prior interview with the police. You would think the way opening arguments went that they had some prior knowledge of what these witnesses were going to say, which leads me to believe there should have been something there to refresh Ephraim or impeach him on that point, and it just didn't happen. They kind of let it go. And then you saw yesterday the defense go with it, right? And that's the right thing to do if you're the defense. I mean, his testimony was it's Donovan. So that's the testimony you cross-examine on, okay? And then when we get Lamarion, it's like, okay, a bit more clearer. But I think today, Makai Shady's testimony was just so clear. And he said it with such conviction that, yeah, we're confused.
We are very confused. I want to play just a little bit. The medical examiner's testimony is generally dry. It's very clinical. It's by the book, and it has to be. But there is sort of an explanation of exactly what led to the death of Ethan. This is only 2 minutes and 50 seconds long, and then we're going to get Tara's opinion on this. Take a look.
Slide is the summary of findings. Basically, it's going over everything I found and kind of the interpretation or what I made out of them, how I determined the cause of death. So the main ones were blunt force injuries of the face and the back of the head that resulted in what was likely a rapid arrhythmia of the heart due to trauma of the brain and the brain stem. This kind of pattern where you have an abrasion with a cut on the back of the head, we do see, it's in the textbooks, it's consistent with an unprotected fall from standing height. You can see it with older folks that fall on a concrete floor in their basement. Could be somebody who is knocked out in a fight and falls and hits their head on the pavement. Could be other causes as well. Possible pattern injuries on the left forehead and the right chest. They could be associated with a shoe or some other object, but I could not say for sure what caused those pattern injuries, but there were no underlying injuries of the ribs or the skull or the forehead deeper than just what was on the skin. The toxicology findings was just, again, that THC metabolite indicating that at some point Ethan had been exposed to marijuana. I don't know when or how that happened.
Okay. And can you please explain, just so the jury's aware, how the arrhythmia would be caused from the brainstem trauma?
So the brainstem is sort of the most basic part of the brain. It really controls our consciousness. It also sends through nerves that connect to the rest of the body. It does help control your heart rate, your rhythm, to make sure that your heart is beating in time with sufficient, rhythm to supply oxygen to the brain itself. The brainstem controls all that. So if you have an injury of the brainstem, that's the most vulnerable part of the brain and the one that's most likely to result in death if it's injured. I don't have direct injury to the rest of the brain. There's a little bit of bleeding around the brain, but not sufficient to cause death. The fractures on the back of the skull are they're linear. They're not depressed. They did not hit the brain itself. They did not fracture inward. They're just linear cracks basically in the skull. So the only mechanism of injury that I could find based on my education and experience that would explain why Ethan died was that the fall caused his head to hit the ground, leading to jarring of the brain and the brainstem, which led to an arrhythmia, which ultimately resulted in his death.
Okay.
And we're going to cut that off right there as we bring back in Tara Coleman. Tara, he really encapsulated everything right there in that last little bite there, that what killed Ethan was the fall. They keep calling this an unprotected fall, the jarring of the brain when he hits the cement. Why is this so significant for the defense? And why does the defense, when they did cross-examining, why did they harp on the fall, the unprotected fall, and the hitting of the brain, the hitting of the head on the concrete?
Yeah, it's so important because of causation. So it's an unprotected fall. What that means is Ethan was likely unconscious when he hit the ground, meaning he couldn't make any purposeful or voluntary movements to protect himself before hitting the ground.
Couldn't put his hands up to catch him, couldn't put his hands back to catch himself.
Unprotected fall, right? Smack. then you have the medical examiner clearly saying it was that impact that put the cause of death in motion. And the cross-examination was very clear in establishing anything after that point did not attribute to the cause of death. The parts that I got to see of the cross-examination for the medical examiner, I mean, he was very clear, no, the kicking in the chest would not have added to that or caused the death. At that point, he was already gone. And that's important so that the jury kind of has a clear line of conduct to consider pre-fall, conduct to consider after the fall, right? And what the defense is setting up is, hey, jury, everything that happens after that fall, ignore that. It's not relevant.
Yeah.
That's what the defense is trying to set up here. And what's key is, to date, I have not heard testimony as to who actually threw the quote unquote unlucky punch. Do we know that?
The only time we heard it was from the defense attorney himself.
Which is not evidence. Not evidence.
But it's in the jury's mind. If I hear his own attorney say that my client Deshaun got knocked to the ground, he got up, he delivered the unlucky punch. He said, I'm not even going to call it a lucky punch. It was the most unlucky punch in the world. I've got that burned in my brain, that's exactly what he said in opening arguments. So I think you said that was maybe a major gaffe. Why say that?
Oh, I don't know. He's got to clean that up in closing arguments. And I don't know how you walk that back, but he's got to think long and hard about how to clean that up. But yeah, at this point, barring anything else coming out, it just seems like it was a fumble, because if I'm the jury, what I'm thinking is Deshaun has already admitted that. That's what I'm thinking. And we're likely not going to hear from Deshaun. At this point, I highly doubt Deshaun gets on the stand. I think that would be a huge error. So that's going to lead me to believe, well, his own attorney said that, so he probably did admit that at some point. It's very unfortunate on the defense's part, but I think he's going to strategically have to just clean it up in closing arguments.
Couldn't we see the jailhouse interview, the interrogation room tape? We know that it took a couple of days, maybe 24 hours, to find Deshaun's silver SUV with the front end damage. They find him, they collect up him and his brother. Is that maybe where this is? Is it maybe Deshaun in an interview with police when he gets first picked up? Obviously, he would have been advised of his rights, and you have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney when he gets picked up. Is that possibly what the defense was worried about?
Well, but it didn't come out with the officers. So how you would get that in, there is an exception to the hearsay rule. It's like called a party opponent statement. So if you say something against your own interest, that can be used against you. So what they could have done, if that exists, is they could have had an interviewing officer get on the stand and essentially get out what Deshaun has admitted to, if it exists. But we see now the prosecution's near the end of their case, I would imagine. So I don't think that's coming out.
You wouldn't save that for the last?
Come out during the investigation, right? I mean, because we had the responding officers go on already. So unless they're planning to call an officer that did some of the interrogating, we could see that. It just, to me, seems like you would have done that sooner, but I don't know. So until the prosecution rests, there is that chance. Barring that, we'll see. But unless that does come out, I'm just seeing this as something that has to be cleaned up in closing arguments. But again, we won't know until the prosecution rests.
Yeah, really interesting. And Tara, we've got the clip now where we get Mackay from today in his testimony, where he identifies that it was Donovan that walks up. Even another new item that we hadn't heard before, he says that Donovan threw the basketball at Ethan, and we hadn't heard that before. So let's take a look at just a little bit of the testimony of Mackay going over what he saw when the fight started.
He has, him and Ethan are talking. I can't hear what they're saying because my door is shut. They're talking, and then he throws the basketball at Ethan, and then Ethan starts shooting him somewhere in the upper torso face area. And then he punches Ethan, and then they start fighting.
Okay. And you are where in the car again? You're behind the driver's seat?
Yes.
So they're on your side, like right next to the car?
Yes.
So they start fighting. What happens to the splat gun?
He took it.
Took it from Ethan?
Yes.
Okay, and does what with it?
I don't know.
Okay. And so what do you see happening? They start fighting one-on-one?
Yes.
And when you say fighting, what do you mean?
Throwing punches at each other.
Okay. Anybody, being more of the, I guess, winner in that at that point? Or is it just one-on-one?
It was one-on-one, and then two other people, the two other guys on the court ran up, and they started jumping Ethan.
You said they start what?
Jumping Ethan.
Okay, so you use the word jumping. What do you mean by that?
It's 3-on-1.
Okay. So you said the first guy's throwing punches and Ethan's throwing them back, and then two other ones come over. And are they also throwing punches? Or
Yes.
Physically throwing punches?
Yes.
Okay. So you said it's 3-on-1 at that point?
Yes.
And are they still next to the vehicle, or do they move in anywhere else?
They move more like in front of the car, like they start moving down the parking lot.
Okay. Is anybody, when you say moving, is anybody backing away or backing up as they're moving, or is it just everybody's moving together?
It's like a crowd just moving that way.
Okay. And so it's Ethan and the three people that were over in the basketball court?
Yes.
Was there a fourth person at all?
Yeah.
And did that person come over? Who was that?
She stayed on the basketball court.
Okay, you didn't see her being involved in the fight?
No.
So the fight's kind of moving, or the four of them are now moving away from the car.
Yes.
What do you see then?
Lamarion gets out the car, and then we hear Ethan get knocked out, and then he's like right next to Ethan. And
Lamarion is?
Yes. And then I get in the driver's seat of the car, of Ethan's car, and pull it up next to Ethan.
And where are the guys who were in the fight with Ethan? Where are they now?
They had walked away.
Okay. And you said you heard Ethan go down, or did you see it? You didn't.
I heard it and seen it. Like, you heard the punch that knocked him out.
You actually heard the punch?
Yes.
And you're still at the vehicle, and they're how many feet away from you now when that punch is thrown?
Maybe like 15 feet.
Okay. And you actually hear that?
Yes.
And you see Ethan go down?
Yes.
After he goes down, what did the three people there in the fight with him do?
One of them kicks him. I seen. One of them kicks him, and then they just walk away.
Okay. So those three together start walking back over to the basketball court?
Yes.
And you said that Lamarion's already over there, and why do you do what you do in getting in the car? Or I'm sorry, getting in the driver's seat?
Because we were gonna get Ethan in the car and drive him to the hospital.
Okay, so you pull the car up to where Lamarion and Ethan are?
Yes.
And what do you do then?
I get out the car and I grab Ethan's legs, and Lamarion has his arms, but we trying to lift him up, but we can't lift him up. And then one guy comes back. After we can't get him in, he comes back to us, and like he's talking to us like he said he wants to fight us, and like we don't want to fight you. Yeah. And
at some point, what's Efren doing?
Efren's in the passenger seat, calling the police at this point.
Okay. So someone is saying, is it you or Lamarion?
I told him to call the police.
Okay. So you can't get Ethan in the car. Are you able to do you move his body at all?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. And how does he appear to you at that point when you're how does Ethan appear to you when you're trying to move him?
right before we moved him, right before we picked him up, he had just coughed up blood. And then after we picked him up, he was just unconscious. Like, he wasn't moving.
Did you see, could you tell when you're trying to move him, you said he coughed up blood, could you tell if he was breathing at all?
It looked like it.
So one of the guys comes back and wants to fight you guys one-on-one.
Yes.
You know, at this point, what's happening with Ethan? You couldn't move him and now you're dealing with this other guy?
Yes.
Tell us what happens after that.
I'm in the car. I'm back in the car. I tried to shut the door. He wouldn't let me shut the door. Me and him are tussling over the door. And then he opens the door and he starts kicking inside the door at me and Ephraim. And then the other two people, they run to Ephraim's side and they start trying to get into the door.
I'll stop you there really quick. So the other two that started going back to the court come back to where you guys are?
Yes.
Did you see how they got back to where you were?
No.
All right. So you're in the driver's side?
Yes.
And Ephraim's in the passenger front seat?
Yes.
And you have one of the guys opening the door and hitting you guys while you're seated there?
Yeah.
Is that during the time period that Ephraim's calling 911?
Yes.
Okay. So the 911, sorry, rephrase that. Ephraim's, you can see him actually on the phone, you can hear him talking to 911?
Yes.
And what happens as he's doing that?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you just kind of focused or dealing with the guy trying to hit you?
Yes.
Does he hit you?
Yes.
And you said the other two come back from the court and they're on the passenger side door?
Yes.
Ephraim's side?
Yes.
And what are those two doing?
They trying to get into the car. They telling Ephraim open the door, hitting the window and kicking the door in the window, trying to get inside.
Are they saying anything at that point?
I wouldn't know.
Okay. So basically your car's kind of, surrounded on both sides of the doors.
Yes.
What happens after that?
The guy that was on my side, the driver's side, he moves to maybe the back of the car or the other side. So I get out the car and I tell Lamarion, we gotta run. So I start running and Lamarion follows me. And then we run down the street to our friend's house.
And that's where that concludes. Going to bring Tara Coleman, our legal analyst here, defense attorney here in the Cleveland area. Let's go back to this issue of the confusion of who the first one to the car is. To me, it looks like it would have been easy. I think everybody, we've heard from the defense and the prosecution, in the surveillance video where they're running away and they're in the McDonald's parking lot and you see the bigger guy with no shirt chasing them, everyone agrees that that is Donovan Jones. We have heard that over and over again. That's Donovan Jones. So to clear up this confusion, wouldn't it have been as simple as saying, so the guy who's keeping you from getting out of the car and the guy who chases you, that's Donovan Jones. Is that the same person who confronted you first or confronted Ethan first at the car? And they just haven't done that.
They just haven't done it. And again, I that's the prosecution's job, because if I'm the defense, I don't know how much I even want to clear it up, right? So I'm surprised, Dan, because that would be an easy way, or as simple as the person approaching with the basketball, did they have a shirt on?
Because it does appear two guys had the shirts on and there was only one guy with their shirt off.
Right. And they're just not doing it. So like I said, this was the testimony that hit home for me, which side that confusion is going to lean towards, because right now, Makai Shady seemed to have had the clearest testimony on this point.
Yeah, he certainly remembers a lot. Now let's look at the cross-examination of Makai. This is just 4 minutes. And again, you're going to see the defense continue to push this narrative of confusion of who was first to the car, and are you sure, and do you know these guys, and have you ever seen them before? Take a look.
You've seen these boys before, the boys in the basketball court.
Yes.
And over the course of the year that this has been going on, have you come to learn who's who?
No.
Do you know who the Stafford brothers are?
The two right here.
Right. And you know there's another dude?
Yes.
Donovan Jones?
Yes.
Right. Was it Donovan Jones that we just saw in the video chasing you guys?
Yes.
Right. Who walked up to the vehicle right after you guys did the stunt of the basketball court? Who walked up with the vehicle with the basketball in his hand?
Pretty sure it was Donovan.
Okay. So if Ephraim testified that it was Donovan that walked up, he'd be telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
But if Lamarian testified that it was Deshaun that walked up, he'd be wrong?
I would believe so.
Okay. In all fairness, you guys have been smoking a little bit.
Yes.
And you smoked a blunt and a half?
Yes.
And I take it the purpose of smoking weed, and I don't take it, I know it. The purpose of smoking weed is to get high.
Yes.
Is a blunt enough for 4 people to get high?
Yes.
Okay. So, Donovan walks up, and Ethan gets out, and he is shooting Donovan with his black gun.
Yes.
And you testified at the grand jury, and the grand jury prosecutor asked you where he was shooting them, and you said in the face. You stand by that?
The upper torso face area.
All right. And I get upper torso face area. You said face, so face is included?
Yes.
And then those two are fighting, Donovan and Ethan are fighting, and then other dudes jump in, right?
Yes.
And you, I think, said that they were just throwing punches at each other.
Yes.
Okay. So, you don't see the punch that knocks Ethan down. Is that accurate?
I seen it and heard it.
Okay. So who threw the punch that knocked Ethan down?
I don't know.
Okay. Is there a reason? You can say distance, you can say my vision was blurred, you can say people are blocking me.
It was a lot of punches being thrown.
Okay, there was a lot being thrown.
Yeah.
So you couldn't tell which one knocked him out.
Yes.
Was Ethan backing up or going forward?
He was backing up.
Was he in the area where all those potholes are? I don't know if you saw it in the videos. You never went to I Promise, huh?
I've been there.
Okay. But you probably don't know what the condition of the parking lot was back then as opposed to today.
No.
Okay, I understand. So Ethan's backing up. You don't see him go down. You don't see exactly who knocked him down, but he goes down. Do you think you hear the punch, or do you think you hear the hit on the ground?
The punch.
Okay. And Ethan just kind of freezes up?
Yes.
And Ethan goes down, and everybody assumes he's knocked out, right?
Yes.
And at some point, you've now got eyes on this thing.
Yes.
And you now know who the 3 boys are. I mean, you got eyes on the 3 boys.
Yes.
And one of them goes up after Ethan's down and kicks you in the side.
Yes.
Who is that?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it one kick that you saw?
I seen one kick, yes.
Okay. And you didn't see any stomping or pounding, grounding, pounding?
Not to my knowledge.
A lot to unpack there. There was a lot, and I think this was probably the best performance of the defense in this entire trial. Was here is Mackay seemingly having the best angle on this and the best memory. And boy, if the defense attorney said Donovan one more time, he made it a purpose. So Donovan and Ethan are getting in a fight. And Donovan is now down further from it. He knows exactly what he's doing, correct, Tara? He's doing that on purpose.
Correct. And I agree. When I saw that, that was, I thought as well, Dan, the defense's kind of best point in this trial so far. I mean, he did a very good job of even saying, so if Ephraim said this, he'd be right. If Lamarion said this, he'd be wrong.
Even said he'd be lying. Even said he'd be lying.
That's that's purposeful. And again, that's been the best performance I've seen thus far, but on behalf of the defense.
and you heard him ask who threw the punch that knocked out Ethan? I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, and that was key there. That was going to be key to even putting into action Ethan Liming's death. I mean, that's a key point right there. And I feel like if that is not established, that's going to be a huge turning point in this trial.
And then he throws in and look, you guys had been smoking weed, and the purpose of smoking weed is to get high. So as far as and he does it in such a way, and we've seen this throughout the trial. Let's be honest, these are teenagers who are illegally smoking weed, and everybody has sort of handled that with not freaking out. I'm not saying they're saying it's okay that 17-year-olds are smoking weed, but they don't want the 17-year-olds to be fearful when they're testifying that they're about to get themselves in trouble. But it's been interesting to watch how he said, hey, look, I know what the purpose of smoking weed is. It's to get high. Why is that so important?
I think the reason they've been handling the weed issue hasn't really come out, because to me, I think the reason that was ever really an issue is because I thought we heard at some point during the trial that their statements were false at first. And didn't somebody say because the kids were afraid that they were smoking weed, that they lied to the police at first? And so I think they were trying to massage that issue so that these kids come across credible on the stand and just get that out of the way. But we haven't really seen the inconsistencies in the statements to the police. That hasn't come out at all, I don't think, in the trial. And again, of course, you have the defense, I think, doing it to take a little jab at Ethan's character, because they do have to portray him as the aggressor. And so it came out for that purpose as well. But as far as the witnesses go, I haven't seen the inconsistent statements come out. So I'm forgetting where I heard that. It might have been opening arguments, I'm assuming.
It definitely was. It was the defense in the opening arguments that said you're going to hear some inconsistencies. And in fact, the kids, their first statements they gave to police were incorrect because of the weed issue. But no, you're right.
I don't even know, who does the defense even call at this point?
Do you think he asks? I've explained this, and I want you to do it because you're a defense attorney. There's this point when the prosecution is going to rest their case. They clearly aren't done calling witnesses, because I think they would have told the judge that before they went to lunch. That way the defense can start getting on the phone. Hey, we need you down here this afternoon. It looks like we're going to call you today. So we didn't get that before lunch. So let's see who else they're going to call. But I want you to walk through our viewers, because we're not the experts, you are. When the prosecution rests their case, very, very often, almost 90% of the time, the defense will ask for a dismissal right there before they have to present their case. Walk us through what's it called, why are they doing it, and how often does it work?
Oh, yeah, that's absolutely standard. Always happens, and you should do it. It's just commonplace. If you're going to ask for a directed verdict, and you're going to say, after the defense rests, Your Honor, they haven't met their burden, and you're essentially asking the judge to just decide right then and there that there's not even enough evidence for the jury to find that they've proved their burden beyond a reasonable doubt. And that is just something you always ask for. It never works. The judge hardly ever actually grants a directed verdict, and they're protecting too, their jurisprudence, because they don't want to get overturned on appeal. So you're going to usually let the trial go on. But yes, we'll see that happen. And that's not like a shocker of a moment at the trial. It's something that every defense attorney is going to do at some point, and probably even again after they rest as well. We'll see that. And then at that point, it will be time for the defense to put their witnesses on.
When you ask for a dismissal right in the middle of the trial, will the defense, does it have to be in writing? Is it a motion that he files with the judge, or will it be right there in court? And will he say, does he get to make an argument? Look, Judge, we can't even determine who came over to the car first. We can't determine who threw the punch that knocked him out. Do they make that argument, or do they simply just ask for it, or do they file a motion?
It varies because sometimes you can have a written motion, but normally how you'll see it and how we'll likely see it play out is it's going to be an oral motion to the judge. And basically the standard is you're arguing, judge, you as the trial judge here should rule in our favor because there's no legally sufficient evidentiary basis. There's not evidence sufficient enough for any jury to find beyond a reasonable doubt to reach any other conclusion. And so that's what, so there will be a bit of argument where you'll just tick off the basis for your directed verdict. But it's usually an oral motion. You might see sometimes if, for instance, say the prosecution goes to the end of the day and we break, if you have that night, you can write up a motion and have a more thorough motion that you can file before you go on the next day. So it just depends on how it plays out, but you usually will see it as an oral motion.
I want you to put on your speculation cap, Tara, and that's generally not something we like to do, but who do you anticipate who could be left for the state to call as a witness? I'm going to let you think about this because I just sprung it on you. Back to our earlier conversation, there has to be a recording of the first time Deshaun and Tyler Stafford get brought in to an investigative room, to an interrogation room. I'm assuming that tape has to be somewhere, and we haven't heard. We heard from the first responding officers, the two officers who got there first, and we heard from, he's not even the lead detective. Remember when the detective got up there, somebody made it a point to ask, are you even the lead detective on this case? And he said, no, actually it's the third guy, or there was another individual on this case. So we haven't heard from that person, maybe the lead detective. Any guesses of who we might hear from?
I think that we will hear, so if I'm the prosecution, one possibility could be, are there other eyewitnesses to call who could put this confusion more in my favor, right? And I think all that's left would be the girlfriend of Deshaun, right? Because we've heard from
the girlfriend of Tyler.
Okay. So we've heard from all of the other eyewitnesses, I believe, that were there on the scene. It could be, again, investigators that actually conducted so we've heard from the first responders on the scene, but I'm not entirely sure if we've heard from the team who conducted the investigation thereafter. That could be a possibility. That's all I can think of at the moment, because honestly, it seems like we've got all of our fact witnesses out there. And the medical examiner, that was such clear and good testimony. I don't think you mess with that. And I don't think it's in the prosecution's favor to bring on some kind of expert about the splatter ball gun. I don't think the prosecution would want to do that, which could be my only thoughts of who's possibly left to testify, right?
Well, let's talk about Donovan Jones. Donovan Jones pleads no contest. He gets 180 days suspended. How do we know if that was or was not part of a plea deal so that he would testify? And is that possible?
That's very possible. And maybe that's why we're all confused. Maybe the prosecution does call Donovan Jones to testify against Deshaun. Maybe that happens.
Is he really going to do that against his own cousins?
There's two eyewitnesses left. You're right. Yeah.
Do you do that against your own cousins? Do you, I hate to use the phrase snitches get stitches, but that's basically what we're dealing with here. And walk us through plea deals. Maybe I don't understand fully how a plea deal like that could be done so soon after. He made his no contest in October of 2022. This happened in June of 22, June, July, August, September, October, just 4 months after it happened, 3-4 months, somewhere in there. Is that how quickly plea deals work? And is it with the understanding that you will testify when this goes to trial?
Timing varies, right, depending on the case. But yes, in those negotiations with the prosecution or with the state, there are conversations about what your story is, what your testimony would be. And the prosecution is assessing how they could use you to help their case when they are considering what type of deal to enter into with you. So that is commonplace, and who that very well could, that would explain a lot, to be honest, because that would explain what, as of now, look like missteps in the opening arguments. Maybe the defense knows that Donovan's going to get on the stand and change all this around. So that would actually make a lot of sense. And that could be possible. Again, I don't know. We don't know what deal they came up with, but yes, that's possible.
Because, and I think we've said this once or twice, I can't remember if it was yesterday, everything's starting to blend together, or maybe that was just earlier today. Donovan sure seemed to play a bigger role in this than just somebody who gets to plead guilty or plead no contest and then found guilty to 2 assault charges, not aggravated assault, just simple assault charges, and he's given a 180-day suspended sentence. We know that he was keeping the young men from getting Ethan Liming back in the car so they could get him to the hospital. We know he was throwing punches and kicks at the kids who were in the car just trying to help their friend. We know he's the voice we can hear in the 911 call saying, get out of the car, and they're replying to him, oh, we're sorry, we don't want to fight you. And that's what we're saying. Wouldn't that
be that's the perfect example of someone that would flip in an instance like this?
Because they could say to him, look, we're going to charge you. And Terry, I want to walk through this part of the law that maybe viewers maybe not aren't super familiar with. Let's say you are with, and we're going to just kind of get away from this trial for just a second. Let's say you're a part of 3 people who decide you're going to go rob somebody at their house, and you go along with them. There's only one gun, you don't have it, and all 3 of you break into that house, and the guy with the gun shoots and kills the homeowner. True or false, even though I didn't pull the trigger, this wasn't my idea, this wasn't my plan, I too can be charged with murder because I was a part of this entire crime.
Yeah, if you're charged as a co-conspirator, if there's sufficient evidence that, you know, those actions as a group eventually caused the death, you could be charged. Because just depending on how the charges are brought, if it's all, you know, a concerted effort as a group to do that crime, that's possible.
So with that in mind, couldn't they have gone to Donovan and said, look, you were a part of this, you got in on it, and if we have to, we're going to charge you with involuntary manslaughter as well. To which he may have said, look, I came over when this fight was already done. He was already knocked out when I got there. And that would prove that it was Deshaun and Tyler. And that's what the defense said, that Deshaun started the fight, gets knocked to the ground. That's when we see Tyler come in. Deshaun's, according to the defense, Deshaun stood up and saw his little brother now in this fight. He was a little woozy, and that's when he throws the blindsided punch that knocks out Ethan. And if all of this testimony about basically it was when Ethan got knocked out, hit the pavement, hit his head, that's basically the end of Ethan. That's when he's dying, dead or dying. Then if that's when Donovan says, well, that's when I ran up, he was already on the ground. So he wouldn't be a part of the tussle that knocked out Ethan, that had Ethan hit his head on the concrete.
And that's exactly how the investigators and the prosecution will flip a witness, right? That's exactly how they would do that. You're going to go down for all of this, you know, and kind of plant that seed of, Donovan, what can you tell us to get this done to where it's not you? And it is seeming more and more likely that could be the case here. And again, if we do see Donovan on the stand, the defense will have an opportunity to cross-examine him, and they will be able to question on his credibility. And they can say, so why are you here testifying today? Isn't it true that you made a deal with the prosecution? Is it this and this? And that would all come out on cross-examination.
And you would basically say, aren't you just here trying to save your own butt, and you
Right.
can't tell me who threw the knockout punch, because that would be a big question for the defense. If Donovan takes to the stand, we still don't have the answer of who threw the knockout punch. We don't have anyone other than the defense himself, which again is amazing. The defense in his opening argument said Deshaun got in the unlucky punch. He's the only one that has been able to identify his client.
I can't get over it. I can't get over it because like that's in our mind, and that is not evidence. Which is just crazy to me. I mean, Dan, this honestly has been, I mean, this is such a tragedy. And even from a legal perspective, though, what just a trial this is. This is really a spectacular trial from the sense of just seeing how this all works and how it cannot work sometimes. And it is very riveting stuff we're seeing these past couple of days. And I wouldn't be surprised if these were all kids. It's all, this kerfuffle happens. We don't even know who's at fault. And I really could see the jury saying, let's not ruin the lives of even more kids here.
And that's what the defense said in their opening. They said, don't throw away 2 more young lives. We've already lost Ethan. Don't let us lose 2 more young lives. I want you to go back to no winner here. I want you to go back to with this idea that opening arguments are not evidence. That's great, and that was told to the jury. The jury is told, look, you're about to hear opening arguments. This is not evidence. This is how the defense and the prosecution are going to lay out their case. That's all they're telling you. But wait a second, if I'm the jury, that went in my ear and it's now in my head. So how am I not supposed to consider that when we go into deliberations?
Yeah, and we call that, you can't unring the bell, right? And that's usually in an instance where something's stricken that is evidence, but once it's out there, it's out there. So before the jury goes back into the deliberation room, the judge is going to instruct them on the law. And so there will be a set of jury instructions that they go through, and I bet there will be another instruction about closing arguments are not evidence, because if I'm the defense, I'm making sure that instruction gets in there. So really, it's going to be hard for them not to consider it, but there might be someone in that room that will bring it up. There could be someone on the jury that says, wait a minute, guys, I know the defense said X, Y, and Z. I know we're all considering that, but technically we can't. So there could be somebody that stands up there and gets us on the right track. You would hope the foreman of the jury, once they elect a foreman, that they would be the person to kind of guide the discussion and set the parameters on what should be discussed and what shouldn't. But that's very hard to hear. I mean, you and I have been talking about it this whole time. I mean, because it really does set the stage of the whole trial. And to just hear this not even come out is just mind-boggling.
I'm keeping an eye on court as we get a little closer. I think we're probably 5 to 10 minutes away. I want to play a little bit more testimony from this morning. This is from Mackay. Remember, we have 3 individuals who were in the car with Ethan when they show up to the I Promise school. You have, I want to make sure I get this right because that's how confusing it's been. Mackay and Ephraim say that the individual with the basketball that walks up to the car is Donovan. Donovan is the cousin who has already handled his charges, 2 counts of assault, 180-day suspended sentence, never serves a day in jail. Then you have Lamar from yesterday, Lamarian, who testifies that it was Deshaun. And he was the only one to actually, when the prosecution said, are they here in the room when it's 2-on-1 against Ethan? Are those 2 individuals here in the room? And he said, yes. He said, can you point them out for me and what they're wearing? He said, they're right here in front of me wearing the white button-up shirt. The prosecutor says, with the black ties, these 2 individuals here, and he says, yes. So that's the only one. And again, I thought that was interesting that that's the only time the prosecution didn't ask Mackay. The prosecution did not ask Ephraim to point out the 2 brothers that were involved in this. Well, it's because they were confused and apparently they don't know. So let's listen to Mackay's explanation from this morning. He's going to narrate the surveillance video that again doesn't show much, but this is somebody who was there and can walk us through it. Take a listen.
In Ethan's car?
Yes.
And which one of these two are you?
The one that just stopped running.
The one
Just
who's
went
going
back to the car.
now?
Yep.
Ephraim's the one who goes further than you?
Yes.
So as you're coming back, you said you get into the car, and does Ethan immediately get out when you come back?
No.
So you get in the car and you have the splat gun,
Yes.
and what do you do with it?
I handed it to Ethan.
Okay. It appears, let me back it up a little bit, that, and then one person runs over right away from the court, back it up to about 2:08. So I'm sorry, this is you guys shooting again, and you go back. So now you two are back, and there's somebody running over. Does it appear that they were carrying anything?
Yes. Yes.
Is that the basketball you were talking about?
Yes.
Now we see the second person come over. And now a third person, correct?
Yes.
And are you still inside the car at this point?
Yes.
I'm going to stop it at 2:53. So it looks like Ephraim's out, but you're still in the car?
Yes.
And is Lamarian still in the car?
No.
He actually gets out then pretty quickly after Ethan, after
Yes.
the fight starts?
Yes.
Okay. We saw a second person run over. Does that person just immediately jump into the fight with Ethan?
Yes.
So they're fighting one-on-one, and the second person comes over and jumps in right away.
Yes.
And how about when the third person comes over?
Right away.
Sorry?
Right away.
Like the third person jumps in right away.
Yes.
So it's pretty much, in this couple seconds we've been watching, an immediate 3-on-1 fight.
Yes.
So playing it again, I'm sorry, at about 2:58. Does it appear that, are you getting out of the car there?
Yes. I just got into the driver's seat.
Okay. And we see the three walking back to the court. Is that fair?
Yes.
And this is where you said, Ethan's down and you're going to drive over to him.
Yes.
And you said Lamarian's already over there with Ethan, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now we see a figure kind of around your car. Is that the one that starts kind of going at you guys in the car? I think he just walked away though, sorry. Okay, we see, is that like a door opening? Are you guys actively trying to get Ethan in the car?
Yes.
Okay. What are you guys doing here? Let me stop it there for a second. There was some movement kind of outside the car door there. What were you guys doing?
I think we just put Ethan down.
Okay, so you took like hands or feet and
Yes.
Lamarian did the same and you were trying to carry him?
Yes.
All right, and we just saw like one of the other people from the basketball court walking back to the car. Are you guys still outside the car when that person comes over?
Yes.
And play it again.
I just got back in the car.
Okay.
And you need to put more timestamps on.
Yes.
No one knows where you're saying.
So at about 4:30, let me back it up a tiny bit. 4:29, play it from there. You said you were right about now getting back in the car.
Yep. I just...
What's happening now at about 4:43?
He's trying to get the door open from me.
Who is?
Sorry, what did you say?
The guy's trying to open the door from me. That's when me and him are fighting for the door.
Okay.
Okay.
So all three of you are back in the car, or is Lamarian still out?
Lamarian is still out.
With Ethan?
Yes.
So what is that person outside the car doing? Still trying to get in?
Not at this point, I
Okay,
don't know.
what's happening now? We stop it at about 5:22. What was happening? You tried to get Ethan in, you couldn't get him in. That guy comes over from the basketball court, he's trying to get in your door. What happens?
I don't remember.
Okay, it's all right, I'm gonna play it from here. This is 5:22. Do you see another, like a silver or white car coming over?
Right here, yeah.
Do you see that?
I didn't see it when this was happening, though.
Okay. So what do you recall about what's happening now?
They just got my door open. He got my door open.
And what's going on?
He's kicking.
This is the same first guy that was there first?
Yes.
And now we have, I'm gonna stop it at 5:50. You see a figure on the now passenger side of the car?
Yes.
And what's happening with that person?
He's trying to get Ephraim to open the door.
So you guys got in and locked the doors?
My door wasn't locked. No, I don't know if Ephraim's door was locked.
Okay. And what do we see there? It looks like it maybe a door open or?
Yes. I think that's the back passenger door that got open.
Okay. And the two people at the side there, what are they doing to the passenger side?
They're trying to kick the window out. And Ephraim's door.
So I'm going to go back just a little bit there. I'm going to go to 6:20 on the counter. Tell us when you see or if you see yourself leaving, running away.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that at all?
Yes.
Okay. And who's now do we see running by the McDonald's here at 6:30?
Me and Lamarian.
Okay. And you didn't see that before, but was that Ephraim?
Yes.
Again, that was testimony from earlier this morning from Mackay, the third individual, the third witness that arrived to the I Promise School back in June with Ethan Liming before the paintball, the splatterball incident. We're going to bring back in Tara Coleman, our legal analyst. Tara, was there anything about that testimony that grabbed you in any way, shape, or form?
What's grabbing me the most is we're now just seeing this theme of Donovan Jones just being kind of the main aggressor in this whole scenario, who is not on trial today. And even all of this, what we're calling round two stuff, it seems to be Donovan Jones is the key player. That's what's jumping out the most to me.
When we start, and we've described this before, and if you've been watching this whole trial, we sort of describe this as round one and round two. Round one is when they approach Ethan at the car and the fight and the struggle and the Ethan getting knocked out, hitting the ground, and then they retreat back to the basketball court. Round two is when you heard Mackay say he got into Ethan's car, drove to Ethan's body, the 20, 15 feet, and when they were trying to get him in, that's when Donovan is down there. And we've heard in testimony saying, first of all, yesterday, according to Lamar, saying the phrase that Lamar used was, "Come get your boys." Come get your boy, meaning, or your mans, I'm sorry, come get your mans, meaning he's knocked out, he's down here, he's telling him to come get him. And then that's when Donovan, is what we've heard as the aggressor, was saying, one of you two now have to fight me, meaning one of Mackay or either Mackay or Lamar have to fight me, that this isn't over. With that round two, and then we see Tyler and Deshaun come back into round two, how does that affect the defense's argument that this was all self-defense? If it was self-defense against Ethan Liming shooting you from 5 feet away with the gun, he's knocked out, we know he's dead and dying, you walk away, but now you come back for round two. How is that self-defense, and how will that weigh with the jury?
Yeah, it's going to weigh terribly with the jury, but at the end of the day, legally, and this is what the defense is going to have to rely on pretty heavily, is unfortunately, Ethan is gone at that point. Okay. And so the conduct in round two is not necessarily what's on trial today, right? It's leading up to that point of death. And that's just what they're going to have to make very clear to the jury. But again, it's again so hard to parse these things out, because when you do see this conduct in round two, what we're calling the round two conduct, it does taint how you perceive what happened up until that point. It does. And we're all human, and the jury is going to consider all of those factors, I think, when they get back in that jury deliberation room.
And going through law school, I'm assuming you take classes on what a jury does when they start to deliberate. And I know we can get more into this when we get to that portion, when the jury is finally given this case. When jurors deliberate, will there be somebody in the room that will stand up and say, wait a second, how can this be self-defense if round two happens? Or is there more of a conversation? Is it a debate? How does that work with juries?
Yeah, it'll be a conversation and a debate, and they'll go back and forth. And like I said earlier, there will be a foreman that will kind of jump in and help guide the discussion. But once they are instructed on the law by the judge, it's on them to kind of deliberate and figure it out. There's not going to be an attorney in the room saying, well, wait, this technically means this, or you have to consider. No, it's going to be up to those jurors they'll have the jury instructions with them there in the room, and they'll go through step by step and debate each area of the law that they've been instructed on.
And walk us through the charge of involuntary manslaughter. What will the judge's instructions be? What do they need to prove for involuntary manslaughter?
So for involuntary manslaughter, before these charges are actually read to the jury, they're going to be, like I said, be instructed on them. And usually there are varying jury instructions that you can have in certain instances, because there's different ways that you can word things, right? And so oftentimes there is a draft of you exchange drafts amongst the prosecution and the defense to come upon a settled set of jury instructions, or the judge will decide on their own. So there will be back and forth on that to determine exactly what the jury is, charged with. And when we say charge the jury, that just means the instructions that they're going to have given to them when they go back into the deliberation room. Now, what we have to remember about manslaughter is there's no intent portion on the death, right? You understand that no one here intended to cause the death, but the intent is around the assault action, that you intended the action that ultimately led to the death. And that's why it's involuntary manslaughter, right? That occurred, and I think in this instance, it's charged as that occurred during the commission of a felony. And so that felony is going to be the assault. And then I believe it's Tyler is only charged with involuntary manslaughter in the third degree, which is meaning a commission or attempted commission of a misdemeanor, right? And so there's kind of two different charges, but the ultimate getting there, regardless, is going to be around, okay, that attempted felony, that attempted misdemeanor, what did you mean there? And the crux of all of this is that under the law, the statute is essentially no person shall cause the death of another person, right? Doing an unlawful act, and where the approximate result of that unlawful act is the death, because you've committed either a felony or, in Tyler's case, a misdemeanor.
And I'm glad you cleared that up, especially with the word intent, that nobody intended for Ethan Liming to die, but because you were committing assault and he did die, you could still be held responsible. It's this idea that I threw a punch, I didn't know he was going to die. That's not an excuse. That doesn't get you away from the manslaughter part of this.
That's correct. And that is the key difference between manslaughter and murder.
Meaning you didn't show up with the gun, you didn't go into this knowing that you could do that. Taking a look back into the courtroom, we've been at recess for lunch for more than an hour now. We're approaching about an hour and 10, 15 minutes now. So we'll wait to see. And I'm going to take a quick listen into the courtroom, and I don't hear a lot of moving around, so it doesn't look like we are real close in all of this. Let's again talk about, and let me play the medical examiner testimony, or maybe we should, we love the we're not going to shoot you in the face testimony from yesterday. We can always take a listen to that. The defense asking the father of Ephraim if he was still thinks it was a good idea to let his son go out with this splatter gun. In fact, in case some of our viewers didn't see this yesterday, it's Tara said her jaw dropped when she heard this. The defense had started to take the splatter gun out, or at least a splatter gun. It's not the one that we saw him cut into the bag today, or that was yesterday afternoon. But he was about to get out a different splatter gun when he was when he was cross-examining Ephraim's father, Stefanko, about letting his son go out with this gun. And he was about to pull it out. The judge asked for a sidebar to see what the intent was, why you're questioning the father about the splatter gun. And here was the response after they got out of that sidebar conference. Take a listen.
Okay.
Well, sir, we're not going to shoot you with this thing. It probably doesn't, I don't think the court thinks that's a great idea to shoot you in the face with the thing that your son had on that basketball court that night. But can you see how these guns, these splat guns that fire at 250 feet per second,
Objection,
cause
Your Honor.
concern?
Sustained. You can ask him to assume things. I don't think any of that is in evidence.
Did you read the big warning label that came with this?
No.
Would you like to?
No.
Would you be surprised that the first thing it says is the product may be mistaken for an actual firearm by police officers? Wouldn't that be something you want to know before you let your kid go run around with this? Is that the company itself says it can be mistaken for a firearm by police officers, and it's not a toy. Right? Your son says it feels like getting hit by a rubber band. Have you ever been hit repeatedly by a rubber band in the face in the dark?
You're asking me if I've been hit repeatedly with a rubber band in the face in the dark?
Yeah.
No, I've not.
I mean, you can see how these things cause consequences. It caused consequences right here in court, and it sure as hell caused consequences out there on that basketball
I would object,
court.
Your Honor. It's not a question. It's also calling for speculation.
Sustained.
You stand by your statement that you're good with your kid going out there and shooting this thing at strangers?
Object. It's already been asked and answered, Judge.
Are you good with that?
I would object again.
He can answer.
Are you good with that? Even after what happened, are you good with the fact that your son and his friends go out there and shoot these splat guns at strangers?
I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't seem so funny today, does it?
I would object, Your Honor.
Sustained.
You're here as a state's witness, correct?
Yes.
Your son was involved in this just like everybody else, was he not?
Yes.
Did he get charged with one thing for his involvement? Did he get charged with any crime at all for starting this whole thing with the other boys in the car?
No.
No further questions.
Good morning, sir. Donald Gallagher, represent Tyler Stafford. Just a few questions. Look, let's do this with the
And we'll jump out of that. I think we've got some better testimony. But Tara, we played that yesterday. It was just really a shocking moment, and not exactly sure he was going to shoot him in the face. We're starting to see our camera move just a little bit, Tara. So give me your thoughts on that testimony yesterday. And
yeah, my thoughts, Dan. So first of all, this is a very serious matter that has hit the Akron community very hard. And we know this is serious. But I can't shy away from the fact that just the trial alone, this is such a riveting and intriguing trial. And the testimony you just played was such a jaw-dropping moment that, it's a state trial, that we're usually as local members of our community not following that much. But this is truly a fascinating trial. I mean, this jury has been on such an up and down roller coaster, and I think what we just played kind of just illustrates that.
And the fact that it's not so funny now, is it? And then there was the objection and sustained. You can't ask the father of Ephraim that question.
That defense attorney has been going right to the edge the whole trial. Yeah.
Yeah, we're still looking for the start of our trial, the continuation here on day 3 of our gavel to gavel coverage. Jury getting a little bit of an extra lunch break here, approximately about an hour and 20 minutes. Tara Coleman, we see the judge. I want to thank you for your expertise. Wonderful as always, Tara, and let's get back to our live coverage. For those of you at home, this will be the jury coming into the room. We always focus on something other than the jury when we see this. I'm going to click that out just because I think that was probably the back of a juror's head. And we get to be seated, and we are back underway.
Okay, Mr. Kuhn, on behalf of the state.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. With the court's permission, we would like to call our next witness, Akron PD Officer Patrick Mobley, to the scene.
If you'd raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Good afternoon, sir. How are you today?
Good, how are you?
That's good. Thank you. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the court report?
Sure, Officer Patrick Mobley, M-O-B-L-E-Y.
And where do you work, sir?
Akron Police Department.
What do you do for the police department?
I'm a patrolman.
Okay, can you tell the jury what that means?
I answer calls for service, dispatch calls, and do routine patrol.
Okay, and how long have you been with APD?
24 and a half years.
Okay. Is that the extent of your law enforcement career?
It is.
Okay, and is there a particular shift that you work?
Right now I'm on day shift. It's 6:30 in the morning till 4:30 in the afternoon.
Okay, and how long have you been on that shift?
Ooh. Approximately 9 years.
Okay, so you would have been working that shift last summer?
Correct.
Okay, last June in particular?
I would.
Okay, and when you work, do you normally have a partner with you?
I do not. I work alone.
Okay, and you said you go out on patrol?
I do.
How do you get around when you're doing that?
I have a cruiser, car 2 and car 5. I work a jump car, so I cover people's days off if you want to look at it that way. So either car 2 or car 5.
Okay, and that's a marked police cruiser?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and do you know if you happen to be working on June 11th of last year?
I was.
Okay, and were you wearing a uniform like you have on today?
Yes, sir.
And were you in that marked cruiser?
I was.
Okay. And did you get directed to go out to 515 North Howard here in Akron?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what the purpose of going out there was?
I was dispatched to retrieve a gun, a plastic gun, evidence.
Okay. And did you know whose house you were going to?
No.
Okay. And did you get some sort of a description of this toy gun?
It was a dispatch call. So I said pick up it's been a while, so I think it said splatter gun or orange gun or something along those lines.
Okay. And do you recall who directed you to go out there?
It was a dispatch call, but the person that put the call in was Detective Williams.
Detective Williams instructed you to go out there? Okay. And when you got to that address, can you describe if that was a house or an apartment or what?
It looks like one big house, but once you get inside the front door, I would say it's more like rooms, if you will. Maybe, I don't want to say rooming house, but there's rooms. And I knocked on it, I went upstairs and knocked on the apartment door on top of the steps.
Okay. And do you remember who answered the door?
It was a lady.
Okay. And did you go inside?
Yeah, she let me in and I went inside.
Okay. Did you see any other people in there?
I think there were like 4 other people in there.
Okay. Do you remember what they were doing?
Crying.
And did someone assist you in your collection of evidence that day?
I was by myself.
Okay. When you got to that address, did somebody at the house help you out?
Yeah. Tabitha opened the door, and I think her name was Tabitha, and directed me to a back room where the gun was.
Okay. And in anticipation of your testimony today, did you have the opportunity to review a still shot from your body cam of that day?
Yeah, I watched the video and did see a still shot.
Okay. Would you recognize it if you were to see it today?
I would.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 41 and have you identified. If you are able to do so, Your Honor, this has been made available to the defense. They've expressed no objection to it. Are you able to see that, sir?
Yeah, I can see it right here.
Okay, and it's a little bit grainy, but do you recognize what it is?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what we're looking at there?
That's the room that I go through that door to retrieve the splatter gun, and I was first drawn to the CO2 or paint gun that was sitting on top of the I think it was a grill or a table there.
Okay, before we get to that, sir, are you certain that that's from your body cam?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And does it appear to have a date and time stamp on it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you tell the jury sort of where it's located in the image there?
It's on the top right-hand corner, top line.
Okay. And what is that date and time, if you can see it?
Sure, June 11th, 2022, 11 a.m.
Okay. And so that is the date and time you were out there?
Yes.
Sir, next I'm going to show you what's previously been marked State's Exhibit 42. This image has also been made available to the defense, Your Honor, and they've expressed no objection to it. Sir, if you could take a look there. You could take a look at that image, and do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, can you please tell the jury what that is?
I think it's either a CO2 or a paint gun. I did not know exactly which one it was, but that's where my eye first went when I entered the room.
Okay, and in this image here, do we see the splatterball gun that you were there to collect?
It's in the plastic Acme bag there, beside the Clark's bleach.
So sort of in the background there?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the item that you did in fact collect?
That's the item I collected.
Do both of these images reflect a true and accurate image of what you saw there at the scene?
Yes, sir.
When you were out there at 515 North Howard, did you encounter either of the Stafford brothers?
No.
And throughout your investigation, did you have any communication with them?
No, sir.
Additionally, throughout your investigation, did you collect any other evidence for this case?
I did not.
Were you provided, I'm sorry, let me back up. Did you ask if the paintball gun there was related to this incident?
I believe I asked if I was to get that too. I did not know, and the splatter gun is what I ended up taking with me.
Okay. Were you advised that that gun was not part of this incident?
Yeah, I believe she said it was her brother's or friends or it was someone else's, not related to the case.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions.
Good afternoon, officer.
Hello.
So, there's a whole bunch of cops investigating this, and your involvement happens to be limited to going out and getting a piece of evidence and bringing it back to the detectives.
Yes, sir.
You're on shift, and they need someone to run out there, and you run out there.
Correct.
Did this seem like you were surprising the people that were in the home that you were collecting the evidence from?
Was Dave surprised by me?
Like, it wasn't a search warrant, was it? Kicking the door, where's the guy?
No search warrant, no kicking any doors. I knocked on the door and she answered it, and I said I was there to get the splatter gun. She was very nice and directed me to the back of the room.
And when we're talking about the young lady, is it your understanding that it's Deshaun's fiance and Sheldon's mother? You were at Sean Stafford's house? If you don't know, you don't know.
I didn't know whose house I was at, no.
But it seemed to you like some other police officer before you in the chain had made an appointment for you to go pick something up, and those people were waiting to give you something.
No appointment. I didn't talk to any officer before being dispatched. It was a dispatch call from me. I was dispatched, went out there, and got it. Didn't speak to anyone.
But you knocked on the door, right?
Yes, sir.
And you said to someone, "I'm here for the splatter gun."
Correct.
So that information that there was a splatter gun there and that you were going to be picking it up.
It was in the call notes.
Okay. And do you know how that came down? I mean, this wasn't a search for a splatter gun in a home.
Do I know? Oh, sorry. Oh, go ahead.
Someone told you, "Hey, go to this house. They're going to give you something. Bring it back to the detective bureau."
And that's the call. Like, I don't know if you understand, but we're really extremely busy. We're shorthanded, so I go call to call to call to call for 10 hours straight. So yes, I read the call notes, said pick up a splatter gun, went to the house, knocked on the door. Nice lady answered, young girl answered the door. Was very nice. Directed me to the splatter gun. I get the splatter gun, probably there less than 2 minutes, I'm guessing, and take it outside. The person that made the call was Detective Williams. Took it down there, handed Detective Williams the gun, and that's my extent in the whole thing.
So one of the detectives involved asked you to go out there and get this gun?
He did not ask me to go out there and get it. He put a call in the dispatch, I'm assuming, and I was dispatched from a dispatcher to get the gun.
So, and I know this is commonplace to you, and I apologize if I don't quite understand.
It's fine.
But had you thought you were going to have any trouble out there, you wouldn't have went by yourself, right?
No, I wouldn't go. I'm safe. Mm-hmm.
This is a situation where someone says, go to this address, some nice person's going to answer the door, they're going to show you what there is, and take it and bring it back.
That's what I was dispatched, went out and got it, and yep, took it to.
And when you get there, somebody who maybe we can assume had talked to one of the detectives involved had organized a bunch of stuff for you and showed you to this corner and said, those are them.
I can't speak on any of that. I wasn't part of the investigation. I was just sent out there to get a gun. It's that simple. And I picked the gun up and
right, but you know, no one was trying to hide a gun from you. The nice young lady just walked
No,
and
she
showed you where stuff was.
She directed me right to it. Yes.
And you didn't know very much about the situation involving Ethan Liming's death and what happened and what was important and wasn't, right?
Correct.
And you don't know whether those people did. They just lined some things up for you to look at, and you took the ones that you were told to take.
I just went to the place, got the gun, and left. Mm-hmm.
As far as you know, this paintball gun that's there, it looks kind of scary, but you don't know that it has anything whatsoever to do with this except for somebody put it there for you to look at while you were looking over stuff.
I went back there and I asked a young lady, and she said no, it was her brothers or whoever's.
Okay. Everybody was open with you and just showing you everything, and
I didn't talk to anyone but the young lady.
thank you. Thank you, sir. My co-counselor, just, I'm sorry. To be clear, though,
Yes.
this is a picture the prosecutor showed you. You didn't even bother taking. I mean, that gun laying there on that grill. That's not one you took, right?
The gun on the grill?
Yeah, the thing next to the tank there, the thing next to the bottom of the thing. That's just a picture. You didn't collect that piece of evidence because it wasn't.
Only thing I took out of the house was the gun in the Acme bag.
You took a bag. You took whatever's in that plastic bag next to that red box, right?
Between the bleach and the box, yes.
And I hate to say it, but well, I hate to say it, but it looks gray and orange, and kind of looks like this thing right here. That's probably what you collected, right? Can you tell?
I couldn't hear your question.
I'm sorry, I'm talking. Do you remember what you grabbed?
I grabbed a Acme bag with an orange gun in it, yes.
And again, I know this is in your case.
Yeah.
One of these type of things, maybe?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Officer Mosley,
Yes, sir.
Attorney Donald Gallagher, I represent Tyler Stafford here. I know you didn't have a major involvement in this case. This will be fairly quick, I believe.
All right.
This photo we're looking at, what does it say here? What is it, 40? 42? Okay. So you were in this room?
I was.
Okay. And Detective, you said Detective Williams directed you there?
It was dispatched. He put the call in for service, yes.
And just so we leave no stone unturned, what is Detective Williams' first name?
Mike.
Mike Williams. So Detective Mike Williams says, go out there and collect a splatter gun or something like that.
That's what the call note said, yes, sir.
Okay. And the splatter gun is this thing I'm pointing at right here in this plastic bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you take this photograph?
Did I take a photograph?
Yeah.
That's my body cam, but I didn't.
Oh,
take
you
a
said
photo.
that. I apologize.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm guessing that the still from the body cam, I mean, the camera is taking pictures all the time, right?
Correct. It's recording, yes.
And I mean, there's some rate of frames per second.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'm guessing you're walking all through this room.
No, it's really not that.
Well, let's try this. It looks like if this is from your body camera, you're standing, I don't know,
In the doorway?
3 inches from that table?
Very smaller room. I'm standing right in the doorway, basically.
Okay. So did you not move, and did you just reach over the table with your arms and get that bag and retrieve it?
I stood, like I say, this is not a proper representation, I guess, of the room. It's a small room. I stood there for a second. My eye was drawn to the gun first.
Sure.
I asked the young lady if it was involved, and she said it was her brothers, her friends, and she said, no, you want to get that? And I picked up the gun in the Acme bag.
You picked up the gun and you, walked around this table to get to it?
I think I might just reached over it. That's a small, I mean, it's not like that's a huge grill, outdoor grill or anything. It's just
I guess my question is this. I'm looking at this still frame that was chosen.
Okay.
Right? And
Okay.
not chosen by you,
No.
was it? No.
Mm.
But all that data was downloaded by someone, and this photo was produced from that body camera.
Yes, sir.
That probably, I don't know, takes 20 shots a second or 10, whatever it takes.
Sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
The center of this photo, we can agree, is this paintball gun. That tells me that's the subject of the photo. That's what it looks like to me.
I was standing probably right in front of that, so yeah, it would have caught the whole room for sure because it's a wide lens on the body camera, so it got the whole room, I'm assuming. And
But it appears, and we know that this gun has nothing to do with this case. This paintball gun has nothing to do with this case.
she told me that, yes.
Okay, and as far as you know today, this paintball gun has nothing to do with this case.
As far as I know, no.
But you're saying it's just a coincidence that it's in the center of this table, in the center of this photograph.
Well, I don't live there. I don't know why it's there, sir. I just got sent to pick up a gun.
And like I said, you didn't choose this photograph. You didn't have any
Did not.
That's
Nope.
already been asked and answered.
Yeah. Well, I'm not accusing him.
No, I didn't take a picture.
But my point is, it seems like if we wanted to get a photo of this, that you would at some point would have walked, or maybe there's a photo somewhere of you standing right in front of this bag, where this bag is the center of the photograph. You see what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but like you say, this this thing is recording and taking X amount of pictures every second. So the room is very small. So there would be no way for this gun not to be in my body camera.
You just made my point.
Yeah.
Your camera's taking all these pictures all the time.
Yes, sir.
And this one is chosen. And let me guess, when your body camera is where, somewhere on your torso?
It's right here in the center.
So if you lean back, it aims up.
Yes.
Right? If you lean forward, it goes down.
Mm-hmm.
If you lean left, the photo is centered more towards the left or the right.
Sure.
We just happen to pick the one frame where there's a completely irrelevant piece of information in the center of the photo.
Sustained, that was a statement,
Okay.
and I'm not sure what your point is, but go
Okay.
ahead.
The point is we should ignore everything in this photo except this bag up here in the corner, right?
You're asking me?
As far as you know, this is the only relevant thing in the photo connected to this case.
Again, when I went into the room, my eye was drawn to the gun first, so maybe that's why the picture is the way it is. But I asked the young lady in there, very nice young lady in there, what if it was related. She told me no. I grabbed the gun and I leave.
Did anyone consult with you and say which photos do you think we should take for your body camera?
No, sir.
It was all done without your knowledge or consent?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sir, if you were to see the lady you dealt with that day in the courtroom, would you recognize her?
It's been a long time, but yes.
Do you know if it was her?
No, I don't know. It was I thought she had like a red hair or.
Okay. And then, so you were asked about this particular splatterball gun. Did you happen to ever see the gun outside of that plastic bag?
No, it was evidence. I actually put latex gloves on, left it in the bag, and handed it over to Detective Williams.
Okay, so you never laid eyes on the gun without a bag?
No, no, sir.
You wouldn't know if this is it or not?
No, sir.
Thank you, that's all.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Dan DeRosa with 19 News. That was fairly bizarre testimony. It was just an officer who was sent to pick up the gun. Remember, Deshaun and Tyler, according to their defense attorney in his opening, said that they took the splatter gun from the scene because, according to their defense attorney, they wanted it as evidence when they were approached for the incident at the I Promise school.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Can you give us your name, please?
Michael Williams.
And what's your occupation?
I'm a police officer for the city of Akron.
How long have you been a police officer with Akron?
24 and a half years.
Okay. And in what capacity are you now with Akron?
I'm currently assigned as a detective in the Midnight Major Crimes Unit and Felony Crimes Against Persons.
How long have you been in that unit?
About 2.5 years.
Okay. And prior to being in that unit there at the Detective Bureau, what other positions have you held with APD?
I worked in patrol for approximately 14 of those years, and I was a school resource officer for about 9. I was on the SWAT team for 12 years and also honor guard.
All right. I want to ask you some questions about why we're here, what happened on June 2nd of 2022. You were working that day?
I was.
Okay. And you were in the DB, the Detective Bureau at that time?
Yes, I was assigned there.
All right. How did you first get involved in this case?
I was doing working on some other cases, and I was out by the Detective Bureau desk, and I heard a radio broadcast from a patrol officer indicating that there was a death.
And where was that death?
At the I Promise School on West Market Street.
And you're pretty familiar with that school, right?
I am familiar with it.
How's that?
During my time as a school resource officer, I was assigned at East and Miller South, but occasionally after school would let out, when there was a special event then it wasn't the I Promise School, it was actually school that rotated schools as they were being rebuilt. I would go there and work after school events.
All right. And just so our record is clear, the I Promise School is located in Akron, Summit County, Ohio.
Yes, it is.
All right. So you get a call regarding a death at the I Promise School. What do you do?
At that point, I confer with the other detectives on duty that night, and I respond to the scene.
What other detectives, were there a number of detectives responding?
Yes,
Okay. All from your unit there, the night shift?
correct.
All right. Tell us what happens when you get on scene.
When we arrive on scene, speak briefly with the original responding officers. They briefed us on what they had. At that point, I didn't even know what the original call was. I found out later that it was a fight call, and kind of walked around the scene with some of the other detectives.
All right. And what is the scene like when you get there?
It's fairly dark. It's an empty parking lot. There's a car that's left unattended up towards the mouth of the parking lot going towards Market Street. Mr. Liming was in a laid out by a light pole towards the middle to eastern part of the lot.
And I guess in relationship to where Ethan Liming was found, what else are you seeing? What are the other signs of what happened there?
There was several broken cell phones. There was a broken, what appeared to be toy gun laying in the parking lot. There was a T-shirt that was neon yellow in color on the basketball court. And there was a wallet. I may be missing some of the things that were there, but that's...
All right. And would you agree with me they're kind of spread out around where Ethan was found?
Yes, the crime scene was fairly large.
All right. So what is your next, I guess, step, or what else what do you do when you get there?
At some point in time, I become aware through one of the other detectives that a lady had showed up and stated that her son was there when this occurred, and there had been a plan made between one of the detectives and patrol to go pick up other witnesses that were at the scene when it occurred.
All right. And later, did you determine who those witnesses were?
Yes.
Who were they?
They were Ephraim Stefanko, Makai Shady, and Lamarion Dancy.
So after you learn that there were some witnesses then that are being picked up by patrol, and where were they going to be taken?
They were going to be taken to the detective bureau at the station.
All right. What do you do with that information?
Meet with the other detectives on scene and decided that myself and Detective Aber would go back to the station to interview the witnesses so that we could get some information, possibly to put some information out about suspects. And Detective Hornacek and Detective Keith Williams would remain at the scene.
All right. So you go back to the DB.
Correct.
Are you involved in interviewing all three of the boys?
Yes.
Through those interviews, were you able to get any names of the suspects?
No.
How about descriptions?
Yes.
All right. Could you go through, I guess, the descriptions that they were given?
The descriptions from all three boys were fairly consistent. They described a black male, 5'9", skinnier but cut, braids with colors on the tips. The second description given was...
Well, let me stop you there. So that first description, you were obviously actively involved in this investigation.
Yes.
You watched the I Promise video and other videos, right?
Correct.
And then later you were involved in interviewing the two defendants, correct?
Yes, two of the three.
So that first description that was given to you, did you determine who that was?
We later determined that to be Deshaun Stafford.
Okay, so go ahead then.
The second description was physically similar with braids. I believe Mr. Dancy actually stated that they looked very much alike and thought that they may be brothers. We later determined that to be Tyler Stafford.
Okay.
The third description was of a larger male, 6 foot, that had I believe they called it a close cut, but he was definitely bigger and had his shirt off. And all three also stated that there was a female on scene, but couldn't give no further description than she had something over her hair.
Okay, so that third male with the short haircut and no shirt, who did you determine that to be?
Donovan Jones.
All right. And the female who was on scene, that was described to be on scene, did you ever get a name for that person?
We did figure out who it was, yes.
All right. And who did you determine she was?
Driana Blair, I believe was her name.
And what was her relation to anybody on scene?
She was Tyler Stafford's girlfriend.
All right. Was the, I'm going to get back to a couple questions in regard to her, but so you're interviewing the three boys, and at the same time, are other detectives, crime scene unit officers, detectives, are they collecting all the evidence on scene and any video evidence?
Yes, while we were interviewing the witnesses, they were processing the scene.
Okay. And along with the descriptions of the suspects involved, were the three boys able to give you a description of the vehicle that they arrived or left in?
Correct. They did give a description of the vehicle.
What was the vehicle, or how was it described?
The vehicle was described as a SUV, not a car, excuse me, not a minivan, but a smaller SUV. I believe the term crossover was actually used at one point. One of the boys actually said that he remembered seeing what he described it, what I determined to be a Chevrolet emblem. And I actually pulled up a picture on my cell phone of a Chevrolet emblem and showed it to him, and he said, yes, that was the emblem that was on the car.
All right. And photographs, or sorry, video, did you obtain videos of that car? Because you're trying to determine who's driving that car, right?
We were trying to determine all the occupants of the car, yes.
Okay. So did video surveillance assist in determining what type of car and later whose was it?
When we got the video, it definitely was a smaller SUV as they had described, and it was one that I didn't know off the top of my head. Through the video, we had several pictures of it coming and going, and it was silver in color.
All right, thank you. Tell us, I guess, in the investigation, how you determine who the three men are who were at the basketball court and were involved in this.
We received numerous Crime Stopper tips in the days following that gave names. Some gave even a car and a license plate through the Summit County Crime Stoppers.
All right. So with that information, what do you do?
With that information, we were able to obtain the names of Deshaun Stafford, Tyler Stafford, and Donovan Jones. We're actually in several of the tips. We began to research them to see if we could tie them to the car or where they lived and stuff like that so that we could continue to investigate.
All right. And were you able to tie them to the vehicle?
We were, yes. One of them actually gave a license plate, and I believe that the car, when we ran it, actually returned to Deshaun Stafford.
Okay. And how do you go about locating that vehicle?
We checked prior reports for Mr. Stafford. We checked registrations. We checked a website that we use called Clear, and we came up with an address of, I believe it was 515 North Howard.
Okay, and did you go to that address?
We did. Actually, Detective Hornacek, the first night that we got it, went and drove by that address and did not see the car there.
Okay, and what about you?
In the course of a personal errand, I had to go through that area, and so I purposefully drove by the house when I was off duty, running my errand, and observed the vehicle that I saw in the video sitting on the north side of 515 North Howard Street, and at the time it did not have a license plate on the back of it.
All right. What do you do with that information?
Well, when I'm driving to my errand, I see a male coming down the steps of 515 North Howard. The male matched the physical description. He had a hoodie up, and he had dreads sticking out of the front of the hoodie that were tipped in a different color.
So that person coming out of the house match the description of which of the three suspects that were given?
Deshaun Stafford.
All right. Do you have any interaction with him at that point?
No.
Okay. After locating the car and someone who appeared to look like Deshaun Stafford, what do you do with that information?
Well, after I completed my errand, I came back by the house and was able to get a picture of the vehicle sitting on the north side of 515 North Howard. That night when I came into work, I looked at the video again that we had from all the different sources, and in the picture there was visible damage to the front passenger side of the car that it was parked by 515 North Howard. We compared that to the video, and we in the video could see that same damage, or what appeared to be that same damage on the car in the video from the crime scene.
Okay, so now you've identified the car from the crime scene as going back to Deshaun Stafford at that 515 North Howard Street address. What's the next step in the investigation?
At that point, we gathered as much as we could, and we presented it to prosecutors to see if we were able to sign after we did some photo arrays.
You did photo arrays with the three boys?
Correct.
And how did they do with the photo arrays?
I don't really know that because we're not permitted to be in the room because we personally know who the suspect is, so we have no part in the photo array itself.
Let me rephrase that then. Do you know if any of the three boys picked out Deshaun Stafford?
Yes.
Okay. Let me back up a minute. You have information about the vehicle now. I guess it turned out to be a silver Captiva. Is that what it is?
Correct, a Captiva.
Okay. And you have some identifying information now for the people who were involved in the incident. When is it that, or did you at any time issue arrest warrants?
Yes, we did.
And when was that?
I don't recall exactly when we issued the arrest warrant. I know it was a Friday, I can tell you that.
Okay. And at that point, what were you basing your arrest warrant on?
The Crime Stoppers tip, the video, the vehicle itself.
Okay. All right. So were you contacted when an arrest was made of the Stafford brothers?
Yes, I was.
After their arrest, are you involved in interviewing them?
Yes, I was.
And were you in? Okay. When you interview someone, where do you do it? After their arrest?
The Detective Bureau.
Over here at APD?
In APD, and it's in interview rooms, we call them.
Okay. And you said you were involved in both Tyler and Deshaun's interviews.
Correct.
During those interviews, did either one of them admit to being present at the scene at the basketball court there?
They both did.
Okay. So now they're putting themselves there as two of the three people there.
Correct.
And then later, I believe Donovan Jones was also arrested?
Yes, it was a short time after it was at a different location.
You were not in the room. We just had a witness testify to locating and taking into custody basically one of the Orbeez guns, and that person testified it was located at Deshaun Stafford's home. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that?
During my interview with Deshaun, he stated that he had one of the Orbeez guns that he had removed from Mr. Liming's car, and that it was at his house.
Okay. And then so you were involved in asking Officer Mobley to go pick that up?
Correct. I called our dispatch, created a call for service with the information that I just needed them to go to that residence and pick up the Orbeez gun from the occupant that was left inside the house.
Okay. What number are we on now? Is it 44? 43. Okay. The interview that you conducted with Deshaun Stafford, after you conduct such an interview, do you go back in your investigation and, and review it?
Yes,
And obviously you've done that in this particular case.
I have.
I'm going to then play for you what we've marked as State's Exhibit 43, that interview with Mr. Deshaun Stafford. Overhead here. This is Exhibit 43. Is this Mr. Stafford after arrest?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And part of this interview is an actual interview, but part of it is just a lot of dead time while he's waiting to be interviewed and after he's interviewed and things like that.
Correct. The majority of it is.
All right, I have a notation of where your interview started, and I believe that begins at 1:27:44. If I could have just one moment, Judge. I'm going to go to 127, approximately 127 or so in the video. Starts at 1:27:13. I can ask you a question while we're waiting for that to begin, but he is in custody, it appears here with no shirt on and maybe no shoes on. Do you know why that is?
I believe that he was still in bed when the U.S. Marshals served the warrant.
So they just arrested him based on that?
I believe so. Yeah, I was not on scene when the arrest actually was made.
Sorry. And later you actually get people to go get him some clothing?
Correct.
It looks like he was arrested about 9 days. They both were arrested 9 days after the assault.
That is correct.
Okay. I'm Detective Haver with Akron Police Department. This is Detective Williams. All right. Real quick, we're just gonna
Did you have the ability to turn it up at all on your end? I'm as high as I am on my end. I know it's going to be a little low.
Try that. I don't.
Information from you. How you spell Deshaun? Sean? Okay. I'm Detective Aver with Akron Police Department. This is Detective Williams. All right. Real quick, we're just going to get some information from you. How you spell Deshaun? D-E-S-H-A-W. And your last name? Stafford. S-T-A-F-F-O-R-D. And the date of birth? 10/23/01. And do you know your social? 28906. And where do you live at? 244 Cosby. Where do you live there with? My mom. Your mom? Mm-hmm. And a good phone number for you? 330 8971? 9. 8979? Okay. Alright. So, we have to read this to everybody, okay? Just it's part of our policy, okay? You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? Just say yes or no. Yes, sir. Okay. Anything you say can and will be used against you in court of law. Do you understand that? Yes, sir. You have the right to talk to a lawyer, have him or her present while you're being questioned. Do you understand that? Yes, sir. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any question if you wish. Do you understand that? Yes, sir. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand that? Yes, sir. All right. Having these rights in mind that I explained to you, do you want to talk to us and explain what happened that night in your side of the story?
Am I going to jail? If you're under arrest right now, so I'm going to jail. More than likely. But now is your time to tell your side of the story. Because we only have one side of the story. And there's always two sides to every story. If you want to tell us your side of the story, we're more than happy to sit here and hear what you have to say to us. It is kind of crazy, and that's kind of why we want to.
I ain't even going to say y'all seen it for yourself.
Well, the video isn't that good, so we can't see everything, and we don't know what you were thinking at that time. You know what I mean?
It's all I gotta show you. There's no this. I literally got shot at my leg. Got shot, came out this way.
Okay, so just tell us what happened, man.
Stop there for a second. You should be seeing the video, and it's unfortunately kind of hard to hear Mr. Stafford, but he's rolling up his pant leg and he's showing you something. What was that?
It was a gunshot wound.
Not involved in this, nothing involved
It
in
had
this.
happened prior.
They was chasing us on the court with the guns or the police playing basketball. They did not come here to play basketball. They did not come do none of that, bro. They literally pulled up fast as fuck. I thought those people getting out the car to shoot at us like real guns. And I was going to do it. I didn't look at the car. I didn't do nothing. I ran away. I ran away.
Okay, again, it's pretty hard to understand. What is being communicated there?
He states that he was playing basketball and a car pulled up very fast and people jumped out and he thought that they were going to shoot at him.
My brother was still in the court, and they was running after us. And whatever, then my brother yelled out the gun was fake and whatever. And then I went over to confront him. He still shooting, literally in my body. And then as I'm getting closer, he shot me all in my face and shit.
Can you pull your hair up?
All right, again, what is he saying there?
He's saying that he took off running. His brother stayed on the court and yelled to him at some point that it was a fake gun.
It appears as if he's talking about then getting shot again.
Well, yeah, he's, after viewing the video, fast forwards a little bit to getting shot in the face as he's approaching Ethan at his car.
I think you just asked him, or about to ask him to show you where he was hit.
Yeah, he said he was shot all in his face, so I asked him if he could lift up his hairline so I could see if there were any injury present.
And he does that for you?
Yes, he does.
Do you see any injury on his head?
There was an injury in his hairline that he later clarified was from hitting his head on the pavement, but I didn't see anything that looked like a circular gel bead mark.
All right. Continue playing at 131.09.
Where did you get checked?
Right here. Oh, right here. Sure.
Okay. When you say you guys were on the court, who was on the court?
Just me and my brother. Some other dude.
Some other dude. Do you know who that other dude is?
No.
You never seen him before, nothing like that? Okay. So you were just...
Stopping it again there, 131.27. You're asking him, there was he and his brother and some other dude on the court, and who does he say the other dude is?
Well, I asked him who was on the court. He said him and his brother, and then some other dude that he did not know.
And did that turn out to be a correct statement?
Donovan Jones is his cousin.
So he's telling you he doesn't know who Donovan Jones is?
Correct.
He doesn't know who that third person is?
Correct.
Starting again at 131.27.
Was he there when you got there? The other dude. Yeah. Okay. And who was the girl? You don't know her either? Was she there when you got there?
No.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. All right, go ahead. So, continue.
Whatever, he shot me in my face, whatever the fuck. So I hit him, and then his friend got out the car to try to help him, whatever the fuck. And as that was happening, my brother came and tried to help me and shit. And he got him off of me. That's why I got all this right here.
What's that from?
That's from the road. I hit my head, like literally he slammed me.
So you and the guy.
This is Ethan. Ethan had the gun. Ethan
Okay.
shot me in the face.
Okay, so and then you go up and you punch Ethan?
Yeah, after he shot me in my face.
Okay. And then what happened? You guys grabbed each other? Was there a tussle?
He grabbed me. He literally grabbed me, and then I slammed him.
So you slammed him onto the ground?
Yeah.
And then what happened when he fell?
He literally, we let him back up, and my brother was helping me where the fuck. Yeah, I hit him a couple times. We let him back up, and then he started following my brother wherever because we was about.
I'm going to stop it there. It's, again, hard to hear. Can you kind of go through what, I know you've reviewed this many, many times, so could you kind of go through what he's saying there?
So Mr. Stafford stated that as he approached, he was getting hit in the face with the Orbeez. He punched Ethan and took the gun off of him, and they began to tussle.
There was something about him being on the ground and letting him up.
Correct. He had I would call it an abrasion, a road rash type injury on his arm, and he stated that he got that from the road when he slammed Ethan.
Okay. And he slammed Ethan, and then what happened?
He said that his brother came up to help. It's unclear the time, that they let Ethan up.
Play it from there, 132.37.
Okay, so you guys are walking away from the situation.
Yes, we literally walked away, bro.
And he came back towards you?
He was following my brother. And
Your brother, Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my brother had called my name. That's when I ran over to him and I hit him and he fell on the ground.
So you punched him and he fell down the ground.
So when you say he was following you, where were you at when you turned around when your brother called you?
I'm by the car confronting the other dudes. I was about to fight them too for shooting.
By the blue car?
The blue car.
Okay.
So I'm over there confronting them. I'm about to fight them too, whatever the fuck. But Ethan's still trying to fight my brother and shit. He's squaring up with my brother.
Okay.
So when he called me over there, I literally hit him. He went right to sleep and shit.
Okay, so then when he fell, what happened after that?
I hit him.
Stop it there, 133.25. He says he hits Ethan, and what did he say, something about sleep or something? What was that comment?
I didn't hear that, I'm
Let me
sorry.
Back it up for you. Sounded like he hit him and then something to sleep. Back it up to 131.36.
Was she there when you got there?
No.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. All right, go ahead. So, continue.
Whatever, he shot me in my face, whatever the fuck. So I hit him, and then his friend got out the car to try to help him, whatever the fuck. And as that was happening, my brother came and tried to help me and shit. And he got him off of me. That's why I got all this right here.
What's that from?
That's from the road. He hit my head, like literally he slammed me.
So you and the guy.
This is Ethan. Ethan had the gun. Ethan
Okay.
shot me in the face.
Okay, so and then you go up and you punch Ethan?
Yeah, after he shot me in my face.
Okay. And then what happened? You guys grab each other? Was there a tussle?
He grabbed me. He literally grabbed me, and then I slammed him.
So you slammed him onto the ground?
Yeah.
And then what happened when he fell?
He literally, we let him back up because my brother was helping me where the fuck. Yeah, I hit him a couple times. We let him back up, and then he started following my brother because we was about to leave.
Okay, so you guys are walking away from the situation?
Yeah, we literally walked away, bro.
And he came back towards you?
He was following my brother. And
your brother, Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my brother had called my name. That's when I ran over to him and I hit him and he fell on the ground.
So you punched him and he fell down the ground?
So when you say he was following you, where were you at when you turned around when your brother called you?
I'm by the car confronting the other dudes. I was about to fight them too for shooting.
By the blue car?
The blue car.
Okay.
So I'm over there confronting them. I'm about to fight them too, whatever the fuck. But Ethan's still trying to fight my brother and shit. He's squaring up with my brother.
Okay.
And so when he called me over there, I literally hit him. He went right to sleep and shit.
Okay, so when he fell?
He was right there. I literally hit him and he went right to sleep.
Correct. He said, I hit him and he went right to sleep.
What happened after that?
I hit him 2 times.
When he was on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
None after that, they,
I'm going to pause it there real quick and take you back just a couple seconds. At 1:32:39.
Walking away from the situation?
Yeah, she literally walked away, bro.
And he came back toward you?
He was following my brother. And
your brother, Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my brother had called my name. That's when I ran over to him and I hit him and he fell on the ground.
So you punched him and he fell down the ground?
So when you say he was following you, where were you at when you turned around when your brother called you?
I'm by the car confronting the other dudes. I was about to fight them too for shooting.
By the blue car?
The blue car.
Okay.
So I'm over there confronting them. I'm about to fight them too, whatever the fuck. But Ethan's still trying to fight my brother and shit. He's squaring up with my brother.
Okay.
And so when he called me over there, I literally hit him. He went right to sleep and shit.
Okay, so when he fell, what happened after that?
I hit him 2 times.
When he was on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
None after that, the motherfucking friends, they tried to come jump in still and shit, but the other nigga, the one with the dreads, he ran away, and then the light-skinned nigga followed him and shit.
Okay. And what?
Stop it at 1:33:43. Again, unfortunately harder to hear in the courtroom. But after Ethan, when he says he punched Ethan and Ethan went right to sleep, went to the ground, what did he say after that? What did he do to Ethan?
I simply asked him what happened after that, and he said he hit him 2 more times, and I clarified while he was on the ground. He stated he did.
And is it hit or punched or just
Hit, the word I used.
hit? He says 2 more times while he's on the ground.
Correct.
And it appeared as if, or correct me if I'm wrong, that he said when he was walking away and his brother called to him and then he walked back over, did he indicate that they were actually, Ethan and Tyler were actually fighting at that point?
Yeah,
They
the
said
words,
squaring up or something like
see,
that?
the words he used was squaring, they were squaring up, and Tyler called his name.
So not actively fighting, but squaring up.
Squaring up, yes, was the word he used.
Continuing at 1:33:43.
About the white kid, the other white kid.
I think he was in Cardo's, I don't know, we ain't even touch him. Like, literally, after we knocked that nigga out, we didn't even touch nobody else.
Did, was Ethan one of the ones that came over to the court and shot at you?
Yes.
He was?
He had the gun and literally ran toward it, like he ran us down with that gun, like literally.
Over at the courts?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically assault with a motherfucking toy gun.
So, did you know it was a toy gun to begin with?
No, I just told them they pulled up and I started running. They pulled up like they was gonna, like, if you know people in the hood, bro, you know how they pull up real fast and they just get to jumping out shooting, bro.
Okay.
That's how it was, like.
When did you realize that it wasn't real, I guess?
I told you, my brother yelled out the gun was fake.
This is a fake gun. So were you still on the court at that time?
I was
came out and you ran away?
Yes.
Okay, so who ran towards them?
Who ran towards who?
Who ran towards the blue car originally?
I walked, like you talked about after they chased this.
When you're on the court
Yeah.
and they're shooting at you and you realize it's a toy gun, you're running the other way. Who towards the blue car? Because the video showed somebody running towards the blue car, not running away.
I'm trying to, they ran.
Pausing it there for a second, it'll buffer and not be skipping, but is it you, from his statement to you, is Mr. Deshaun Stafford saying that Ethan was one of the ones that got out of the car originally and ran to the court shooting?
Correct. He stated that Ethan was one of the ones that was shooting at him on the court and chased him.
And obviously he must have been mistaken or something, right? Because we know that's not true.
I know that not to be true.
I'm going to bump it back just a couple seconds to try to get it buffer.
Was Ethan one of the ones that came over to the court and shot at you?
Yes.
He was.
He had the gun and literally ran towards it, like he ran it down with that gun, like literally.
Over at the courts?
Yes.
Okay.
Basically assault with a motherfucking toy gun.
So, did you know it was a toy gun to begin with?
No, I just told you they pulled up and I started running. They pulled up like they was gonna, like, if you know people in the hood, bro, you know how they pull up real fast and they just get to jumping out shooting, bro.
Okay.
That's how it was, like.
When did you realize that it wasn't real, I guess?
I told you, my brother yelled out the gun was fake.
This is a fake gun. So were you still on the court at that time?
I was like literally all the way in the back, off the court, going to the back.
So you're saying you came out and you ran away?
Yes.
Okay. So who ran towards them?
Who ran towards who?
Who ran towards the blue car originally?
I walked, like you talked about after they chased this.
When you're on the court
Yeah.
and they're shooting at you and you realize it's a toy gun, you're running the other way. Who ran towards the blue car? Because the video showed somebody running towards the blue car, not running away.
I'm trying to, they ran back to the car. That's
correct.
Nobody ran directly towards the car.
Somebody followed them.
Yeah,
we can see that.
I followed them back to the car.
Okay.
That was so I just told you. I went to there to confront him about shooting us.
Okay, so that was you that came.
Literally, and when I'm walking up to him, he literally shooting me all in my shit, literally.
Okay.
So that's when you hit him, and then you grabbed and you slammed
That's
him.
what I'm saying.
And then
I tried to talk to him literally, but he literally just kept shooting me. He shot me in my face and shit, so I hit him.
Okay. So when he was knocked down, you said you hit him a couple times.
Yes, I did.
Who kicked him?
I don't know.
You don't know? Was it you? No. Was it the other guy that you don't know?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No. He probably, for real, to be honest with you, he probably got kicked when we was testing it. When I sprayed my arm and shit, he probably got kicked back there because we was both on the ground.
Is that the marks in your hands from hitting him or from?
This from scraping on the concrete.
When you slammed him?
Yeah, this is from scraping on the concrete and shit. I think this is from hitting when I
knocked him out?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's my knuckle fucked up and shit.
Is it broken or anything?
It's probably broken.
Did you go to the hospital?
No.
So the whole thing, you guys were, he gets knocked down, a little bit happened afterwards, correct? And then they moved the car to go get him. What happened after that? I know you said you started confronting the other guys in the car.
We confronted the dudes in the car. They moved the car. Like we got in the car and literally drove off and left.
Who did you move their car, that blue car, off the parking lot? Who moved that?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I ain't touching nobody shit.
Did Tyler move the car?
No.
Did you see their car?
Stop it at 136.56. Is what's being asked now about Ethan's car?
Correct.
That somebody moved it. We know that from the video, right?
Correct.
And are you asking him who moved it?
Yes.
And what is his answer?
He doesn't know.
Beginning at the same time, 136.56.
Right. Well, I threw up. I don't know what happened. Y'all seen it throw up in the sand. I was throwing up. I literally hit my head on the concrete right here, bro. Like, literally under my hair, bro. I can't do shit. I was literally disoriented. Almost passed up.
Did you drive your car home?
Yes.
How did you hit your head?
slamming Ethan. He literally grabbed my head, bro. He literally grabbed my head. And then when I picked him up, literally went down. We both went down. And I cracked my head up. My head was literally bleeding from top to bottom.
Okay.
Stopping at 137:29. He says something there about throwing up. Is that what he said?
Correct.
What did he say?
We were inquiring about the car, and he said he didn't know that he literally threw up from hitting his head.
And later, when you're reviewing the I Promise School video, can you see that?
Yes, you can see Mr. Stafford vomit in the video.
Okay. And after he throws up, in watching that video, where does he go?
Back and stands by his gray Captiva.
And in that video, can you see Donovan Jones at that time? Or is he run off chasing the boys?
At that time, he had already chased Ephraim towards Market Street.
Okay, so through your investigation, who would have been of the three men there, the one to get in Ethan's car and drive it to the side of the parking lot?
Tyler Stafford moved the car.
Okay. Starting it at 137:29.
Did you grab any of the phones? Did someone call 911 when you were there?
I don't know. I didn't touch nobody's shit.
You didn't touch anybody's phone?
I didn't touch nobody's shit.
Okay, so you were never inside the car, reached inside the blue car?
Yeah, I reached inside the car for that gun. That gun that they had is in my house.
Okay.
Toy gun. That's it.
Okay. Did you take the gun?
Yeah, I took the gun. I was about to use it for evidence for I didn't know the little nigga died till the next morning, bro, because I was going to report they asked for shooting at us after basketball. And then all I see is the next morning this dude was dead, bro.
Let me ask you this, why didn't you just call us that night?
Because I didn't know he was fucking dead.
Well, I mean, you said you were going to call a reporter for shooting at you,
but it would
be irrelevant.
I didn't feel like it was that serious. I'm like, fuck, because I'm not a snitch. I'm not about to I'm like, oh yeah, they caught up here, whatever, so they shot at me, this and this, and I'm not about to do it, bro. I literally went home.
So, I got a question for you. Since you reached in the car to get the gun,
yes.
All right, there's a third person there that nobody seems to know.
Who?
Well, you said there's three dudes.
Yeah.
There's you and your brother, and you didn't know the other guy, correct?
No.
Okay. So somebody moved the car. So if you reached into the car, do you have a problem if we collect your DNA? Because we're swabbing the car for DNA, and if you were in the car, we need to be able to match your DNA up to that so that we can figure out whose DNA is the one we don't know. Do you have any problem with that?
Definitely got a problem with my DNA, but like I got a lawyer present for all that other shit.
Okay. Well, we're gonna get a search warrant for your DNA right now, and we're gonna come back and you're gonna have to give it to us. So we'll get the judge to sign a court order, and you need any water or anything?
No,
There's a guy going right now to pick some up for you guys. Yeah, we'll get you the restroom in just a minute.
Okay, stopping it at 1:39:30. So right there at the end, you asked me if you wanted less water. Is that when you're saying, you said something about they're picking them up right now? What are you referring to?
The jail clothes.
The clothes for him to put on?
Yeah.
Okay. And then backing up a little further from that, you asked him why he kind of states he took the gun as evidence and he was going to report it, but then what does he say? He did report it?
I asked him when he said he took the gun out of the car, he said he took it as evidence because he was going to report them for shooting the toy gun at them. I said, okay, why did you not call that night? And he said, I didn't know that he had died. And I said, that the fact that he died is irrelevant. You said you were going to call because they were shooting at you with the toy gun. Why didn't you call? And he said, I didn't think it was that big of a deal.
All right, so at this point, there's really no other, is there any other discussion of the events after this?
Not to my recollection.
Okay, so I'm going to end it at 1:39:30. Did you determine through your investigation and interviewing all 6 individuals involved, right? After interviewing everybody and watching the different videos, the I Promise video, were you able to identify who was the one who was kicking at the windows on Efren's side of the car there?
I believe there was a statement made that it was one of the Staffords.
The statement we just played, which I think I marked as State's Exhibit 43, Deshaun Stafford's statement, is that a fair and accurate copy of that statement?
It is, yes.
The vehicle, the Kia, Ethan's vehicle, are you aware if the keys were in the vehicle when that it had been moved by Tyler and set there? Are you aware if the keys were there or somewhere else?
The keys were never found.
The keys to the vehicle were never found?
No.
All right, did you attend the autopsy, Ethan Liming's autopsy?
I did not.
Okay. Did you review the autopsy photographs and learn about what the injuries were?
I did.
Okay. Are you aware of injuries to Ethan's hand? I think it was the left hand?
Yes.
Okay. So is your understanding there were abrasions on his left hand, the knuckle sort of area?
Correct.
Okay. Through your investigation, did you ever determine whether Ethan Liming is right-handed or left-handed?
He's right-handed.
And how did you know that?
Through pictures of him playing baseball, he throws right-handed.
Was there any injury to his right hand that you're aware of?
No.
So the 2 Orbeez guns we're talking about, we have them both in evidence. Is your understanding one's recovered from Deshaun Stafford's home, right?
Correct.
And the other is the one that's on scene, kind of broken at the scene of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. And we had previously seen a bottle, like a water bottle with the little Orbeez gel balls in that bottle. You've seen that bottle as well?
Yes.
And where was that recovered again?
Mr. Liming's car.
Okay. Was that the only bottle that was recovered with that many pellets, or not pellets, gel balls in it?
To my knowledge, yes.
In any of the interviews involved in this case, the interviews of the 3 kids in the car and the interviews of the 3 men on the court, did any of them say that anybody was recording any of this incident?
No.
Earlier you said you did identify the girl that's in the video as, I guess, Driana Blair? Is that correct? What relation was she to anybody involved here?
Tyler Stafford's girlfriend.
And was there an attempt to, well, first of all, when did you even learn that was her name and who she was?
I don't recall the exact course of how we learned her name.
Were you trying to find her to interview her?
Correct, yes.
And at one point, did you attempt to interview her?
I did not.
Yeah, who did?
Detective Hornacek did.
Okay. And what was the outcome of that?
She said she didn't have anything to say to us.
There was some questioning early on in this case about the scene and about some markings on the ground. I'm going to show you what I've marked previously as State's Exhibit 3. Do you recognize what's pictured there?
Yes, it's the crime scene, the I Promise parking lot.
Okay. And in the picture, I'm not going to put it up on the overhead now, but they've seen it before. There's some like darker sort of black marks there. You see that?
I do.
And there was the question whether those were potholes in the parking lot. Are you aware of what they are?
They appear to be potholes that have been filled with coal patch.
And from the crime scene video that we saw earlier, but you reviewed the crime scene video?
Correct.
I mean, were there indeed these big potholes in the road at that time, or in the parking lot at that time?
No, the coal patch made the almost level with the regular surface of the parking lot.
Okay, so the picture's kind of deceiving, is that a fair?
It is.
And when you look at the crime scene video, can you see the parking lot surface better there?
Yes.
And I think I'm on 45. Video is 44? 43, sorry. Okay. And just because it's been brought up several times, I just want to make sure we all are on the same page. I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit. Well, did you show that? So this is State's Exhibit 44. I'm going to zoom in a little bit, and again, the picture is not all that great, but do you see what we were just talking about there? What you were just talking about an area that's filled in kind of with blacktop?
Yes, that's what used to be a pothole near the drain that's been filled by coal patch is what I call it, what they patch potholes with.
Okay, and this appears to be, says R. Miller 1229. Who's that?
That's Sergeant Robert Miller, who is the sergeant for the Midnight Crime Scene Unit.
Okay, and so this would be taken from his image from his body camera or a still?
I believe it was probably a still photo.
Okay, because we do have the active crime scene going on here at that time.
Yes.
All right, and then just to clarify again, State's Exhibit 45, another area where you say these are not open holes but have been filled in?
Correct, they're filled in with coal patch.
Okay. If I could have 1 minute, Judge. Thank you, sir. No further questions, Judge.
Hey, Detective, how you doing?
Good, how are you, sir?
I'm good, Detective Williams. Good for 2:30 in the afternoon. So you got 24 and a half years with APD?
Yes, sir.
And you and I have been run into each other for 24 and a half years, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you were a rookie when I was a young prosecutor. Do you remember those days when?
Vaguely.
And you learn a lot in 24 and a half years, but apparently you learned about cold patch. What is cold patch?
It is the word that I use to call what the highway crews fill potholes with.
And I appreciate that. What you're telling this jury is that the holes you saw seem to be repaired.
Yes.
But this isn't something where you go out and you confirm with LeBron and his people that the holes are filled in with a certain product. It's just, you're telling us that it looked to you that night that the holes weren't open potholes, but looked like there was repairs.
Yes.
Well, we can agree that you kind of don't need to start patching up perfectly good parking lots. Somebody was trying to band-aid a problem, could we say?
Yes.
Winters are hard in Ohio and things happen. Okay. I mean, certainly the parking lot was functional. People still park their cars there.
I would assume. I work at night, so there's usually not cars there.
We went out the other night and it looks all brand new. So obviously it had exhausted its lifespan. Okay. You didn't arrest my client, Sean, did you?
Physically, no.
Who decided to drag him in there without any clothes on? Whose choice is that?
The U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force were the people that made that arrest.
So this is 9 days later. Is that accurate? I'm not sure on that.
I believe it was 9, yes.
All right, so 9 days later, this thing's been all over the news, and you guys have the U.S. Marshals, which are really a task force of local agencies assigned to the marshals.
Yes.
They go out and they collect people on warrants.
Yes.
And somehow they go out there and do you know they drag? I mean, am I correct? They dragged him out of his bed?
I don't know that for a fact. I know that he was in the house. I believe one of the detectives said he was sleeping.
Okay. And you know, some of the news channels and stuff, they have pictures of him up as if he walks around like this, shirtless, with hair all crazy all the time. They didn't really get a chance to clean themselves up. The U.S. Marshal doesn't give you a chance to clean yourself up before you go into custody, do they?
I would know that. I've never been on that task force.
I mean, we watched that video and he's sitting there and, I mean, he's chained. And they've got a chain to a table and he's got no shoes on. He's got no shirt on. At some point you can see him wrap. I'll rephrase it. Did you see the part where it looks like he had to take his pants and pull his feet into his pants?
Yes.
Is it cold in that little room?
I can't answer a question for him. You said, is it cold in that little room? I don't recall it being cold that day, but.
You kept your clothes on?
Sure.
Okay. And then you got to put his hand in his pants, which sounds egregious, like his hand in his pants, but really, it looks like he's keeping warm.
Could be, yes.
And you guys, did you get a call that he was picked up and you had to come in from somewhere else to meet him or something?
Correct. I had worked a night shift the night before, went home, got in bed, got a phone call about, I don't know, an hour and a half later, would wake me out of my sleep, and I had to drive in from my house.
So not counting the time that it took for the U.S. Marshals to get him and go into the house, we don't really know how that happened, but we can assume. But from that video, he's 90 minutes alone in that room, chained to a table, shirtless and shoeless before you guys ever walk in.
Yeah, I don't know the exact time frame, but it's a while.
And at some point, you don't like that, and you go get him clothes at the end of this thing, right? You want to...
We check to see if, as a matter of course, we sometimes keep jail outfits in our Detective Bureau vault. That particular day, we didn't have any left, and we had to send somebody to the county jail to pick them up and transport them back.
You can see how it looks bad. That's okay.
Sustained.
You're just trying to get to the bottom of this thing. What was your involvement in this case? I know that you are one of the detectives, one of the three guys on it, but you're not the guy sitting at the table today. So were you head guy or second to head guy?
I was one of the assisting detectives. Myself and Detective Weber assisted Detective Hornacek.
Okay. And you were involved in a lot of this case. You were involved in going to the scene, and you were involved in the interview of my client. Were you involved in the interview of the boys in Ethan's car?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So these scenes are kind of confusing? Is there a lot going on at these crime scenes and you have to kind of ferret out the information as an investigator?
Yes.
All right. And sometimes people aren't 100% with you, are they?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
They're not 100% truthful with you, are they?
Not always.
I mean, Deshaun didn't want to tell you about his cousin. He kept his cousin out of it. It seems that way, right?
It does seem that way.
It seems like he kept his brother's girlfriend out of it, right?
Correct.
And he just wasn't snitching, was I think something he said. And
He made some reference to snitches.
at this point, it's 9 days later, and this thing is a really big deal, right? I mean, how many guys did you have working on this case?
I believe it's just myself, Amber, and Hornacek.
Right. I know the chief of police got on and he made some statements in the news. Is there pressure coming down from the chief on this one?
Sustained, that's not a question.
Were you guys getting the chief had some interest in this one, did he not?
I believe there was some type of news conference. Again, it was during the day.
They call it a news conference and the whole deal. So you can assume the community's seeing that, and I guess it's not surprising that not surprising that the information may not be as forthcoming as you would like it to be from the people involved.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean.
You talked to the three boys in Ethan's car, right?
Yes, sir.
And it may surprise you that their stories kind of changed a little bit from what they told you to what they're saying now. Well, let me ask you this. Did anybody of those three boys tell you that Donovan was the boy that walked up to Ethan and Donovan was the boy that got shot in the head?
No, when I interviewed them, they didn't use any names. We didn't know names.
Okay. So, no one ever told you initially who threw the punch or who walked up to the car, that stuff that just wasn't told to you in the initial statements?
By description.
Okay.
Prior to us knowing the names.
But you guys are under the theory that Deshaun walked up to the car before anybody else did, right?
Correct.
And would it surprise me to know that the two star witnesses out of three said it was Donovan that did it?
Yes, it would, but they don't know their names.
Okay. Yeah, but if I told you that they knew they identified it by height and weight, and these are the brothers, they know their names now, believe it or not.
You're testifying, Mr. Sin.
It's hard getting accurate information on these things, is it not?
Yes, could be.
So what you do have is you've got Deshaun, and he's in there and he's hooked up and he's going to tell you some things, and the first thing he does is objection. Okay, I'll rephrase it. I see him show you his leg or something. First thing out of rip, he shows you his leg. What's that about?
He stated that he'd been shot in the past.
Okay, did you look into that at all?
No.
Did you inquire as to whether? If I were to tell you that drive,
Sustained.
you don't know that it was anything. Did you know what that's about? Do you know if it was a drive-by when he was younger? Or you know if it was something he was involved in?
I know nothing about that incident.
Okay. He wanted you to know that, though, right?
Apparently, he told me about it.
Did it seem to be him saying, look, this has happened to me before? What was his purpose in telling you that, if you know?
I can't know his motivation.
Okay. So then, you guys start talking to him, and he indicates that he is on the court, and Ethan gets out of the car, and Ethan shoots at him, right?
Yes, he does state that.
Now, we have video. We know that Ethan didn't get out of the car, correct?
Not at the point that he's referring to.
So, did it seem like he was trying to lie to you, or did it seem like maybe he's as confused as everybody else?
Objection.
Do you have any reason to think he was lying to you?
I have no way of knowing either way.
Okay. But he told you, he was telling you everything else about his involvement, was he not?
No.
What are you lying to you about?
He stated he didn't know who the girl was, he didn't know who Donovan was, and we know for a fact that he did know.
So he covered for the people that were about to get in trouble. But as far as...
Sustained.
So...
Yeah, Mr. Sin.
Dan DeRosa with 19 News. They've called for a sidebar. The defense attorney is trying to take several liberties here. He realizes how damaging this testimony has been to his case. To hear Deshaun in the interrogation room say, I walked up to, let me rephrase this here, to say, I walked up to the car, I punched him. And he's trying to get the detective to say a lot of things that just aren't the way you go about it.
First, after the car pulled in, what did he tell you happened?
That people jumped out and he ran,
What did he tell you he thought was going on?
that he was going to get shot at.
Thought it was a drive-by, right?
He might have used those words, I don't recall exactly.
Then what did he say about no longer believing them? Did he tell you why he no longer believed that?
That he was going to get shot at?
Yeah.
Because his brother Tyler yelled that it was a fake gun.
And then did he tell you why he walked? Did he tell you if he walked up to the car to confront the folks in the car?
Yes, he did.
And did he say why he was walking up there?
Because they shot the Orbeez gun at him.
Did he tell you he was walking up there with ill will in his heart to start some drama?
He said to confront them.
Okay. He wanted to know why he was being shot at.
Objection.
He said to confront them.
You saw he had a basketball in his hand the whole time, did you not?
As he walked up, yes.
Okay. And then what does he say Ethan does?
Shoots at him with the Orbeez gun.
And he tries to show you something on his head. He's trying to show you something on his head?
I asked him if we could look at his face because he said he was shot in his face.
Okay. So he told you he was being shot in the face.
Correct.
And he showed you a mark on his head, and you saw a mark on his head. What did he tell you that was from?
Hitting his head on the ground?
Okay. Is that the first time you heard that he hit his head on the ground?
Yes.
And he indicates that he walked up, Ethan is shooting him, he punches Ethan, and then those two get into a conflict. Is that safe to say?
Yes.
And he uses the word that he's going to slam Ethan. Is that what he said?
He said he slammed Ethan.
Okay. But then he says that they both kind of landed on the ground and he hit his head.
Correct.
So did he say he slammed Ethan or that he was going for a slam?
He said he slammed Ethan, and when he slammed him to the ground, Deshaun's head hit also. He actually kind of describes it as Ethan had his head, and he lifted him up and slammed him, and when he slammed him, Deshaun hit his head.
So let's go to that again. How do you describe it? What was Ethan doing at the time? What was Ethan doing? At the time he got slammed, what was Ethan's body according to Deshaun?
Deshaun had lifted him up.
Okay. How? Pick him up under his armpits?
I wasn't there. I can only go by what he says.
Sounds like they were wrestling, like struggling, right?
Object.
Well, I think you said that it looked like he grabbed him to slam him. Did he demonstrated it for you?
He remarked something about by the head and that he lifted him up, and Ethan's arm may have been around his head.
Okay. So Ethan's got him in a headlock and he tries to do a slam.
He didn't use the term headlock.
Well, ask a question.
Did he say that Ethan's arm was around his head?
Yes.
That seemed to be like maybe in a locking manner or something?
That was not, I can't know that.
Okay, so
He didn't say that.
Whatever. They both hit the ground, and he tells you he hits the ground so hard that he starts puking.
That was quite a distance of time later that he threw.
Okay. So he tells you he hits his head. Later on, he throws up. Does he tell you why he threw up?
He said because he hit his head.
Right. So those two aren't so distant. He may not have puked immediately.
Correct. He didn't throw up immediately.
But he's telling you that I hit so hard, and you see him. You see him start throwing up.
Yes, sir. You can see it.
When does that happen?
It happens just before Ethan's vehicle is moved. So before they get in the car to leave.
Okay. And then at some point, he's been slammed on the ground or slammed somebody on the ground, but he's hit his head. And he says, now Ethan's going after his brother, is what he says.
Objection.
Is that what he says? Tell me what he said.
He said his brother was following, or I'm sorry, Ethan was following his brother and they were squaring up again.
And his brother's doing what? His younger brother is saying what?
He calls his name.
Yeah, help!
Objection. Calls his name does not help.
Is it?
Stay.
I'm sorry?
Okay, so his younger brother calls his name, and as a result, Sean goes over and punches Ethan.
Yes, that's what he said.
And Ethan goes down. So
Objection if there's a question.
who is Ethan engaged with at the time Deshaun hits him?
Tyler.
And this is right after Deshaun just got slammed, or just hit his head.
He hit his head again at the beginning of when the tussling started.
Do we have any reason to believe that Tyler yelled out his brother's name for any other reason than come help me?
Objection.
Sustained.
Was there any comments about come help me kill this kid or come help me fight?
Objection.
Sustained. Asked and answered.
So, you talked then about some other things that were done, and there were phones on the ground and that kind of stuff, and you asked some of the folks whether anybody was recording, right?
Yes, in the interview.
You asked him if anybody was recording?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you've got these phones and evidence, right?
Correct.
And you got the big crime scene unit, right?
Correct.
So, the kids told you that nobody was recording. What did the phones tell you when you analyzed them?
We didn't analyze the phones.
You didn't analyze the phones?
No, sir.
Why wouldn't you analyze the phones in a case like this?
I don't commonly analyze phones of witnesses. The three young men all reiterated that there was nobody taping, and we had no reason to believe that anybody was taping.
You just took these kids at their word?
Yes.
In a case of this magnitude, you've got their phones in evidence. You've got the ability to look in them and see whether or not they're filming this, what they're saying to each other, what was said before all this, and no one thinks to turn them on and look at them?
Objection to the form of the question.
Sustained.
You guys didn't, you still have the phones, and to this date, you guys haven't turned them on and brought that evidence in.
Correct. I had no reason to.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
Yeah, Detective Williams.
How are you, sir?
Donald Gallick, I represent Tyler Stafford here. Some questions.
First.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Detective Williams, I want to show you State's Exhibit 3, 44, and 45. You've already seen these, but I just want to have them right in front of you while I'm talking about it. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this was the thing that I think you were discussing, what did you say,
Coal patch.
Coal patch. So there were holes there and they were filled in with this material.
Yes.
And in your mind, is it similar to like, I'm driving down the highway and I'm seeing the construction guys filling stuff on I-77?
Correct.
Okay. Now, are you saying that makes that parking lot completely level, or did you say almost level?
It wouldn't make it completely level, but it wouldn't be a 6-inch hole in the lot.
Okay. It might come up an inch, or might come in half an inch, or...
Yes, sir.
It's closer to level.
Yes.
All right. And these photos, State's Exhibit 3, 44, and 45, this is very close to where the body was found. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Right near this light pole, light post.
Yes.
Okay. And also in these three photographs, there's also like a sewer drain there.
Yes, there is a sewer drain there.
Is it visible in all three of those photos? I can't remember.
Not in all three, in two of them.
And a parking lot or whatever, where a sewer, a drain, is not going to be leveled for a really good reason, isn't it?
It would need to have some type of angle to drain.
Yeah, so we want the land to be a little bit curved or slanted so gravity will pull water down into that drain.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, we heard some testimony that before Ethan fell and hit his head during the fight, that he might have been backing up. Did you hear any statements like that?
I don't recall those statements, no.
Been backing away, maybe on this ground while he was in this fight?
I don't recall any statements like that.
Okay. I'll take those back from you just so I can confirm them. I appreciate it.
Yep.
So, I think that you said you were one of 3 detectives on this case?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously you interviewed Deshaun Stafford, who saw some of that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You never interviewed Tyler Stafford?
I did, sir.
You did interview him. So you interviewed Deshaun Stafford, Tyler Stafford, and the 3 individuals who were in the car with Ethan?
Correct.
Okay. Now, of the 3 individuals who were with Ethan that night, you didn't hear any statements from them saying that Tyler Stafford knocked Ethan over, did anything to cause his death, did you?
They didn't use any names that night.
Okay. I mean, none of those 3 witnesses told you anything like, we saw Tyler Stafford hit Ethan and Ethan went down, or we saw Tyler Stafford, hit his head on the ground, nothing like that.
Again, they didn't use names. They said that they all jumped in.
Right. Let's go to the descriptions. We agree that of the 3, we'll call them, suspects. So Tyler Stafford, Sean Stafford, and Donovan Jones. Donovan Jones is the tallest of the 3.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we've heard that he's 5'11" or 6 foot or something like
Somewhere
that.
around 6 foot.
Somewhere around there. Okay. And we heard testimony that it was the taller one who went and assaulted Ethan and knocked him down. We don't know if that's correct. That's what we heard.
I didn't hear any of that.
Okay. Now, you were shown a video not too long ago here. I think it was State's Exhibit 43. And I think you admitted that in this video, we can't see everything. That's what I wrote down. Did you say something like that?
Yes, sir.
Or you can see some, but you can't. There's a lot of things we'd like to see and we just can't.
Correct.
Okay. And so we've heard multiple witnesses testify there was mutual fighting. There, people were swinging on each other. One person said it was like a ball of people fighting. Did you hear anything like that during your interviews?
I heard that everybody, the 4 or 3, were fighting Ethan at the same time, and Mr. Dancy went over to try to stop it but couldn't.
Okay. Okay. Did you hear Mr. Dancy say that he was present during a 911 call?
Yes, I believe he said he told Ephraim to call 911.
Yeah. And did you hear that Akron was trying to, he's on the phone with 911, and he says Donovan Jones came over and assaulted him and interrupted the phone call?
Again, when we got that information, we had nobody's names. He did say that somebody took the phone from him and broke it.
Okay. Well, as we sit here today, or you said I stand, do we think that that person is Donovan Jones, or we just don't know who interrupted that 911 call?
I don't recall if we ever actually determined who it was.
Okay. So we don't know. Or you don't know.
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, we heard, I heard this exchange during your interview with Deshaun Stafford, that he said that there was some point where he was slammed Ethan to the ground and he hit his head too, and they both hit their heads on the pavement. Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay. Based on your investigation, do you think that happened?
Yes.
Okay. So, but haven't you also heard a statement that someone came up and punched Ethan and knocked him over and he hit his head on the pavement?
That was Mr. Stafford's statement.
Okay. Is that anyone else's statement? Did anyone else say, hey, this guy came over and hit Ethan in the head or in the face, and he went over and hit his head on the pavement?
I believe Tyler did too.
Okay. Is that the only statement that you know of?
I don't understand what your question is.
Well, I guess here's what I'm trying to figure out. We heard your interview, and I'm just going to boil it down to this real narrow spot, where it sounds like Deshaun Stafford he's just openly telling you, yeah, I was grabbing Ethan and we were fighting, and I slammed him down on the ground, and I hit my head too, and I slammed him down on the ground. I mean, you heard that statement as well as I did, right?
Yes.
Okay. But then we've heard a lot of testimony about something else, where someone, either Deshaun or Donovan Jones or someone, comes up to Ethan and punches him. And then when he punches Ethan, Ethan falls backwards and hits his head on the pavement.
Objection. Is that a question?
Good question.
I want to know if you heard this statement. I mean,
It's not in court.
well, so you have not, in your investigation, no one came up and hit Ethan in the face and knocked him on his head.
That was Mr. Stafford's statement.
Okay. You didn't hear that statement. You didn't hear that statement from any of the other three members of Ethan's car.
No.
Okay. So it's your belief that, based on your investigation, the only time Ethan Lange's head hit the pavement was when Deshaun was slamming into the ground?
Yes, that's what the investigation revealed.
Okay. So anything about him getting hit, not hurt, we don't think that's correct. You don't think that's correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did you say, Deshaun said that he regurgitated at some point?
Yes, sir.
Did you say you saw in the video it looks like that's corroborated?
You can see it on the video.
Okay. And based on your investigation, the only reason you've been given is because Deshaun's head hit the pavement?
That's the reason he gave me yes.
Okay. You don't know of any other reason that it could be?
I do not.
Okay. So based on your investigation, Deshaun's head really did hit the pavement, and at some point later, I mean, maybe that causes his vomiting, or as far as
possibly.
As far as we know. Okay. Okay. Now, it sounded like you weren't in the room with Deshaun very long, a minute or two, and he starts telling you about engaging with Ethan and fighting with Ethan, and him and his brother were there. Right? You didn't have to ask him a lot of time about that. He just kind of was quick to open up about that.
That's fair to say.
Right. But then you said, what about the third guy? Who's that third guy? And he goes, I can't tell you who that third guy is.
Say he didn't know who he was.
I don't know who that is. And you said you're telling us now, you don't think that's true because that guy he doesn't know is his cousin.
Correct.
So it sounds like you've been this 24 and a half years. You've probably done more interviews. You put a number on how many interviews you've done.
Couldn't even begin to. Yeah.
Thousands. Maybe sometimes the witnesses lie to you. You do an interview and they're not telling you the whole story. Does that happen many times?
Witnesses, suspects, yeah.
Okay. And sometimes, based on your experience, you tell me, people will know more than they're letting on because they want to protect someone.
That can be a cause, yes.
And in fact, maybe you've even seen something where they say, yeah, I attacked the neighbor, I killed the neighbor, and I didn't. I'm actually protecting my son, or protecting my wife, or protecting my grandma, or something like that. Have you ever seen that in 24 years?
Not that I recall.
You never heard of anybody admitting to something they didn't confess to?
I've heard of it. You asked me if I saw it in my 24 years.
I mean, is it possible that Deshaun Stafford is admitting to something that Donovan Jones did?
That's not what the investigation revealed.
Okay. Well, he didn't ever try to say he didn't know who Tyler was, or that Tyler wasn't there. He told you. In fact, Tyler and Ethan, I saw them trying to square up. And I had to go over there.
I'm sorry, form of the question, I'm not sure.
Well, yeah. Did you hear someone say that Tyler was squaring up?
Yes.
Squaring up with Ethan?
Yes.
Okay. And then Deshaun made it sound like that's why he went over there to get into the fight?
Yes.
Okay. So, okay. Just like I said. So he never tried to evade any questions about Tyler in your interview, did he?
No.
He didn't say, Tyler wasn't even there. He was very candid, like, yeah, Tyler and me were fighting with Ethan.
Yes.
Okay. The only person that he said that he didn't know who the girl was.
Correct.
Okay. But based on your investigation, the girl didn't have any contact in this fight.
That's not true.
That's not true? You think she was involved in the fight? Okay. So she might have been, you think she may have assaulted Ethan as well?
I don't know.
You think the girl might have assaulted somebody?
I honestly don't know.
Well, I asked you, would she have anything to do with the fight? And you said, oh, no. That's
Well,
not
like you said, the cameras, you can't see everything.
Okay. Well, I mean, we can't see everything, but we don't want to disprove a negative. I mean, we can't. There could have been 20 other people there that didn't show up on camera. I mean, all we know is what the evidence has, right?
Objection.
Well,
Sustained.
do you think a girl might have been involved in violence on this one? Yes or no?
I don't know for sure.
So that sounds like a no.
Okay?
Right? Do you know? And the answer is no. You have no evidence that a girl was involved in this violence.
Okay, yes.
Okay. But you do have evidence that maybe Donovan Jones was engaged in some violence.
Yes.
Okay. And that's the only person that Deshaun lied to you about regarding the fight.
Correct. He didn't know he had been arrested.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, just one more question. No questions, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Detective Williams, you may step down. Want to approach?
We're going to get another approach here. It makes me wonder if the prosecutor has any more witnesses or if they're about to tell the judge that they're about to rest their case. And we'll have to see what happens here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, at this time we will take a short break. It's almost 3 o'clock. Let's take till about 3:10. Thank you.
All right.
And we get a short break here, a 10-minute break, which based on the pattern here will turn into a 15-20-minute break. We'll see how that plays out. So far, I think, and if we had our legal analyst Tara Coleman here, I think she would agree that this was probably the most damning testimony so far. And why? Well, because it comes from Deshaun himself. The questions that we hadn't had answered yet so far in this trial, as we look live in here, as we take a break, we see Deshaun there in the darker shirt, his brother in the lighter gray shirt. The reason that this was so damning is because up until now, the three strongest witnesses, or what we heard the defense say is the 3 star witnesses, none of them could tell the jury who threw the punch that knocked Ethan out. We're talking about a punch that sends Ethan to the ground that we heard from the medical examiner today. There was a jarring of the brain when he hits the sidewalk, and that's what ultimately led to his death, and that would have happened within seconds to less than a minute, or a minute was the time, sort of the time frame. But until we see the interview with detectives, they had not been able to get any of Ethan's friends that showed up with him to the I Promise school. None of them could say, I definitively saw blank throw the punch that then knocked Ethan out. They all said that it was 2-3 people, 1 on 2 and 1 on 3. But they couldn't definitively say, and that's where the prosecution was having a tough time. And we heard that from Tara Coleman earlier today, that there was even confusion among the star witnesses, 2 of whom said the man who came up to the car to start the confrontation with Ethan was Donovan Jones. One of the star witnesses, one of Ethan's friends, said, no, it was Deshaun. And so with that amount of doubt put in the minds of jurors. Our legal analyst, Tara Coleman, said that the prosecution had done a poor job in presenting the case, in trying to get any of the witnesses to say, well, maybe I was mistaken, I didn't know their names, so maybe it could have been. And until we get to our questioning of Deshaun, and I asked this when we had Tara Coleman on, who we might see take the stand, there were 2-3 possibilities. We said perhaps we'll see Donovan Jones, who may have cut his deal to stay out of jail, but yet maybe he's going to testify. Could still happen. You have Tyler's girlfriend, the fourth person who was on the basketball court. She kind of gets lost in all of this. We heard the detectives say that they did go to ask her questions, and she simply told them she had nothing to say to them. So she did not give a statement. They did not bring her in. The next person that we could hear from, I said, during our lunch break was, what about an interrogation video? What about a detective who's questioning Deshaun the first time he's picked up? And we're going to show you a clip of that. We want to warn you, there is language. Deshaun uses a couple of different words, expletives in there. You're watching raw tape there of an interview that was played in court. Deshaun was read his rights. And in fact, the officer didn't just say you have the right to remain silent, you have the right to an attorney. He didn't read the whole thing. He would read each statement, you have the right to remain silent. Do you understand that? And he would say yes. You have the right to an attorney before we question you. Do you understand that? He said yes. He gets through all the rest of his Miranda rights, and they start asking questions. They tell Deshaun they want his side of the story. Doesn't start out well for Deshaun. Think about the jury sitting there. When they ask who was with him on the basketball court, he says his brother Tyler, and they said, what about the other guy? I don't know. I don't know who he is. Was there a woman there? I don't know. I don't know who she is. Well, that's a lie. Right away, that's a lie. They know that Donovan Jones was Tyler and Deshaun's cousin, and that the girl that was on the basketball court was in fact Tyler, his brother's girlfriend. So he's lying almost straight out of the gate. He may not have known. He claims in that interview that Ethan ran up and shot at them, and then they had to ask him, okay, well then who ran towards the blue car? And he says he didn't know. And then they finally get it out of him that he said, oh yes, I went down to that blue car to confront Ethan. You're about to hear part of the conversation of what happens when he confronts Ethan at the blue car. It's a little tough to hear. It's muffled because of the courtroom, but we'll see what we can hear. And a couple of points I want you to listen to. I want you to listen to the fact that he says he got into it with Ethan, that Ethan had his arm around his head. He went to pick Ethan up, but they both kind of fell, and that's when he hit his head on the concrete. The detective would later say, yes, we have video of Deshaun later when he goes to his car, probably within 3 to 4 minutes of the attack, he does vomit, and that's consistent with someone hitting their head and getting a concussion. But that once he gets onto the ground, that Ethan then stands up, and you have Tyler, the brother, come over, what Deshaun is going to say, to help me. And he says, I see Tyler and Ethan squaring up, meaning they're about to fight. And he says, Tyler calls my name. You had the defense try to say, oh, did he calls for help? No, he didn't call for help. He just called his name. He said Deshaun. So that's when Deshaun says he gets up, he comes over, and that's when he hit Ethan. And I want to make sure I get this fairly correct. We were listening live, trying to get exactly what he said. And he said, so you go and punch Ethan. And he says, yes, he was, I ran over to him and I hit him and he fell to the ground. I put him to sleep. And there, right there, is, whether you want to call it a smoking gun, a silver bullet, it is the first time we get anyone to identify who threw the punch that knocked Ethan out, that knocked him to the ground, that hit his head, that caused him to die. And again, that's why this is an involuntary manslaughter case. He may not have intended to throw a punch that was going to knock him out, that was going to have him caused it to hit his head, jar his brain, and die. But that will be the question before the jury. Is that enough when you're talking about involuntary manslaughter? Let's take a listen now to some of that interview in the interrogation room with Deshaun and Akron detectives.
You and the guy.
This is Ethan. Ethan had to go. Ethan shot me in the face.
Okay, so and then you go up and you punch Ethan?
Yeah, after he shot me in my face.
Okay, and then what happened? You guys grabbed each other? Was there a tussle?
He grabbed me. He literally grabbed me, and then I slammed him.
So you slammed him onto the ground?
Yeah.
And then what happened when you fell off?
He literally let him back up, because my brother was helping me where the fuck. Yeah, I hit him a couple times. We let him back up, and then he started following my brother because we was about to leave.
Okay, so you guys are walking away from the situation?
Yeah, we literally walked away, bro.
And he came back toward you?
He was following my brother. And
your brother, Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my brother had called my name. That's when I ran over to him, and I hit him, and he fell on the ground.
So you punched him and he fell down the ground?
So when you say he was following you, where were you at when you turned around and your brother called you?
I'm by the car confronting the other dudes. I was about to fight them too for shooting.
By the blue car?
The blue car.
Okay.
So I'm over there confronting them. I'm about to fight them too, whatever the fuck. But Ethan's still trying to fight my brother and shit. He's squaring up with my brother.
Okay.
And so when he called me over there, I literally hit him. He went right to sleep and shit.
Okay, so when he fell?
He was right there. I literally hit him and he went right to sleep.
Correct. He said, I hit him and he went right to sleep.
What happened after that?
I hit him 2 times.
When he was on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
None after that, they,
I'm going to pause it there real quick and take you back just a couple seconds. At 1:32:39.
Walking away from the situation?
Yeah, she literally walked away, bro.
And he came back toward you?
He was following my brother. And
your brother, Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay.
And my brother had called my name. That's when I ran over to him, and I hit him, and he fell on the ground.
So you punched him and he fell down the ground?
So when you say he was following you, where were you at when you turned around and your brother called you?
I'm by the car confronting the other dudes. I was about to fight them too for shooting.
By the blue car?
The blue car.
Okay.
So I'm over there confronting them. I'm about to fight them too, whatever the fuck. But Ethan's still trying to fight my brother and shit. He's squaring up with my brother.
Okay.
And so when he called me over there, I literally hit him. He went right to sleep and shit.
Okay, so when he fell, what happened after that?
I hit him 2 times.
When he was on the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what happened?
None after that, the motherfucking friends, they try to come jump in still and shit, but the other nigga, the one with the dreads, he ran away, and then the light-skinned nigga followed him and shit.
Okay. And what?
Stop it at 1:33:43. Again, unfortunately harder to hear in the courtroom. But after Ethan, when he says he punched Ethan and Ethan went right to sleep, went to the ground, what did he say after that? What did he do to Ethan?
I simply asked him what happened after that, and he said he hit him 2 more times. And I clarified while he was on the ground, and he stated he did.
And is it hit or punched or just
Hit, the word I used.
hit? He says 2 more times while he's on the ground.
Correct.
And it appeared as if, or correct me if I'm wrong, that he said when he was walking away and his brother called to him and then he walked back over, did he indicate that they were actually, Ethan and Tyler were actually fighting at that point?
Yeah,
They
the
said
words,
squaring up or something like
see,
that?
the words he used was squaring. They were squaring up, and Tyler called his name.
So not actively fighting, but squaring up.
Squaring up, yes.
Very damning testimony for Deshaun. He says that after he got up from the ground, he sees his brother squaring up. In fact, he says he went over to fight the other guys that were involved with the blaster guns. But then he heard his brother call his name. He was squaring up with Ethan, and he went over and hit him, and that's when Ethan went right to sleep, is what Deshaun said. We did hear in that interview a little bit later, Deshaun took Ethan's blaster gun from the scene, took it out of the car and took it home. He said he wanted to have it as evidence that they were being shot at the I Promise school. He asked, well, why didn't you call us that night if this was such a big deal? He said he didn't know, and that he didn't know Ethan had died. And he said, well, you could have called us that night. And he said he didn't know it was going to turn into this big of a deal. It obviously has. We've taken some of that sound. It is very hard to hear that interview in the interrogation room. We've got 30 seconds of it here with a little bit of a subtitle. I think it's that important. I think what Ethan, or what, excuse me, what Deshaun is saying happened to Ethan is so important that we need to hear it with subtitles. So take a look.
I'm by the car confronting the other dudes. I was about to fight them too for shooting.
By the blue car?
The blue car.
Okay.
So I'm over there confronting them. I'm about to fight them too. Ethan's still trying to fight my brother. He's squaring up with my brother.
Okay.
And so when he called me over there, I literally hit him. He went right to sleep.
I hit him and he went right to sleep. We know that that was not a fatal punch per se, but the punch that sent Ethan to the ground, that right to sleep, sent Ethan to the ground, and that caused the jarring of the brain, according to the medical examiner today. But again, this is a pretty damning piece of testimony against Deshaun in his case. The defense got up there and then proceeded to compound it by really making a myriad of statements. He went on about how the fact that Deshaun was brought in without a shirt, and that he was cold, had his feet wrapped up, that he should have been given appropriate clothes, and then proceeded to really drill the detective into the line of questioning and what Deshaun did and didn't say, and the fact that, well, he doesn't name his cousin and doesn't talk about Donovan. And I think that's very interesting because so far in all of the witness testimony, they say that at one point it was 3-on-1. In this interview with Deshaun, he never implicates, he talks about he wouldn't snitch, and they tell him later, we know it was your cousin, and he said he wouldn't snitch or whatever, but that's where we're at with this. We are looking live into the courtroom. See a little bit of movement on our camera. We may be close to the end of this break, as I predicted. It ended up being about a 15-minute break. We'll see if we get started here shortly, but now we have to think about who else we might hear today. The defense or the prosecution has not rested their case. The state has not rested, which tells me they have at least one more witness. Who might it be? As we discussed earlier and discussed with Tara Coleman, our legal analyst, over the lunch hour when we had live coverage still, I would be very intrigued to hear Donovan Jones take the stand. If he could implicate or explain who it was that threw that punch that would lead to the death of Ethan Liming. It is, again, a case that has grabbed some national headlines. Ethan Liming, just 17 years of age. It was these splatter guns or these blaster guns that he and 3 of his friends went up to the I Promise school with some really dumb intentions of recreating a drive-by shooting with these splatter guns. You did hear Deshaun in his interview in the interrogation room talk about getting hit and that it stung and he got hit in the face. But the question of whether or not that is self-defense, that is what the defense attorney is saying, that because they were being shot by these splatter balls, that Deshaun went over to confront and he gets shot again. in the face by Ethan Liming, that at that point it was self-defense. As we heard from the opening arguments in the prosecution, she is saying that the jury will ultimately have to decide if that use of force, if 1, 2, 3 on 1 is an appropriate use of force that ends up costing Ethan Liming his life. It has been an interesting case, to say the least. We did hear this notion that Deshaun vomits shortly after, and the detective said, yes, you can see it in the surveillance video. We're going to watch this again. This is as Ephraim and Makai get out. They're going to run up and they're shooting towards the young men on the basketball court. They're going to retreat back to the car with Ethan. Ethan is then going to get out because, as we just heard from Deshaun, here comes Deshaun running on the bottom of the screen. You'll see him come into the top screen, still running, has the basketball with him. His defense attorney likes to keep saying that he walked up to the car. I think we can tell, even though this is paused, they'll play it again here in a second. He is clearly not walking to the car, that he goes running up to the car. We'll see if this gets put in motion. They're still working with this. I think they're going to take another version, another angle of this. As we see Deshaun running towards the car. Is it a big deal? They rewound it in this clip. There is Ephraim. He ran the furthest. Makai said he ran just short. But now that, and we heard Deshaun say his brother told him it's a fake gun, it's a fake. And there goes Deshaun. See him at the top of the picture. He's going to run towards the car. Ethan is now out of the car with the blaster gun. And this is the start of the confrontation. And again, it moves underneath this tree and we can't see. There is the second. That would be Tyler, who just ran in there. And here comes Donovan Jones. He'll be the third to run into this fight. Coming, if you watch the top of your screen, he'll come down and he will join that fight. And we heard Donovan say, or we heard Deshaun say, that Ethan was actually able to slam him to the ground. Deshaun tried to pick Ethan up, but they both kind of collapsed to the ground. Ethan had his arm around his head, and that's when Deshaun hits his head on the sidewalk. And that's what the fight, that's what led to his concussion. And we've got the time lapse of that. We've got the sped up version. Where this court has still not resumed. Taking a look at that, here is sort of the where they put it together as sort of a compilation. They did it time stamped. They're seeing the young men playing basketball. You'll see the car here in a second, driven by Ethan Liming, pull up, and we'll sort of go through this again. We heard the detective say you can actually see Deshaun vomit, which would prove that he had some sort of head injury or a concussion. From what he claims when he tried to pick Ethan up and slam him, that the two of them then fell to the ground. We'll see this yet again. There goes Ephraim heading back to the car. Deshaun will give chase. Coming right here, watch the bottom portion of the screen. That is Deshaun. Again, his attorney keeps trying to say he was walking to the car. That's clearly not the case. Here he comes running. And it's really this next minute and 15 seconds that determines the whole thing. So right there supposedly is the slam, and now his brother Tyler is involved, and it's 2-on-1. According to what Deshaun said, it should be right about here that he gets up and he's engaged, or what he said, squaring up with Tyler, and he gives that blow that knocks him out. But that doesn't really fit with the other three that testified, that said that it kind of became this human ball of punching and punches being thrown, and that's why it moved down the parking lot about 15 feet. Still going on, lasted about 1:15, and they'll come back. Now it's over. Now you'll see all four of them come back. That's the girlfriend is the last. But I want you to watch the fourth individual there. He's sort of dancing and bouncing, still making comments toward, and we do have our next witness taking the stand. Looks like another detective. Let's take you back live to Akron.
Good afternoon, Detective. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon. Good.
Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the court reporter?
It's Edward Michael Hornacek. Last name is spelled Hornacek.
Where do you work, sir?
City of Akron Police Department.
And what do you do for the police department?
I am in a unit called the Midnight Major Crimes Unit.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what that entails?
It's a detective bureau that is a persons crime unit. We deal with and handle cases that are felony crimes against persons, such as murders, robberies, rapes, and just crimes against persons, not property.
Let's see. And did you use the word midnight?
That's correct.
Does that mean that's the shift you work?
Yes.
And what are the hours for that shift?
It's 9 p.m. to 7 a.m.
And how long have you been on that shift?
7 years.
Okay. And is that like a Monday through Friday type of a job, or does it vary?
It's 4 days on, 4 days off. Four 10-hour shifts.
And you indicated that you've been on that shift for some period of time. Would that include last summer, summer of 2022?
Last summer of 22, the hours were a little different compared to 2023. They were 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. at that period of time.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did you say that you've been a detective your entire time at APD?
No, I've been with APD since 2002 for 21 years, but I've only been in the Detective Bureau for the last 7 years.
Okay. What else have you done at APD?
I worked patrol as a patrol officer.
Okay. And is your time with APD the extent of your law enforcement career?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember the date, June 2nd, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously you've had the opportunity to sit through this trial with us, right?
That's correct.
I do want to direct your attention, obviously, to this incident. Do you recall how you became aware that there was an incident at the I Promise school?
Yes, whenever a felony crime against a person happens and patrol responds to it, they call into the Detective Bureau, and we have someone that works the desk there that will relay that information to detectives to determine whether we need to go out on scene or to follow up at a later date.
Okay. And did your department get that notification that day?
Yes.
Okay. What happens next?
During that time, had 3 detectives go out to the crime scene once we received the information to investigate, speak with witnesses, coordinate evidence collection with our crime scene unit as well.
Okay. And so you mentioned that there were some other detectives involved?
Yes, that would be Detective Aber, that would be Detective Mike Williams, and Detective Keith Williams, and myself, Detective Hornacek.
Okay. And I think there was some testimony about you being at some point designated the lead detective on this matter?
Yes, I was coordinating with the other detectives, being that they were all newer and they were new to investigating homicides.
And so you were designated the lead detective?
That's correct.
Okay. Does that affect what you do next?
As a lead detective, yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what, how that plays out?
As a lead detective, you're going to try to coordinate your next steps through your previous experience and training. So with that, our goal was to look for cameras that might have captured any evidence that was on scene, look for any witnesses, to speak with witnesses to see if we can find anything on scene, and also to look at the crime scene and get our crime scene unit involved in that to collect whatever evidence, whatever physical evidence might be on scene as well.
Okay, and so you did go to the I Promise school that night?
Yes, 400 West Market.
Okay, obviously Summit County, Ohio, Akron?
Yes.
And we've seen now some crime scene videos and photographs. Was that the scene that you encountered that night?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you leave the scene, leave the I Promise parking lot there that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have, did you do more related to this investigation that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please tell the jury what else you did?
So, first off, while I was on scene, I was taking a look at what physical evidence was left there, doing a canvass, looking for video cameras that might have captured anything. And then once the scene was clear, I had heard it, towards the end of being at that crime scene, I had heard from a patrolman that 2 parents had come up to the scene and said that they had children that were not far from the crime scene that had witnessed. So I had coordinated with Detective Aber and with Detective Mike Williams to go to the Akron Police Department Detective Bureau to interview those 3 individuals. And before that, I had patrol officers go to the homes of those 3 individuals and transport them to the police station.
And so, after that's coordinated, did you participate in the interview of those juveniles that were brought down to give statements?
No, those 3 juveniles were interviewed by both Detective Aber and Detective Mike Williams.
Okay. What was your next involvement in the investigation?
After clearing the crime scene, and after Detective Mike Williams and Detective Aber was finished with those 3 interviews, I had sat down and watched on, it's the equivalent of a body-worn camera, but it's in our interview rooms. It's a recording of the audio and the video of the interviews, so I could watch them for myself. And I also had those 2 detectives brief me on what was relayed during those 2 interviews. And while I was watching those videos and getting refreshed on that, Detective Aber and Detective Williams went to go make death notifications.
And at that point, did you have any suspects?
No suspects, just descriptions, no names, no positive identification.
At some point, were you able to develop a suspect or suspects in this matter?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury how you did that?
So through the course of our investigation and reviewing specific videos from McDonald's, Vanderveer, and the I Promise School, our focal point was going to be on the suspect vehicle that entered the scene and left the scene. It had significant damage to the front end and the front passenger side, so that was something that we were asking patrol to be on the lookout for. That night, we came up short. We couldn't find anything. We wasn't able to gather that video until the next day. So once we looked at that video, we were able to coordinate a couple things after we had started receiving tips on the Summit County Crime Stoppers tip line. And we had several people call in and leave information with names, addresses, vehicle descriptions, and one person even left the license plate of the vehicle.
Okay, so is it fair to say that the vehicle was sort of crucial to determining the identity of the suspects?
Yes.
And at some point, was that suspect vehicle collected and processed?
Yes.
If you were to see it, would you recognize it?
Yes.
I could just have that. Jenny, what number are we on?
46.
I'm sorry?
46.
46. Detective, I'm going to show you what's previously been marked State's Exhibit 46, and it has been made available to the defense as well. Detective, I'll have you identify this if you are able to do so. Do you know what this is?
Yes, that is the vehicle that we observed in the crime scene videos from McDonald's, Vanderveer, and the I Promise School, in the vehicle that was towed from 515 North Howard Street, where the Stafford brothers were arrested.
And next, I'm going to show you what's been marked State's Exhibit 47, and have you identify it if you are able to do so.
That's a close-up of the front passenger side damage that was noted while we were watching the video.
Okay, do you know why this photograph was taken?
This photograph was taken to compare it to the view that we had from McDonald's because that view was of the front passenger side of the vehicle that we were able to zoom in on the damage.
And next, I'll show you what's been marked State's Exhibit number 47, and have you identify that if you are able to do so.
That is at our processing garage at 800 Dan Street, where Detective Aber met with the crime scene unit for day shift to process that vehicle that was previously pictured. And it's just a photograph of none of this was of any significant evidence. It was just a basketball, a rag, appears to be a paintball gun, a bag, and some sort of detergent or something.
Okay, and did I understand correctly that you determined that to be Deshaun Stafford's vehicle?
Yes, it was registered in his name.
Okay. And you indicated that these photographs were taken at the processing garage?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please explain how it is that it got to be at the processing garage?
The same day that the Stafford brothers were arrested, they had the vehicle on the side of the house parked, and we had asked the arresting officers to tow that vehicle, and we got a search warrant to process the vehicle for evidence.
Okay. And did I understand correctly that there wasn't really anything of evidentiary value within the car there?
That's correct.
Detective, there were some questions with prior witnesses about the state of the different phones that were found at the scene. Can you describe for the jury if you did find any iPhones or cellular telephones at the I Promise school parking lot there?
Yes, of the 4 individuals that were in Ethan Liming's vehicle, we were able to recover 3 of those phones. Ethan Liming's phone was not recovered, and the other 3 phones were found in the parking lot, and they all were smashed. They appeared to be smashed.
Okay. Were you able to determine any sort of explanation for where Ethan's phone might have gone, or if Ethan maybe just didn't have a phone?
We did not find his cell phone either inside of his vehicle when we processed it or on the crime scene.
Okay, at some point, you indicated that Deshaun Stafford was interviewed at the police department, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And we watched that interview with Detective Aber and Williams?
Yes.
Okay. You've had an opportunity before today to review that interview?
Yes.
And in there, the audio isn't perfect, but Can you indicate what evidentiary value you believe that statement had in terms of building your case or establishing the charges against Deshaun and his brother Tyler Stafford?
Yes, so throughout all 6 of the interviews that we conducted, the 3 individuals that were in Ethan Liming's car and then the Stafford brothers and Donovan Jones as well, we believe that all 6 of those stories come together the best that they could with, some people had different thoughts of how they described people or whatever, but we believe that they all fit this whole pattern together to give our sequence of events. So we weren't there, so now we have a better understanding of what could have happened. During this specific interview with Deshaun Stafford, he explained to us the sequence of events coming from his perspective. So he said that him, his brother, and his cousin were playing basketball on a basketball court at the I Promise school. He stated the blue car pulled up and some individuals came out shooting Orbeez guns at him. First he was believed he was being shot at. He ran away from the vehicle and he ran towards the back of the basketball court. He made a statement that his brother Tyler had yelled out that the guns were fake. Then they exited the back of the basketball court, which is fenced in, and went towards the vehicle. Said he had an altercation with what he described as Ethan Liming. And he said that he was being shot at with the Orbeez gun. And he said he had gotten into a fight and taken the gun away from Ethan Liming. And then he said that those 2 started to fight. And at that point, he stated that he had punched Ethan, and Ethan was knocked out, fell to the ground. And he said he didn't say how, but he just said that he had hit him 2 more times while he was on the ground.
And at some point in that video, the quality's not great, but did Deshaun indicate how he felt he had been assaulted?
He had made a statement that he felt that he was assaulted, that the crime should be assault with a toy gun. With the Orbeez gel beads, whatever they're called.
And at some point, did you have an opportunity to look at any injuries that Mr. Stafford had on his body?
Yes, so after reviewing the audio and video of that interview with Detective Aber and Detective Mike Williams, Mr. Stafford had shown them the injuries that he had got. He had scrapes on his knuckles, he had some scrapes on his knees, he also had some scrapes on his arm, and then he also showed at the top of his hairline on his forehead where he had a scrape on his head as well.
And did Mr. Stafford attribute any of those injuries to being shot with the splatterball gun?
Not with the splatterball gun, no.
We heard that there's a female that was present at the time that this incident occurred. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And do you know her identity?
Yes, I do. I can't remember how to pronounce her name.
Okay.
It's something of the nature of Driana Blair.
Okay. And at some point, did you try to contact her?
We were unable to find any phone numbers or good addresses for her during the course of our investigation, but once the trial started, it was noted that she was here. I let her know if she would like to talk to me, that I think she was a possible witness, that she could talk to me if she wants to. If she doesn't want to, she doesn't have to, and she chose not to.
And did you at some point have some indication that she might reside in the Cleveland area?
Yes.
Did you try to follow up on that as best you could?
Yeah, I spoke with some of the individuals from the task force who normally work in Cuyahoga County, and her name wasn't on any radar or anything like that. They didn't know of her.
Okay, do you know why that would have been?
That I don't know.
Okay, is that her right there?
Yes. It's like a tan sweater.
Detective, did your investigation lead you to conclude that Donovan Jones was the first person to approach Ethan and his buddies at the car?
No.
Okay, and who did you conclude was the first person to approach the boys at the Kia?
Through interviewing through interviewing Deshaun Stafford, he stated that he was the first one to go up to the car.
Okay. And did that explanation match up with descriptions and video evidence that you had?
Yes, with the height of all four of the individuals that came out of the basketball court. Donovan Jones is noted as the tallest one of the four people, and he was not the first person out of the basketball court to approach the car.
Okay, do you know what number person he would have been to approach the car?
It's either second or third, I can't remember.
Okay, and obviously, Officer, you, Ring, and Peter, at least Ephraim, refer to the first person as being Donovan Jones.
Yes, in trial here, yes.
Yes. Do you know why he might have been mistaken about that?
I have no idea.
Okay. In your investigation, Detective, were you able to determine if Donovan Jones had been injured at all?
Had not noted any injury to Donovan Jones, or he did not report any injury during his interview, I don't believe.
And did you ever determine that there were any injuries to Tyler Stafford?
He never noted any injuries during his interview as well.
Okay. And one thing you indicated, Detective, was that in Deshaun's statement, he said him and his brother and his cousin were playing basketball. Is that what Deshaun actually told your colleagues there at APD?
No.
Okay, what's the difference?
He had just referred to Donovan throughout the interview as being just a random person at the basketball court, not as his cousin or by name.
Okay. Do you know how you were able to figure out that they are in fact cousins?
That was through interviews and through previous reports and speaking with our tipsters from the Summit County Crime Stoppers.
Okay. And we had Officer Mobley testify earlier who collected the splatterball gun from Deshaun's house. How did APD know to go get that splatterball gun?
While Detective Mike Williams and Detective Aber was interviewing Deshaun Stafford, he had made a statement that he had taken one of the splat blaster guns out of the vehicle to keep as evidence and when he was asked where it was currently, he said that it was at his house at 515 North Howard Street. And we asked him if he would be willing to give that to us. He said yes. And we had Detective Mike Williams had called our dispatch and had a cruiser go there and retrieve it.
There's a complete splat blaster gun here in evidence, and then there's a broken one that was collected. Do you know which one belonged to Ethan and which one belonged to Ephraim?
That I do not know.
Did Deshaun Stafford relate to you that he had sought any medical treatment for his injuries?
He never said that, no.
Detective, at some point did Tyler Stafford make a statement to APD?
Yes.
Okay, and was that also to Detective Williams' neighbor?
That's correct.
Okay, and did you have an opportunity to review that information at some point?
Yes.
Okay, did Tyler give an explanation for what happened out there at I Promise?
Yes.
Okay, and did he indicate that he was involved in the fight with Ethan?
Yes.
Okay, and was he able to provide the information regarding the identity of either the female or the other third dude at the I Promise basketball courts?
No.
Okay, who did he say that person was?
If I remember, I believe it was along the same lines as Deshaun, saying that it was just some random person playing basketball. As far as the female goes, there was no identity given of her either.
Okay, and did he indicate that he knew that it was an Orbeez gun or a splat blaster gun?
Yes, he said that once it started being shot, he had yelled to his brother that it was a fake gun.
Detective, if you know, when folks are arrested on a very serious warrant, are they permitted to go walk around their home and get additional clothing or personal items?
If asked, sometimes that happens, but usually no.
Do you know why that would be?
I believe this incident, the arrest portion happened early in the morning, as most of them do, and I believe that the task force had other dealings to deal with and more people to arrest, so they're just going through the line and hurrying the process. That's what I assume. I don't know if that's true or not.
Is there any sort of safety concern that the task force would be worried about?
Yeah, they don't know anybody's character. They don't know anybody's what they're going to possibly look for, disturb, or tamper with.
And Detective, just before I wrap up here, I think I may have mislabeled the final photograph there that you did identify. This has now been marked State's Exhibit 48, and you've already identified that as, I believe, the interior of Deshaun Stafford's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And the three photographs that I did show you, 46, 47, and 48, showing the damage to the vehicle there, those are true and accurate photographs as you found that vehicle during the course of your investigation.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
I kind of work backwards here a little bit. That paintball gun we just saw in Deshaun's car, that's not a picture from the night this happened, right?
No, that was from the 11th, I believe.
Right, so this is a week or so later?
Correct.
All right. And as far as we know, that gun doesn't have any evidentiary value other than to say, look, he's got a paintball gun.
No evidentiary value.
Okay. Prosecutor touched briefly on Tyler's statement, but we didn't hear Tyler's statement. What did Tyler tell you was going on with Ethan? What was going on between Tyler and Ethan, according to Tyler, when Sean got involved? Tyler tell you he was being assaulted by Ethan?
I believe at that time, is this at the very beginning? Because I'm jumbled up and I
I
apologize.
guess I'm talking about whatever statements you took off Tyler. Did Tyler say anything other than my brother was defending me from Ethan?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
Ethan was coming at me and my brother defended me.
Yes.
Do you know if that's true?
I do not know.
You've got other cases going on, right?
That's correct.
And you bet I do.
Yes.
The prosecutor does and the judge doesn't. We don't really know any of these people, do we? We take them at their word.
That's correct.
In your investigation.
Yes.
So there's an investigation, and at some point, a week or two later, Sean gets picked up, and he gives you this statement that at the time seems to wrap it all up nicely. Correct? Because that was a big deal when he gave the statement.
That's correct.
But today and yesterday, two of the three state's witnesses give testimony inconsistent with Sean's statement. Two of the three say Donovan was the one that walked up to the car, and Donovan's the one that got shot in the face. Right?
That is what they said.
Now, Donovan didn't get charged with Ethan's death. He's out of this thing, right?
I don't know the legal term for charged, and I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about what I did in the course of my investigation as far as who I charged.
Donovan's no longer facing charges. It's over for him, right?
That's correct.
And he certainly never was held responsible for anything to do with Ethan's death.
Correct.
And those are based on statements that you were given that night and the investigation did at that time. It kind of makes sense, but would you agree with me that now it seems like Donovan's a whole lot more involved if we take the state's witnesses at their word?
As far as Ethan's death?
Yeah, and as far as Donovan's involvement, it seems to have changed from what we initially thought to what the witnesses are saying now.
I can agree that there is definitely some kind of identity communication problem here.
People seem to be switching to Sean and Donovan to Sean, and they seem to have switched them up. And I'll withdraw that. Is there anybody other than Deshaun saying that Deshaun's the one that punched out Ethan?
Through the course of our investigation, we interviewed 6 people, and that's how we got all of our information. The description of Deshaun was his braids and the coloring of his braids, and that's how we came to our conclusion.
But that's coming from those kids who are now kind of changing what they originally told you.
It's coming from the 3 kids as well as Deshaun himself.
Okay. So the 3 kids originally told you one thing and now they've told you something different. But would you agree with me that none of those 3 kids can say that Deshaun threw the punch?
They did tell us that night.
Okay. But they didn't say it here in court.
In court, it appears they were confused about something, yes.
So knowing that things change and people change, there are things we could have done to try and see whether, you know, we have scientific things we could have done, right?
Yes.
Like you had the phones from all the boys in the car, and that could have told us what happened leading up to this incident, right?
It's possible.
But according to Detective Mike Williams, he didn't see a need for it, you didn't see a need for it, which would have been simple as turning them on and seeing if you could read the last day of text messages, right?
No, it would not be as simple to do that, no.
We all have cell phones. We've all lost data. You have a whole crime lab up there on the 2nd floor and they've got a machine that deals with phones, right?
That's correct.
In this case, no one even bothered to turn these things on to see if you could read them through the glass, the broken glass.
We did attempt to turn them on, but they were broken and they would not turn on.
And there's a next step you could have followed that we just chose not to. We didn't send it out to get looked at. We didn't send it to the crime lab. We just turned it back off.
We sent it to the crime lab for DNA processing.
Well, let's talk about DNA. Let's stick on phones for a minute. Ethan's phone's missing, right?
Yes.
That seems odd.
Yes.
It's an iPhone, right?
That I don't know.
Okay. Well, iPhone, Android. When you contact the phone company, you talk to the parents and said, find my iPhone, find my Android. Where did it pop up at?
I did not do that. I believe Detective Mike Williams might have.
We didn't hear about that, right? I mean, that's a mystery where that phone went.
Yes.
We don't even know whether or not someone's still using that phone today. I mean, the phone company would have records, but somebody would have to go get them. And no one did that, right?
No.
And likewise, maybe even more importantly, these boys on the basketball court had 9 days to talk back and forth to each other. We can assume. They're all relatives, right?
Yes.
They all are reading the paper and watching the press conferences, and you can assume, you can guess they're probably talking about getting their story straight.
It's possible. I don't know.
You took each one of their cell phones into custody when you arrested them, did you not?
I don't recall. I'm not sure.
That would be pretty easy to do. You arrest them, you take them, you ask for their cell phone, and then you turn the cell phone on, you look back and you go, that's where you guys got your, that's where you did that. But we didn't even turn on the suspects' phones to see what kind of things they were saying before the incident, after the incident. That'd be good to know, wouldn't it? Especially now with Donovan's different involvement.
Yeah, through the course of our investigation, through our 6 interviews, I did not see the need to have the phones due to the cooperation of everyone.
I guess what I'm saying is we don't know these people, these kids, these other people.
I would object. That's not a question.
We got to take this 19-year-old at his statement, and that's
object.
Yeah. Sustained.
You know damn well that Deshaun was covering for Donovan that night when he said, a random person. Right?
I have no idea. I
He knows who
don't know
Donovan
his
is.
character.
He knows who Donovan is.
I would object.
Sustained.
You know he knows who Donovan is, right? They're cousins.
Correct.
So he kept Donovan out of it, he covered for him.
Correct.
How do we know he's still not covering for him?
I wouldn't know.
Based on what these boys said about Donovan's involvement, based on Donovan no longer being part of this, wouldn't it be good to at least have looked at the cell phones or asked somebody? We just took that interview, the case closed. No further investigation. Is that what happened?
There was more than just that in our investigation. It was a lot of evidence and a lot of different other things as well. But the reason that I chose not to go into anyone's cell phone is because the 3 witnesses that we had interviewed and the 3 suspects that we had interviewed, none of them asked for a lawyer, and they all came and they gave a statement. And when we put it all together, it just all lined up. And we didn't see any differences in all 6 of them.
As we sit here today, the state's 3 witnesses, 2 out of 3 have changed their story from what they initially told you.
They changed some descriptions of folks and used names. That's the difference.
Donovan was a lot more involved than anybody initially thought.
I would object.
Donovan's not sitting here today, is he?
Sustained.
No further questions.
Afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
Donald Gallagher, I represent Tyler Stafford. Just in that last part, you said some of these things you could have done, like checking their phones, there was no need because you did 6 interviews and they all lined up.
That's correct.
All the stories lined up in the beginning.
That's correct.
Now maybe the stories don't all line up the same way that they did in the beginning. Is that fair?
It appears there's use of names now, and that's the difference.
Okay. We can agree that, I'm going to call them the basketball players, Tyler Stafford, Deshaun Stafford, and Donovan Jones. Fair enough?
Fair.
Of the 3 basketball players, Donovan Jones is the tallest.
That's correct.
He's like 5'11", according to the police records.
He's the tallest, yes.
Okay. And you've been here for this whole trial, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now, you heard the coroner, we got into some confusion about how tall Ethan was. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay. He's saying Ethan might be 5'8", maybe 5'9" at the most. Police records say he's 6'1", 6'1". Any explanation on that?
Yes, it's fairly simple. We gather our information for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles and Driver's License. Just for an example, I'm listed as being 220 and I am 260, so I just hadn't changed that since I've gotten fatter. I don't know why it says 6'1". I know football stats are padded. That's been going on for years, so that's my only explanation.
So if police records say Ethan is 6'1", that's just what was in the Leeds database, the Leeds law enforcement database?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Fair enough. Now, in Deshaun's interview that we watched, he showed what, an injury to his arm, an abrasion on his arm?
Yes.
Okay. And he showed some sort of injury to his forehead, apparently?
Yes.
Okay. And then he showed a gunshot wound that had nothing to do with this incident?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the wound that Deshaun is saying is on his forehead, he says that's when he was grabbing Ethan and slamming him on the ground.
He said when he body slammed him or slammed him to the ground, he also hit his head.
Something like that.
Yes.
But now you heard testimony from witnesses that what they think happened, the people who were there, is that someone came and punched Ethan and knocked him backwards, and he fell backwards and hit the back of his head.
Yes, that would have been after this incident.
Well, if it was after this incident, then that would mean that Ethan actually hit the pavement on 2 different occasions.
Sounds fair.
Okay. It does, except that we haven't had any witness testimony about that, have we? I mean, you saw the coroner's testimony this morning, right?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, and he said, and the coroner, or the medical examiner, I'm sorry.
Yes.
The medical examiner, he wasn't there at the fight, right? I wasn't there, you weren't there.
Correct.
But the medical examiner believes that Ethan fell backwards, possibly from being hit, but it's just what he's heard, he doesn't know. And he hits the back of his head, and that was a very traumatic injury, and he said that he might have died seconds or minutes after that.
Correct.
Okay. So we didn't hear any testimony about Ethan, other than Deshaun's statement, let me clarify. Other than Deshaun's taped interview, we haven't heard anyone in this court say that Ethan was picked up or slammed or body slammed onto the pavement, and then Ethan got up, and then a second time someone hits him and knocks him on the pavement a second time. Yeah, I didn't miss anything. We didn't hear that in this trial yet.
No, that was Deshaun that said that.
Okay. So taking that recorded statement away, if I said, hey, do we think Ethan hit the pavement once or twice? From what we've heard from everyone in this courtroom, he hit the pavement once.
That would be correct without Deshaun's statement.
Right. Right. Now, you're the lead detective on this case, right?
That's correct.
And you interviewed Deshaun Stafford 9 days after the fight?
Detective Mike Williams and Detective Aber did, yes.
I apologize. And you reviewed that interview?
Yes.
And so 9 days after the fight, neither you or the other two detectives know who Donovan Jones is. You don't have his name.
Did you say before those 9 days?
On the 9th, maybe I'm not being clear. Deshaun Stafford gives a statement 9 days after the fight.
That's correct.
And detectives are asking him, who's that third guy that you're with? Oh, you know, it's you, and you said your brother was there, Tyler. Who's this other guy? And he goes, it's some other dude. I don't know, right?
That's correct.
Even though it's my cousin, I don't know him. He didn't let on that was his cousin. So did the police know who Donovan Jones was 9 days after the fight?
Yes.
Okay. So did you interview Donovan Jones 9 days after the fight?
Yes.
Okay. And you're saying 9 days after the fight, you didn't see any injuries on him?
None.
But now, you've seen a lot of injured people over your careers, I'm guessing.
Yes.
You've seen a lot of people with bruises and cuts and everything, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it possible, I said, hey, I got attacked 10 days ago and I have all these bruises. Oh, wait, they're gone. Has that ever happened? Like 9-10 days later? I'm telling you, I had a bruise on my hand and now it's gone.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, especially if you're younger, you might heal a little faster.
Yes.
Okay. You have all kinds of documents and written statements here in this court right now. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. You don't have any document or witness statement saying that Tyler Stafford hit Ethan and knocked him on the ground, do you?
No.
Okay. Do you not have any statements at all from any witnesses who were there that night that said Tyler Stafford caused any kind of brain trauma to Ethan that night?
Through the statements, yes, but I'm not a medical examiner on what actually can cause that.
Okay, I'll ask you a better question. There's no written statements here or any documents or reports from any witnesses you can show me that said Tyler slammed Ethan on the pavement?
No.
Or hit Ethan and knocked him on the pavement?
There are 3 witness statements that said all 3 of those individuals were jumping Ethan Liming.
And hit him, 3 people hit him simultaneously and knocked him on the pavement?
No one used the words simultaneously, and all 3 knocked them to the ground. They said that all 3 of them were jumping him.
Okay. But the only specific people we've heard who knocked Ethan and knocked him on the pavement was either Donovan Jones here in this court or Deshaun Stafford prior to this trial. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. And we heard the medical examiner saying what caused the death of Ethan, the injury, was his back of his head hitting the pavement.
Correct.
I really appreciate your time, Detective. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Just very briefly, Detective, a moment ago, Attorney Sin sort of put his hand on his client's shoulder and mentioned something about a 19-year-old. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is his client 19 years old now?
I don't know his age currently, no.
Okay. If I showed you your... I'm sorry, what was that, Attorney Sin?
He's currently 21. How old were you when this happened? He's 19 right now.
Okay, thank you. Now, there was some question there based on Attorney Sin's questioning, something about Tyler saying that his brother only defended him. You remember that question?
Yes.
And going back to Tyler's statement to you, did he explain who the third guy was at the basketball court?
No.
Okay. And I think you said he was a random or something?
That's correct.
Did he provide the identity of the girl that was there?
No.
And did Tyler indicate that he believed that the gun was real?
He believed that it wasn't real.
That it was not real?
That's correct.
Okay. Was he able to describe what sort of toy gun he thought it was?
Don't remember the words that he used, no.
Okay. Would it help refresh your memory if I told you that he referred to it as an Orbeez gun?
That's possible, yes.
And do you recall who he said went over to confront the people who were shooting it down?
That would be Deshaun.
Okay. He said his brother went over to confront them?
Yes.
Okay, and did Tyler indicate how many times Ethan got knocked down?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did Tyler indicate who moved Ethan's car in the parking lot?
He said that he did not know who moved his car.
Okay. Did Deshaun tell you who moved the car?
He did not say who moved the car.
Okay. Did they indicate that they knew who moved the car?
No, they did not.
Okay. Did either of the brothers indicate that they picked up Donovan Jones after this in their vehicle?
No.
Detective, just to clarify, how is it that we know that it was not Donovan who first approached the vehicle there along the parking lot at I Promise?
We took into account that he was the tallest of the four individuals on the basketball court, and the tallest person was either the second or third to run over there, and then we also used Deshaun Stafford's statement.
Okay, and it sounds like also Tyler's statement, right?
Yes.
Okay, and although a couple of Ethan's buddies had the name wrong, their description of the events also supported that conclusion as well. Is that right?
Yes, it was mainly based on the hairstyle and the colored tips of the braids.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Sin.
We all heard from the state's witnesses. We heard from them, and would you agree with me that they seem to know who they were talking about? The boys on the stand seemed pretty clear that Donovan's that walked up to the car. Were you here for that?
I was here for that, yes.
So, if what you're saying is true, that the video, based on you looking at it, shows Deshaun walk up to the car, then 2 out of the 3 state witnesses are either lying.
I would object. This
or
isn't
they
a
can't
question.
remember.
It's just a narration.
Sustained.
Would you agree with me that 2 out of the 3 state witnesses say Donovan was the one that walked up to the car?
I don't agree that was their intentions.
Yeah, but you heard him. It was McCall. What are their names? It was Akron and Mackay. Both of those guys said it was Donovan. So, if you take them at their word, they're either lying or they're mistaken. What else?
I would object, Your Honor. That's not a question.
Sustained.
That was the first time you heard that come out of their mouths, wasn't it?
Yes.
And your entire investigation was based on taking information from people at the scene that night, and now 2 out of 3 of them have changed their story.
I would object. That's an inaccurate characterization.
The detective can answer.
I believe there is some confusion, yes, on identity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Detective, you may step down. Vishuki.
Judge, the state has no further witnesses. We would rest at this time, subject to the admissibility of our evidence and any rebuttal evidence.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, the state has rested its case in chief. It is almost 4:20, so at this time, we will recess for the evening. The same instructions that I gave you last night. Do not discuss this matter amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Do not read and avoid all media reports or social media, etc., related to this case. And given what I know that the attorneys and I need to do in the morning, I also have some other proceedings that I need to attend to in the morning. So I think tomorrow, if we reconvene at 10 o'clock, that will be sufficient. So if you would report back maybe just a little before 10 o'clock to the jury room in the morning tomorrow. Thank you.
All right.
Dan DeRosa with 19 News. Should not be a surprise, really, that the state has rested its case. They have no more further witnesses. I think what we saw there at the end is it's as we talked and discussed with our legal analyst, Tara Coleman, today, there is this massive confusion with the 3 quote-unquote star witnesses, the Ethan's friends, about who was the first to approach the car. Now, put yourself in the juror's shoes. You have Deshaun telling police the first time he's interrogated, he could have gotten an attorney. He chose not to. He says that he was the first to approach the car. But now you have the defense doing everything he can to put doubt in the minds of the jurors. He's saying, wait a second, 2 out of the 3 star witnesses says it was Donovan. Only one of them says it was Deshaun. And of course, the detectives say, yes, but we had Deshaun saying he was the first. They also talk about the height. When you look at let me find this one. When you look at the height of the individuals leaving the basketball court, they're playing basketball here. We'll see the car come up. Donovan is clearly the biggest of the 3 playing basketball. Here comes the car with Ethan Liming and his 3 buddies. When you watch the individuals come out of the basketball court, look and see for yourself who you think the tallest of them is. Is it the first one to come out of the basketball court, or is it the 3rd one to come out of the basketball court? They have, so here comes the retreat. of the blaster guns and watch the bottom of the screen, and we will see there is the first individual to come out of the basketball court, who Deshaun says it is me, that's Deshaun, and we'll need to wait for this to squeeze back, and here comes the second. I guess this version doesn't have the cutaway. Here comes the third. Is that individual clearly taller than the first one to come out? That's what the detectives are saying, and that Donovan was the third to come out. The state has rested its case. It will now be up to the defense. Call however many witnesses they want when we start back at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I want to let you know, if you are a Roku user and you've missed some of the testimony, here's how you find it. You have the 19 News app on your Roku. Open that up and you will scroll over to the right side and down, and you can see the icon for the Ethan Liming trial, and you can get all of our coverage there. We're going to wrap this up. We will continue our gavel-to-gavel coverage coming up at 10 o'clock tomorrow when they reconvene. Watch for my coworker Caitlin McCarthy and her reports coming up in our news that's airing right now on Channel 19. Until then, I'm Dan DeRose with 19 News Now. Have a good evening.
News is everywhere. Download our CTV apps and follow us on social media @Cleveland 19 News.